The Eye of the Sibyl and Other Classic Stories. The Collected Stories of Philip K. Dick, Volume 5. By Philip K. Dick. DB 83248. Copyright 1987 by the estate of Philip K. Dick. Introduction copyright 1987 by Thomas M. Dish. Read by Stephen Van Doren. This book contains 395 pages. Approximate reading time, 18 hours, 20 minutes. This book contains markers allowing direct access to the table of contents, introduction, stories, and notes. Library of Congress annotation. The fifth and final volume in a series gathering all of award-winning science fiction author Philip K. Dick's short stories. This volume contains 24 stories, including The Electric Ant, Your Appointment Will Be Yesterday, The War with the Fnools, and A Game of Unchance, Some Violence, 1987. From the book jacket. Many thousands of readers worldwide consider Philip K. Dick to have been the greatest science fiction writer on any planet. Since his untimely death in 1982, interest in Dick's work has continued to mount, and his reputation has been enhanced by a growing body of critical attention. The Philip K. Dick Award is now presented annually to a distinguished work of science fiction, and the Philip K. Dick Society is devoted to the study and promulgation of his works. This collection draws from the writer's earliest short and medium-length fiction, including several previously unpublished stories, during the years 1952 to 1955, and features such fascinating works as The Little Black Box, The Eye of the Sibyl, The Electric Ant, and many others. Here readers will find Dick's initial explorations of the themes he so brilliantly brought to life in his later work. Dick won the prestigious Hugo Award for Best Novel of 1963 for The Man in the High Castle, and in the last year of his life, the now classic film Blade Runner was made from his novel Do Androids Dream of Electric Sheep? More recently, Dick's short story The Minority Report inspired Steven Spielberg's movie of the same title. The classic stories of Philip K. Dick offer an intriguing glimpse into the early imagination of one of science fiction's most enduring and respected names. Other books by Philip K. Dick. The Short Happy Life of the Brown Oxford and Other Classic Stories. We Can Remember It For You Wholesale and Other Classic Stories. Second Variety and Other Classic Stories. The Minority Report and Other Classic Stories. The Philip K. Dick Reader. Contents. The Little Black Box, page 19. The War with the Fnools, page 41. Precious Artifact, page 53. Retreat Syndrome, page 67. A Terran Odyssey, page 87. Your Appointment Will Be Yesterday, page 115. Holy Quarrel, page 135. A Game of Unchance, page 157. Not by Its Cover, page 175. Return Match, page 183. Faith of Our Fathers, page 197. The Story to End All Stories for Harlan Ellison's anthology, Dangerous Visions, page 223. The Electric Ant, page 225. Cadbury, the Beaver Who Lacked, page 241. A Little Something for Us Tempunauts, page 257. The Pre-Persons, page 275. The Eye of the Sibyl, page 297. The Day Mr. Computer Fell Out of Its Tree, page 307. The Exit Door Leads In, page 315. Chains of Air, Web of Ether, page 333. Strange Memories of Death, page 353. I Hope I Shall Arrive Soon, page 359. Rautavaara's Case, page 375. The Alien Mind, page 385. Notes, page 389. Introduction, by Thomas M. Dish. The conventional wisdom has it that there are writers' writers and readers' writers. The latter are those happy few whose books, by some pheromonic chemistry, the former can never quite duplicate in their own laboratories, appear year after year on the bestseller lists. They may, or more usually, may not satisfy the upmarket tastes of literary critics, but their books sell. Writers' writers get great reviews, especially from their admiring colleagues, but their books don't attract readers who can recognize, even at the distance of a review, the signs of a book by a writer's writer. The prose style comes in for high praise. A true reader's writer, by contrast, would not want to be accused of anything so elitist as style. The characters have depth. Above all, such a book is serious. Many writers' writers aspire to the wider fame and higher advances of readers' writers, and occasionally a reader's writer will covet such laurels as royalties cannot buy. Henry James, the writer's writer par excellence, wrote one of his drollest tales, The Next Time, about just such a pair of cross-purposed writers, and James's conclusion is entirely true to life. The literary writer does his best to write a blockbuster, and it wins him more laurels but no more readers. The successful hack does her damnedest to produce a work of art. The critics sneer, but it is her greatest commercial success. Philip K. Dick was, in his time, both a writer's writer and a reader's writer, and neither, and another kind altogether. A science fiction writer's science fiction writer. The proof of the last contention is to be found blazoned on the covers of a multitude of his paperback books, where his colleagues have vied to lavish superlatives on him. John Brunner called him the most consistently brilliant science fiction writer in the world. Norman Spinrad trumps this with the greatest American novelist of the second half of the 20th century. Ursula Le Guin anoints him as America's Borges, which Harlan Ellison tops by hailing him as SF's Pirandello, its Beckett, and its Pinter. Brian Aldiss, Michael Bishop, myself, and many others have all written encomia as extravagant, but all these praises had very little effect on the sales of the books they garlanded during the years those books were being written. Dick managed to survive as a full-time freelance writer only by virtue of his immense productivity. Witness the sheer expanse of these collected stories, and consider that most of his readers didn't consider Dick a short story writer at all, but knew him chiefly by his novels. It is significant, I think, that all the praise heaped on Dick was exclusively from other SF writers, not from the reputation makers of the literary establishment, for he was not like writers outside genre fiction. It's not for his exquisite style he's applauded, or his depth of characterization. Dick's prose seldom soars, and often is lame as any Quasimodo. The characters in even some of his most memorable tales have all the depth of a 50s sitcom. A more kindly way to think of it, he writes for the traditional complement of America's indigenous commedia dell'arte. Even stories that one remembers as exceptions to this rule can prove, on rereading, to have more in common with Bradbury and Van Vogt than with Borges and Pinter. Dick is content most of the time with a narrative surface as simple, even simple-minded, as a comic book. One need go no further than the first story in this book, The Little Black Box, for proof of this, and it was done in 1963, when Dick was at the height of his powers, writing such classic novels as The Man in the High Castle and Martian Time Slip. Further, Box contains the embryo for another of his best novels of later years, Do Androids Dream of Electric Sheep? Why, then, such paeans? For any aficionado of SF, the answer is self-evident. He had great ideas. Fans of genre writing have usually been able to tolerate sloppiness of execution for the sake of genuine novelty, since the bane of genre fiction has been the constant recycling of old plots and premises. And Dick's great ideas occupied a unique wave band on the imaginative spectrum. Not for him the conquest of space. In Dick, the colonization of the solar system simply results in new and more dismal suburbs being built. Not for him the Halloween mummeries of inventing new breeds of alien monsters. Dick was always too conscious of the human face behind the Halloween mask to bother with elaborate masquerades. Dick's great ideas sprang up from the world around him, from the neighborhoods he lived in, the newspapers he read, the stores he shopped in, the ads on TV. His novels and stories taken all together comprise one of the most accurate and comprehensive pictures of American culture in the Populux and Vietnam eras that exists in contemporary fiction, not because of his accuracy in the matter of inventorying the trivia of those times, but because he discovered metaphors that uncovered the meaning of the way we lived. He made of our commonplaces worlds of wonder. What more can we ask of art? Well, the answer is obvious: polish, execution, economy of means, and other aesthetic niceties. Most SF writers, however, have been able to get along without table linen and crystal, so long as the protein of a meaty metaphor was there on the plate. Indeed, Dick's aesthetic failings could become virtues for his fellow SF writers, since it is so often possible for us to take the ball he fumbled and continue for a touchdown. Ursula Le Guin's The Lathe of Heaven is one of the best novels Dick ever wrote, except that he didn't. My own 334 would surely not have been the same book without the example of his own accounts of future drabness. The list of his conscious debtors is long, and of his unconscious debtors, undoubtedly, even longer. Phil's own note at the back of this book to his story, The Pre-Persons, provides an illuminating example of the kind of reaction he could have on a fellow writer. In this case, Joanna Russ allegedly offered to beat him up for his tale of a young boy's apprehension by the driver of a local abortion truck, who operates like a dog catcher in rounding up pre-persons, children under 12 no longer wanted by their parents, and taking them into abortion centers to be gassed. It's an inspired piece of propaganda, Phil calls it special pleading, to which the only adequate response is surely not a threat to beat up the author, but a story that dramatizes the same issue as forcefully, and that does not shirk the interesting but troublemaking question: if abortion, why not infanticide? Dick's raising of this question in the current polarized climate of debate was a coup de théâtre, but scarcely the last word on the subject. One could easily extrapolate an entire novel from the essential premise of the pre-persons, and it wouldn't necessarily be an anti-abortion tract. Dick's stories often flowered into novels when he reconsidered his first good idea, and the reason he is a science fiction writer's science fiction writer is because his stories so often have had the same effect on his colleagues. Reading a story by Dick isn't like contemplating a finished work of art. Much more, it's like becoming involved in a conversation. I'm glad to be a part here of that continuing conversation. Thomas M. Dish, October 1986. How does one fashion a book of resistance, a book of truth in an empire of falsehood, or a book of rectitude in an empire of vicious lies? How does one do this right in front of the enemy? Not through the old-fashioned ways of writing while you're in the bathroom, but how does one do that in a truly future technological state? Is it possible for freedom and independence to arise in new ways under new conditions? That is, will new tyrannies abolish these protests? Or will there be new responses by the spirit that we can't anticipate? Philip K. Dick, in an interview, 1974. From Only Apparently Real. The Eye of the Sibyl. The Little Black Box. 1. Bogart Crofts of the State Department said, "Miss Hiyashi, we want to send you to Cuba to give religious instruction to the Chinese population there. It's your Oriental background. It will help." With a faint moan, Joan Hiyashi reflected that her Oriental background consisted of having been born in Los Angeles and having attended courses at UCSB, the University of Santa Barbara. But she was, technically, from the standpoint of training, an Asian scholar, and she had properly listed this on her job application form. "Let's consider the word caritas," Crofts was saying. "In your estimation, what actually does it mean, as Jerome used it? Charity? Hardly. But then what? Friendliness? Love?" Joan said, "My field is Zen Buddhism." "But everybody," Crofts protested in dismay, "knows what caritas means in late Roman usage. The esteem of good people for one another. That's what it means." His gray, dignified eyebrows raised. "Do you want this job, Miss Hiyashi? And if so, why?" "I want to disseminate Zen Buddhist propaganda to the Communist Chinese in Cuba," Joan said, "because—" She hesitated. The truth was simply that it meant a good salary for her, the first truly high-paying job she had ever held. From a career standpoint, it was a plum. "Ah, hell," she said. "What is the nature of the one way? I don't have any answer." "It's evident that your field has taught you a method of avoiding giving honest answers," Crofts said sourly, "and being evasive. However," he shrugged, "possibly that only goes to prove that you're well-trained and the proper person for the job. In Cuba, you'll be running up against some rather worldly and sophisticated individuals who, in addition, are quite well off, even from the U.S. standpoint. I hope you can cope with them as well as you've coped with me." Joan said, "Thank you, Mr. Crofts." She rose. "I'll expect to hear from you then." "I am impressed by you," Crofts said, half to himself. "After all, you're the young lady who first had the idea of feeding Zen Buddhist riddles to the UCSB's big computers." "I was the first to do it," Joan corrected, "but the idea came from a friend of mine, Ray Maritain, the gray-green jazz harpist." "Jazz and Zen Buddhism," Crofts said. "State may be able to make use of you in Cuba." To Ray Maritain, she said, "I have to get out of Los Angeles, Ray. I really can't stand the way we're living here." She walked to the window of his apartment and looked out at the monorail gleaming far off. The silver car made its way at enormous speed, and Joan hurriedly looked away. If we only could suffer, she thought. That's what we lack, any real experience of suffering, because we can escape anything, even this. "But you are getting out," Ray said. "You're going to Cuba, and convert wealthy merchants and bankers into becoming ascetics. And it's a genuine Zen paradox. You'll be paid for it." He chuckled. "Fed into a computer, a thought like that would do harm. Anyhow, you won't have to sit in the Crystal Hall every night listening to me play, if that's what you're anxious to get away from." "No," Joan said. "I expect to keep on listening to you on TV. I may even be able to use your music in my teaching." From a rosewood chest in the far corner of the room, she lifted out a .32 pistol. It had belonged to Ray Maritain's second wife, Edna, who had used it to kill herself the previous February, late one rainy afternoon. "May I take this along?" she asked. "For sentiment?" Ray said. "Because she did it on your account?" "Edna did nothing on my account. Edna liked me. I'm not taking any responsibility for your wife's suicide, even though she did find out about us, seeing each other, so to speak." Ray said meditatively, "And you're the girl always telling people to accept blame and not to project it out on the world. What do you call your principal, dear? Ah, he grinned. The anti-paranoia principe. Dr. Joan Hiyashi's cure for mental illness. Absorb all blame, take it all upon yourself. He glanced up at her and said acutely, I'm surprised you're not a follower of Wilbur Mercer. That clown, Joan said. But that's part of his appeal. Here, I'll show you. Ray switched on the TV set across the room from them, the legless black Oriental-style set with its ornamentation of Sung Dynasty dragons. Odd you would know when Mercer is on, Joan said. Ray, shrugging, murmured, I'm interested. A new religion replacing Zen Buddhism, sweeping out of the Middle West to engulf California. You ought to pay attention too, since you claim religion as your profession. You're getting a job because of it. Religion is paying your bills, my dear girl, so don't knock it. The TV had come on, and there was Wilbur Mercer. Why isn't he saying anything? Joan said. Why, Mercer has taken a vow this week. Complete silence. Ray lit a cigarette. State ought to be sending me, not you. You're a fake. At least I'm not a clown, Joan said, or a follower of a clown. Ray reminded her softly, there's a Zen saying, the Buddha is a piece of toilet paper. And another, the Buddha often... Be still, she said sharply. I want to watch Mercer. You want to watch? Ray's voice was heavy with irony. Is that what you want, for God's sake? No one watches Mercer, that's the whole point. Tossing his cigarette into the fireplace, he strode to the TV set. There, before it, Joan saw a metal box with two handles, attached by a lead of twin cable wire to the TV set. Ray seized the two handles, and at once a grimace of pain shot across his face. What is it? She asked in anxiety. Nothing. Ray continued to grip the handles. On the screen, Wilbur Mercer walked slowly over the barren, jagged surface of a desolate hillside. His face lifted, an expression of serenity, or vacuity, on his thin, middle-aged features. Gasping, Ray released the handles. I could only hold them for 45 seconds this time. To Joan, he explained, This is the empathy box, my dear. I can't tell you how I got it. To be truthful, I don't really know. They brought it by, the organization that distributes it, Wilser Incorporated. But I can tell you that when you take hold of these handles, you're no longer watching Wilbur Mercer. You're actually participating in his apotheosis. Why, you're feeling what he feels. Joan said, It looks like it hurts. Quietly, Ray Maritan said, Yes, because Wilbur Mercer is being killed. He's walking to the place where he's going to die. In horror, Joan moved away from the box. You said that was what we needed, Ray said. Remember, I'm a rather adequate telepath. I don't have to bestir myself very much to read your thoughts. If only we could suffer. That's what you were thinking just a little while ago. Well, here's your chance, Joan. It's morbid. Was your thought morbid? Yes, she said. Ray Maritan said, 20 million people are followers of Wilbur Mercer now, all over the world, and they're suffering with him as he walks along toward Pueblo, Colorado. At least that's where they're told he's going. Personally, I have my doubts. Anyhow, Mercerism is now what Zen Buddhism was once. You're going to Cuba to teach the wealthy Chinese bankers a form of asceticism that's already obsolete, already seen its day. Silently, Joan turned away from him and watched Mercer walking. You know I'm right, Ray said. I can pick up your emotions. You may not be aware of them, but they're there. On the screen, a rock was thrown at Mercer. It struck him on the shoulder. Everyone who's holding on to his empathy box, Joan realized, felt that along with Mercer. Ray nodded. You're right. And what about when he's actually killed? She shuddered. We'll see what happens then, Ray said quietly. We don't know. 2. To Bogart Crofts, Secretary of State Douglas Herrick said, "I think you're wrong, Bog. The girl may be Meritan's mistress, but that doesn't mean she knows." "We'll wait for Mr. Lee to tell us," Crofts said, irritably. "When she gets to Havana, he'll be waiting to meet her." "Mr. Lee can't scan Meritan direct?" "One telepath scan another?" Bogart Crofts smiled at the thought. It conjured up a nonsensical situation. Mr. Lee reading Meritan's mind, and Meritan, also being a telepath, would read Mr. Lee's mind and discover that Mr. Lee was reading his mind. And Lee, reading Meritan's mind, would discover that Meritan knew, and so forth. Endless regression, winding up with a fusion of minds, within which Meritan carefully guarded his thoughts so that he did not think about Wilbur Mercer. "It's the similarity of names that convinces me," Herrick said. "Meritan, Mercer, the first three letters?" Crofts said, "Ray Meritan is not Wilbur Mercer. I'll tell you how we know. Over at CIA, we made an Ampex videotape from Mercer's telecast, had it enlarged and analyzed. Mercer was shown against the usual dismal background of cactus plants and sand and rock. You know." "Yes," Herrick said, nodding. "The wilderness, as they call it." "In the enlargement, something showed up in the sky. It was studied. It's not Luna. It's a moon, but too small to be Luna. Mercer is not on Earth. I would guess that he is not a terrestrial at all." Bending down, Crofts picked up a small metal box, carefully avoiding the two handles. "And these were not designed and built on Earth. The entire Mercer movement is null-T all the way, and that's the fact we've got to contend with." Herrick said, "If Mercer is not a Terran, then he may have suffered and even died before, on other planets." "Oh yes," Crofts said. "Mercer, or whatever his or its real name is, may be highly experienced in this, but we still don't know what we want to know." And that, of course, was what happens to those people holding on to the handles of their empathy boxes. Crofts seated himself at his desk and scrutinized the box resting directly before him, with its two inviting handles. He had never touched them, and he never intended to. But, "How soon will Mercer die?" Herrick asked. "They're expecting it sometime late next week." "And Mr. Lee will have gotten something from the girl's mind by then, you think? Some clue as to where Mercer really is?" "I hope so," Crofts said, still seated at the empathy box, but still not touching it. It must be a strange experience, he thought, to place your hands on two ordinary-looking metal handles and find all at once that you're no longer yourself. You're another man entirely, in another place, laboring up a long, dreary, inclined plane towards certain extinction. At least, so they say. But hearing about it, what does that actually convey? Suppose I tried it for myself. The sense of absolute pain. That was what appalled him, held him back. It was unbelievable that people could deliberately seek it out, rather than avoiding it. Gripping the handles of the empathy box was certainly not the act of a person seeking escape. It was not the avoidance of something, but the seeking of something, and not the pain as such. Crofts knew better than to suppose that the Mercerites were simple masochists who desired discomfort. It was, he knew, the meaning of the pain which attracted Mercer's followers. The followers were suffering from something. Aloud, he said to his superior, "They want to suffer as a means of denying their private personal existences. It's a communion in which they all suffer and experience Mercer's ordeal together. Like the Last Supper, he thought. That's the real key, the communion, the participation that is behind all religion, or ought to be. Religion binds men together in a sharing corporate body and leaves everyone else on the outside." Herrick said, "But primarily it's a political movement, or must be treated as such. From our standpoint, Crofts agreed, not theirs. The intercom on the desk buzzed, and his secretary said, "Sir, Mr. John Lee is here." "Tell him to come in." The tall, slender young Chinese entered, smiling, his hand out. He wore an old-fashioned, single-breasted suit and pointed black shoes. As they shook hands, Mr. Lee said, "She has not left for Havana, has she?" "No," Crofts said. "Is she pretty?" Mr. Lee said. "Yes," Crofts said with a smile at Herrick, "but difficult. The snappish kind of woman. Emancipated, if you follow me." "Oh, the suffragette type," Mr. Lee said, smiling. "I detest that type of female. It will be hard going, Mr. Crofts." "Remember," Crofts said, "your job is simply to be converted. All you have to do is listen to her propaganda about Zen Buddhism, learn to ask a few questions such as, 'Is this stick the Buddha?' and expect a few inexplicable blows on the head. A Zen practice, I understand, supposed to instill sense." With a broad grin, Mr. Lee said, "Or to instill nonsense. You see, I am prepared. Sense, nonsense, in Zen, it's the same thing." He became sober now. "Of course, I myself am a communist," he said. "The only reason I'm doing this is because the party at Havana has taken the official stand that Mercerism is dangerous and must be wiped out." He looked gloomy. "I must say, these Mercerites are fanatics." "True," Crofts agreed, "and we must work for their extinction." He pointed to the empathy box. "Have you ever—" "Yes," Mr. Lee said. "It's a form of punishment, self-imposed, no doubt for reasons of guilt. Leisure gleans such emotions from people if it is properly utilized. Otherwise not." Crofts thought, "This man has no understanding of the issues at all. He's a simple materialist, typical of a person born in a communist family, raised in a communist society. Everything is either black or white." "You're mistaken," Mr. Lee said. He had picked up Crofts' thought. Flushing, Crofts said, "Sorry, I forgot. No offense." "I see in your mind," Mr. Lee said, "that you believe Wilbur Mercer, as he calls himself, may be non-T. Do you know the party's position on this question? It was debated just a few days ago. The party takes the stand that there are no non-T races in the solar system, that to believe remnants of once superior races still exist is a form of morbid mysticism." Crofts sighed. "Deciding an empirical issue by vote. Deciding it on a strictly political basis. I can't understand that." At that point, Secretary Herrick spoke up, soothing both men. "Please, let's not become sidetracked by theoretical issues on which we don't all agree. Let's stick to basics. The Mercerite Party and its rapid growth all over the planet." Mr. Lee said, "You are right, of course." 3. At the Havana airfield, Joan Hiyashi looked around her as the other passengers walked rapidly from the ship to the entrance of the number 20 concourse. Relatives and friends had surged cautiously out onto the field, as they always did in defiance of field rulings. She saw among them a tall, lean young Chinese man with a smile of greeting on his face. Walking toward him, she called, "Mr. Lee?" "Yes." He hurried toward her. "It's dinner time. Would you care to eat? I'll take you to the Hang Far Low restaurant. They have pressed duck and bird's nest soup, all Canton style. Very sweet, but good once in a long while." Soon they were at the restaurant, in a red leather and imitation teak booth. Cubans and Chinese chattered on all sides of them. The air smelled of frying pork and cigar smoke. "You are president of the Havana Institute for Asian Studies?" she asked, just to be certain there had been no slip-ups. "Correct. It is frowned on by the Cuban Communist Party because of the religious aspect, but many of the Chinese here on the island attend lectures or are on our mailing list, And as you know, we've had many distinguished scholars from Europe and Southern Asia come and address us. By the way, there is a Zen parable which I do not understand. The monk who cut the kitten in half. I have studied it and thought about it, but I do not see how the Buddha could be present when cruelty was done to an animal. He hastened to add, I'm not disputing with you. I am merely seeking information. Joan said, Of all the Zen parables, that has caused the most difficulty. The question to ask is, where is the kitten now? That recalls the opening of the Bhagavad Gita, Mr. Lee said, with a quick nod. I recall Arjuna saying, The bow Gandiva slips from my hand, omens of evil. What can we hope from this killing of kinsmen? Correct, Joan said. And of course you remember Krishna's answer. It is the most profound statement in all pre-Buddhistic religion on the issue of death and of action. The waiter came for their order. He was a Cuban, in khaki and a beret. Try the fried wonton, Mr. Lee advised, and the chow yuck, and of course the egg roll. You have egg roll today? He asked the waiter. Si, Senor Lee. The waiter picked at his teeth with a toothpick. Mr. Lee ordered for both of them, and the waiter departed. You know, Joan said, when you've been around a telepath as much as I have, you become conscious of intensive scanning going on. I could always tell when Ray was trying to dig at something in me. You're a telepath, and you're very intensively scanning me right now. Smiling, Mr. Lee said, I wish I was, Miss Hiyashi. I have nothing to hide, Joan said, but I wonder why you are so interested in what I'm thinking. You know I'm an employee of the United States Department of State. There's nothing secret about that. Are you afraid I've come to Cuba as a spy, to study military installations? Is it something like that? She felt depressed. This is not a good beginning, she said. You haven't been honest with me. You are a very attractive woman, Miss Hiyashi, Mr. Lee said, losing none of his poise. I was merely curious to see, shall I be blunt, your attitude toward sex. You're lying, Joan said quietly. Now the bland smile departed. He stared at her. Bird's nest soup, senor, the waiter had returned. He set the hot steaming bowl in the center of the table. Tea? He laid out a teapot and 2 small white handleless cups. Senorita, you want chopsticks? No, she said absently. From outside the booth came a cry of anguish. Both Joan and Mr. Lee leaped up. Mr. Lee pulled the curtain aside. The waiter was staring too, and laughing. At a table in the opposite corner of the restaurant sat an elderly Cuban gentleman, with his hands gripping the handles of an empathy box. Here too, Joan said. They are pests, Mr. Lee said, disturbing our meal. The waiter said, Loco. He shook his head, still chuckling. Yes, Joan said. Mr. Lee, I will continue here trying to do my job, despite what's occurred between us. I don't know why they deliberately sent a telepath to meet me. Possibly it's communist paranoid suspicions of outsiders. But in any case, I have a job to do here, and I mean to do it. So shall we discuss the dismembered kitten? At mealtime, Mr. Lee said faintly. You brought it up, Joan said, and proceeded despite the expression of acute misery on Mr. Lee's face as he sat spooning up his bird's nest soup. At the Los Angeles studio of television station KKHF, Ray Maritan sat at his harp, waiting for his cue. How High the Moon, he had decided, would be his first number. He yawned, kept his eye on the control booth. Beside him at the blackboard, jazz commentator Glenn Goldstream polished his rimless glasses with a fine linen handkerchief and said, I think I'll tie in with Gustav Mahler tonight. Who the hell is he? A great late 19th century composer. Very romantic. Wrote long, peculiar symphonies and folk-type songs. I'm thinking, however, of the rhythmic patterns in The Drunkard in Springtime from Song of the Earth. You've never heard it? Nope, Maritain said restlessly. Very gray-green. Ray Maritain did not feel very gray-green tonight. His head still ached from the rock thrown at Wilbur Mercer. Maritain had tried to let go of the empathy box when he saw the rock coming, but he had not been quick enough. It had struck Mercer on the right temple, drawing blood. "I've run into 3 Mercerites this evening," Glenn said, "and all of them look terrible. What happened to Mercer today?" "How would I know? You're carrying yourself the way they did today. It's your head, isn't it? I know you well enough, Ray. You'd be mixed up in anything new and odd. What do I care if you're a Mercerite? I just thought maybe you'd like a pain pill." Brusquely, Ray Maritain said, "That would defeat the entire idea, wouldn't it? A pain pill. Here, Mr. Mercer, as you go up the hillside, how about a shot of morphine? You won't feel a thing." He rippled a few cadences on his harp, releasing his emotions. "You're on," the producer said from the control room. Their theme, "That's a Plenty," swelled from the tape deck in the control room, and the number 2 camera facing Goldstream lit up its red light. Arms folded, Goldstream said, "Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. What is jazz?" That's what I say, Maritain thought. What is jazz? What is life? He rubbed his splintered, pain-racked forehead and wondered how he could endure the next week. Wilbur Mercer was getting close to it now. Each day it would become worse. "And after a brief pause for an important message," Goldstream was saying, "we'll be back to tell you more about the world of gray-green men and women, those peculiar people, and the world of the artistry of the one and only Ray Maritain." The tape of the commercial appeared on the TV monitor facing Maritain. Maritain said to Goldstream, "I'll take the pain pill." A yellow, flat, notched tablet was held out to him. "Paracodeine," Goldstream said. "Highly illegal, but effective. An addictive drug. I'm surprised you, of all people, don't carry some." "I used to," Ray said as he got a Dixie cup of water and swallowed the pill. "And now you're on Mercerism." "Now I'm—" He glanced at Goldstream. They had known each other in their professional capacities for years. "I'm not a Mercerite," he said, "so forget it, Glenn. It's just coincidence I got a headache the night Mercer was hit on the temple by a sharp rock thrown by some moronic sadist who ought to be the one dragging his way up that hillside." He scowled at Goldstream. "I understand," Goldstream said, "that the U.S. Department of Mental Health is on the verge of asking the Justice Department to pick up the Mercerites." Suddenly, he swung to face camera 2. A faint smile touched his face, and he said smoothly, "Gray-green began about 4 years ago in Pinole, California, at the now justly famous Double Shot Club, where Ray Maritain played back in 1993 and 4. Tonight, Ray will let us hear one of his best-known and liked numbers, Once in Love with Amy." He swung in Maritain's direction. "Ray Maritain." Plunk, plunk, the harp went as Ray Maritain's fingers riffled the strings. An object lesson, he thought as he played. That's what the FBI would make me into for the teenagers, to show them what not to grow up to be. First on Paracodeine, now on Mercer. Beware, kids. Off camera, Glenn Goldstream held up a sign he had scribbled. "Is Mercer a non-terrestrial?" Underneath this, Goldstream wrote with a marking pencil, "It's that they want to know." Invasion from outside there somewhere, Maritain thought to himself as he played. That's what they're afraid of. Fear of the unknown, like tiny children. That's our ruling circles, tiny, fear-ridden children playing ritualistic games with super-powerful toys. A thought came to him from one of the network officials in the control room. Mercer has been injured. At once, Ray Maritan turned his attention that way, scanned as hard as he could. His fingers strummed the harp reflexively. Government outlawing so-called empathy boxes. He thought immediately of his own empathy box before his TV set in the living room of his apartment. Organization which distributes and sells the empathy boxes declared illegal, and FBI making arrests in several major cities. Other countries expected to follow. How badly injured, he wondered. Dying? And what about the Mercerites who had been holding onto the handles of their empathy boxes at that moment? How were they now? Receiving medical attention? Should we air the news now? The network official was thinking. Or wait until the commercial? Ray Maritan ceased playing his harp and said clearly into the boom microphone, "Wilbur Mercer has been injured. This is what we've expected, but it's still a major tragedy. Mercer is a saint." Wide-eyed, Glenn Goldstream gawked at him. "I believe in Mercer," Ray Maritan said, and all across the United States his television audience heard his confession of faith. "I believe his suffering and injury and death have meaning for each of us." It was done. He had gone on record, and it hadn't even taken much courage. "Pray for Wilbur Mercer," he said, and resumed playing his gray-green style of harp. "You fool," Glenn Goldstream was thinking, "giving yourself away. You'll be in jail within a week. Your career is ruined." Plunk, plunk, Ray played on his harp and smiled humorlessly at Glenn. 4. Mr. Lee said, "Do you know the story of the Zen monk who was playing hide-and-go-seek with the children? Was it Basho who tells this? The monk hid in an outhouse and the children did not think of looking there, and so they forgot him. He was a very simple man. Next day, 'I admit that Zen is a form of stupidity,' Joan Hiyashi said. 'It extols the virtues of being simple and gullible. And remember, the original meaning of gullible is one who is easily gulled, easily cheated.'" She sipped a little of her tea and found it now cold. "Then you are a true practitioner of Zen," Mr. Lee said, "because you have been gulled." He reached inside his coat and brought out a pistol, which he pointed at Joan. "You're under arrest." "By the Cuban government?" she managed to say. "By the United States government," Mr. Lee said. "I have read your mind, and I learned that you know that Ray Maritan is a prominent Mercerite, and you yourself are attracted to Mercerism." "But I'm not." "Unconsciously you are attracted. You are about to switch over. I can pick up those thoughts even if you deny them to yourself. We are going back to the United States, you and I, and there we will find Mr. Ray Maritan, and he will lead us to Wilbur Mercer. It is as simple as that." "And this is why I was sent to Cuba?" "I am a member of the Central Committee of the Cuban Communist Party," Mr. Lee said, "and the sole telepath on that committee. We have voted to work in cooperation with the United States Department of State during this current Mercer crisis. Our plane, Miss Hiyashi, leaves for Washington, D.C. in half an hour. Let us get down to the airport at once." Joan Hiyashi looked helplessly about the restaurant. Other people eating, the waiters. Nobody paid attention. She rose to her feet as a waiter passed with a heavily loaded tray. "This man," she said, pointing to Mr. Lee, "is kidnapping me. Help me, please." The waiter glanced at Mr. Lee, saw who it was, smiled at Joan, and shrugged. "Mr. Lee, he is an important man," the waiter said, and went on with his tray. "What he says is true," Mr. Lee said to her. Joan ran from the booth and across the restaurant. "Help me," she said to the elderly Cuban Mercerite who sat with his empathy box before him. "I'm a Mercerite. They're arresting me." The lined old face lifted. The man scrutinized her. "Help me," she said. "Praise Mercer," the old man said. "You can't help me," she realized. She turned back to Mr. Lee, who had followed after her, still holding the pistol pointed at her. "This old man is not going to do a thing," Mr. Lee said. "Not even get to his feet." She sagged. "All right, I know." The television set in the corner suddenly ceased its yammering of daytime trash. The image of a woman's face and bottle of cleanser abruptly disappeared, and there was only blackness. Then, in Spanish, a news announcer began to speak. "Hurt," Mr. Lee said, listening. "But Mercer is not dead. How do you feel, Miss Hiyashi, as a Mercerite? Does this affect you? Oh, but that's right. One must take hold of the handles first, for it to reach you. It must be a voluntary act." Joan picked up the elderly Cuban's empathy box, held it for a moment, and then seized the handles. Mr. Lee stared at her in surprise. He moved toward her, reaching for the box. It was not pain that she felt. Is this how it is? She wondered as she saw around her, the restaurant dim and faded. Maybe Wilbur Mercer is unconscious. That must be it. "I'm escaping from you," she thought to Mr. Lee. "You can't, or at least you won't, follow me where I've gone, into the tomb world of Wilbur Mercer, who is dying somewhere on a barren plain, surrounded by his enemies. Now I'm with him, and it is an escape from something worse, from you, and you're never going to be able to get me back." She saw, around her, a desolate expanse. The air smelled of harsh blossoms. This was the desert, and there was no rain. A man stood before her, a sorrowful light in his gray, pain-drenched eyes. "I am your friend," he said, "but you must go on as if I did not exist. Can you understand that?" He spread empty hands. "No," she said, "I can't understand that." "How can I save you," the man said, "if I can't save myself?" He smiled. "Don't you see? There is no salvation." "Then what's it all for?" she asked. "To show you," Wilbur Mercer said, "that you aren't alone. I am here with you, and always will be. Go back and face them, and tell them that." She released the handles. Mr. Lee, holding his gun to her, said, "Well?" "Let's go," she said. "Back to the United States. Turn me over to the FBI. It doesn't matter." "What did you see?" Mr. Lee said with curiosity. "I won't tell you." "But I can learn it anyhow, from your mind." He was probing now, listening with his head cocked on one side, the corners of his mouth turned down as if he was pouting. "I don't call that much," he said. "Mercer looks you in the face and says he can't do anything for you. Is this the man you'd laid down your life for, you and the others? You're ill." "In the Society of the Insane," Joan said, "the sick are well." "What nonsense," Mr. Lee said. To Bogart Crofts, Mr. Lee said, "It was interesting. She became a Mercerite directly in front of me, the latency transforming itself into actuality. It proved I was correct in what I previously read in her mind." "We'll have Meritan picked up any time now," Crofts said to his superior, Secretary Herrick. "He left the television studio in Los Angeles where he got news of Mercer's severe injury. After that, no one seems to know what he did. He did not return to his apartment. The local police picked up his empathy box, and he was beyond a doubt not on the premises." "Where is Joan Hiyashi?" Crofts asked. "Being held now in New York," Mr. Lee said. On what charge? Crofts asked Secretary Herrick. Political agitation inimical to the safety of the United States. Smiling, Mr. Lee said, and arrested by a communist official in Cuba. It is a Zen paradox which no doubt fails to delight Miss Hiyashi. Meanwhile, Bogart Crofts reflected, empathy boxes were being collected in huge quantities. Soon their destruction would begin. Within 48 hours, most of the empathy boxes in the United States would no longer exist, including the one here in his office. It still rested on his desk, untouched. It was he who originally had asked that it be brought in, and in all this time he had kept his hands off it, had never yielded. Now he walked over to it. What would happen, he asked Mr. Lee, if I took hold of these two handles? There's no television set here. I have no idea what Wilbur Mercer is doing right now. In fact, for all that I know, now he's finally dead. Mr. Lee said, If you grip the handles, sir, you will enter I hesitate to use the word, but it seems to apply, a mystical communion with Mr. Mercer, wherever he is. You will share his suffering, as you know, but that is not all. You will also participate in his— Mr. Lee reflected. Worldview is not the correct term. Ideology? No. Secretary Herrick suggested, What about trance state? Perhaps that is it, Mr. Lee said, frowning. No, that is not it either. No word will do, and that is the entire point. It cannot be described. It must be experienced. I'll try, Crofts decided. No, Mr. Lee said, not if you are following my advice. I would warn you away from it. I saw Miss Hiyashi do it, and I saw the change in her. Would you have tried paracodine when it was popular with rootless cosmopolite masses? He sounded angry. I have tried paracodine, Crofts said. It did absolutely nothing for me. What do you want done, Bogue? Secretary Herrick asked him. Shrugging, Bogart Crofts said, I mean, I could see no reason for anyone liking it, wanting to become addicted to it. And at last he took hold of the two handles of the empathy box. 5. Walking slowly in the rain, Ray Maritan said to himself, They got my empathy box, and if I go back to the apartment, they'll get me. His telepathic talent had saved him. As he entered the building, he had picked up the thoughts of the gang of city police. It was now past midnight. The trouble is, I'm too well known, he realized, from my damned TV show. No matter where I go, I'll be recognized. At least, anywhere on Earth. Where is Wilbur Mercer? He asked himself. In this solar system or somewhere beyond it? Under a different sun entirely? Maybe we'll never know. Or at least I'll never know. But did it matter? Wilbur Mercer was somewhere. That was all that was important. And there was always a way to reach him. The empathy box was always there, or at least had been until the police raids. And Maritan had a feeling that the distribution company which had supplied the empathy boxes, and which led a shadowy existence anyhow, would find a way around the police. If he was right about them. Ahead in the rainy darkness, he saw the red lights of a bar. He turned and entered it. To the bartender, he said, Look, do you have an empathy box? I'll pay you $100 for the use of it. The bartender, a big burly man with hairy arms, said, Nah, I don't have nothing like that. Go on. The people at the bar watched, and one of them said, Those are illegal now. Hey, it's Ray Maritan, another said, the jazz man. Another man said lazily, Play some gray-green jazz for us, jazz man. He sipped at his mug of beer. Maritan started out of the bar. Wait, the bartender said. Hold on, buddy. Go to this address. He wrote on a match folder, then held it out to Maritan. How much do I owe you? Maritan said. Oh, $5 ought to do it. Maritan paid and left the bar, the match folder in his pocket. It's probably the address of the local police station, he said to himself, but I'll give it a try anyhow. If I could get to an empathy box one more time. The address which the bartender had given him was an old, decaying wooden building in downtown Los Angeles. He rapped on the door and stood waiting. The door opened. A middle-aged, heavy woman in bathrobe and furry slippers peeped out at him. "I'm not the police," he said. "I'm a Mercerite. Can I use your empathy box?" The door gradually opened. The woman scrutinized him and evidently believed him, although she said nothing. "Sorry to bother you so late," he apologized. "What happened to you, mister?" the woman said. "You look bad." "It's Wilbur Mercer," Ray said. "He's hurt." "Turn it on," the woman said, leading him with shuffling into a dark, cold parlor, where a parrot slept in a huge bent brass wire cage. There, on an old-fashioned radio cabinet, he saw the empathy box. He felt relief creep over him at the sight of it. "Don't be shy," the woman said. "Thanks," he said, and took hold of the handles. A voice said in his ear, "We'll use the girl. She'll lead us to Maritan. I was right to hire her in the first place." Ray Maritan did not recognize the voice. It was not that of Wilbur Mercer. But even so, bewildered, he held tightly onto the handles, listening. He remained frozen there, hands extended, clutching. "The non-T-Force has appealed to the most credulous segment of our community, but this segment, I firmly believe, is being manipulated by a cynical minority of opportunists at the top, such as Maritan. They're cashing in on this Wilbur Mercer craze for their own pocketbooks." The voice, self-assured, droned on. Ray Maritan felt fear as he heard it. For this was someone on the other side, he realized. Somehow he had gotten into empathic contact with him, and not with Wilbur Mercer. Or had Mercer done this deliberately, arranged this? He listened on, and now he heard, "Have to get the Hiyashi girl out of New York and back here, where we can quiz her further." The voice added, "As I told Herrick," the Secretary of State. This was someone in the State Department, thinking, Maritan realized, thinking about Joan. Perhaps this was the official at State who had hired her. Then she wasn't in Cuba. She was in New York. What had gone wrong? The whole implication was that State had merely made use of Joan to get at him. He released the handles, and the voice faded from his presence. "Did you find him?" the middle-aged woman asked. Yes," Maritan said, disconcerted, trying to orient himself in the unfamiliar room. "How is he? Is he well?" "I don't know right now," Maritan answered, truthfully. He thought, "I must go to New York and try to help Joan. She's in this because of me. I have no choice. Even if they catch me because of it, how can I desert her?" Bogart Crofts said, "I didn't get Mercer." He walked away from the empathy box, then turned to glare at it, balefully. "I got Maritan, but I don't know where he is. At the moment I took hold of the handles of this box, Maritan took hold somewhere else. We were connected, and now he knows everything I know, and we know everything he knows, which isn't much." Dazed, he turned to Secretary Herrick. "He doesn't know any more about Wilbur Mercer than we do. He was trying to reach him. He definitely is not Mercer." Crofts was silent then. "There's more," Herrick said, turning to Mr. Lee. "What else did he get from Maritan, Mr. Lee?" "Maritan is coming to New York to try to find Joan Hiyashi," Mr. Lee said, obligingly reading Crofts' mind. "He got that from Mr. Maritan during the moment their minds were fused." "We'll prepare to receive Mr. Maritan," Secretary Herrick said with a grimace. Did I experience what you telepaths engage in all the time? Crofts asked Mr. Lee. Only when one of us comes close to another telepath, Mr. Lee said. It can be unpleasant. We avoid it because if the two minds are thoroughly dissimilar and hence clash, it is psychologically harmful. I would assume you and Mr. Meritan clashed. Crofts said, Listen, how can we continue with this? I know now that Meritan is innocent. He doesn't know a damn thing about Mercer or the organization that distributes these boxes except its name. There was momentary silence. But he is one of the few celebrities who has joined the Mercerites, Secretary Herrick pointed out. He handed a teletype dispatch to Crofts. And he has done it openly. If you'll take the trouble to read this, I know he affirmed his loyalty to Mercer on this evening's TV program, Crofts said, trembling. When you're dealing with a non-T force originating from another solar system entirely, Secretary Herrick said, you must move with care. We will still try to take Meritan, and definitely through Miss Hiyashi. We'll release her from jail and have her followed. When Meritan makes contact with her... To Crofts, Mr. Lee said, Don't say what you intend, Mr. Crofts. It will permanently damage your career. Crofts said, Herrick, this is wrong. Meritan is innocent, and so is Joan Hiyashi. If you try to trap Meritan, I'll resign from state. Write out your resignation and hand it to me, Secretary Herrick said. His face was dark. This is unfortunate, Mr. Lee said. I would guess that your contact with Mr. Meritan warped your judgment, Mr. Crofts. He has influenced you malignly. Shake it off, for the sake of your long career and country, not to mention your family. What we're doing is wrong, Crofts repeated. Secretary Herrick stared at him angrily. No wonder those empathy boxes have done harm. Now I've seen it with my own eyes. I wouldn't turn back on any condition now. He picked up the empathy box which Crofts had used. Lifting it high, he dropped it to the floor. The box cracked open and then settled in a heap of irregular surfaces. Don't consider that a childish act, he said. I want any contact between us and Meritan broken. It can only be harmful. If we capture him, Crofts said, he may continue to exert influence over us. He amended his statement. Or rather over me. Be that as it may, I intend to continue, Secretary Herrick said. And please present your resignation, Mr. Crofts. I intend to act on that matter as well. He looked grim and determined. Mr. Lee said, Secretary, I can read Mr. Crofts' mind, and I see that he is stunned at this moment. He is the innocent victim of a situation arranged perhaps by Wilbur Mercer to spread confusion among us. And if you accept Mr. Crofts' resignation, Mercer will have succeeded. It doesn't matter whether he accepts it or not, Crofts said, because in any case I'm resigning. Sighing, Mr. Lee said, The empathy box made you suddenly into an involuntary telepath, and it was just too much. He patted Mr. Crofts on the shoulder. Telepathic power and empathy are two versions of the same thing. It should be called telepathic box. Amazing, those non-T individuals. They can build what we can only evolve. Since you can read my mind, Crofts said to him, you know what I'm planning to do. I have no doubt you'll tell Secretary Herrick. Grinning blandly, Mr. Lee said, The Secretary and I are cooperating in the interest of world peace. We both have our instructions. To Herrick, he said, This man is so upset that he now actually considers switching over, joining the Mercerites before all the boxes are destroyed. He liked being an involuntary telepath. If you switch, Herrick said, you'll be arrested. I promise it. Crofts said nothing. He has not changed his mind, Mr. Lee said urbanely, nodding to both men, apparently amused by the situation. But underneath, Mr. Lee was thinking, a brilliant, bold type of stroke by the thing that calls itself Wilbur Mercer, this hooking up of Crofts with Maritan direct. It undoubtedly foresaw that Crofts would receive the strong emanations from the movement's core. The next step is that Crofts will again consult an empathy box, if he can find one, and this time Mercer itself will address him personally, address its new disciple. They have gained a man, Mr. Lee realized. They are ahead. But ultimately we will win, because ultimately we will manage to destroy all the empathy boxes, and without them Wilbur Mercer can do nothing. This is the only way he has, or it has, of reaching and controlling people, as it has done here with unfortunate Mr. Crofts. Without the empathy boxes, the movement is helpless. 6. At the UWA desk, at Rocky Field in New York City, Joan Hiyashi said to the uniformed clerk, "I want to buy a one-way ticket to Los Angeles on the next flight. Jet or rocket, it doesn't matter. I just want to get there." "First class or tourist?" the clerk asked. "Aw, hell," Joan said wearily. "Just sell me a ticket. Any kind of a ticket." She opened her purse. As she started to pay for the ticket, a hand stopped hers. She turned, and there stood Ray Maritan, his face twisting with relief. "What a place to try to pick up your thoughts," he said. "Come on, let's go where it's quiet. You have 10 minutes before your flight." They hurried together through the building until they came to a deserted ramp. There they stopped, and Joan said, "Listen, Ray, I know it's a trap for you. That's why they let me out. But where else can I go except to you?" Ray said, "Don't worry about it. They were bound to pick me up sooner or later. I'm sure they know I left California and came here." He glanced around. "No FBI agents near us yet. At least I don't pick up anything suggesting it." He lit a cigarette. "I don't have any reason to go back to L.A., Joan said, "now that you're here. I might as well cancel my flight." "You know they're picking up and destroying all the empathy boxes they can," Ray said. "No," she said. "I didn't know. I was just released half an hour ago. That's dreadful. They really mean business." Ray laughed. "Let's say they're really frightened." He put his arm around her and kissed her. "I tell you what we'll do. We'll try to sneak out of this place, go to the Lower East Side and rent a little cold water walk-up. We'll hide out and find an empathy box they missed." But, he thought, it's unlikely. They probably have them all by now. There weren't that many to start with. "Anything you say," Joan said drably. "Do you love me?" he asked her. "I can read your mind. You do." And then he said quietly, "I can also read the mind of a Mr. Louis Scanlon, an FBI man who's now at the UWA desk. What name did you give?" "Mrs. George McIsaacs," Joan said. "I think." She examined her ticket and envelope. "Yes, that's right. But Scanlon is asking if a Japanese woman has been at the desk in the last 15 minutes, Ray said. "And the clerk remembers you. So—" He took hold of Joan's arm. "We better get started." They hurried down the deserted ramp, passed through an electric eye-operated door, and came out in a baggage lobby. Everyone there was far too busy to pay attention as Ray Maritan and Joan threaded their way to the street door and, a moment later, stepped out onto the chill gray sidewalk where cabs had parked in a long double row. Joan started to hail a cab. "Wait," Ray said, pulling her back. "I'm getting a jumble of thoughts. One of the cab drivers is an FBI man, but I can't tell which." He stood uncertainly, not knowing what to do. "We can't get away, can we?" Joan said. "It's going to be hard." To himself he thought, more like impossible. You're right. He experienced the girl's confused, frightened thoughts, her anxiety about him, that she had made it possible for them to locate and capture him, her fierce desire not to return to jail, her pervasive bitterness at having been betrayed by Mr. Lee, the Chinese communist big shot, who had met her in Cuba. "What a life," Jones said, standing close to him. And still he did not know which cab to take. One precious second after another escaped as he stood there. "Listen," he said to Joan, "maybe we should separate." "No," she said, clinging to him. "I can't stand to do it alone any more. Please." A bewhiskered peddler walked up to them with a tray suspended by a cord which ran about his neck. "Hi, folks," he mumbled. "Not now," Joan said to him. "Free sample of breakfast cereal," the peddler said. "No cost. Just take a box, miss. You, mister, take one." He extended the tray of small, gaily colored cartons toward Ray. Strange, Ray thought. I'm not picking up anything from this man's mind. He stared at the peddler, saw, or thought he saw, a peculiar insubstantiality to the man, a diffused quality. Ray took one of the samples of breakfast cereal. "Merry Meal, it's called," the peddler said. "A new product they're introducing to the public. There's a coupon inside. Entitles you to—" "Okay," Ray said, sticking the box in his pocket. He took hold of Joan and led her along the line of cabs. He chose one at random and opened the rear door. "Get in," he said urgently to her. "I took a sample of Merry Meal, too," she said with a wan smile as he seated himself beside her. The cab started up, left the lane, and pulled past the entrance of the airfield terminal. "Ray, there was something strange about that salesman. It was as if he wasn't actually there, as if he was nothing more than a picture." As the cab drove down the auto ramp, away from the terminal, another cab left the line and followed after them. Twisting, Ray saw riding in the back of it 2 well-fed men in dark business suits. FBI men, he said to himself. Jones said, "Didn't that cereal salesman remind you of anyone?" "Who?" "A little of Wilbur Mercer? But I haven't seen him enough to—" Ray grabbed the cereal box from her hand, tore the cardboard top from it. Poking up from the dry cereal, he saw the corner of the coupon the peddler had spoken about. He lifted out the coupon, held it up, and studied it. The coupon said in large, clear printing, "How to assemble an empathy box from ordinary household objects." "It was them," he said to Joan. He put the coupon carefully away in his pocket. Then he changed his mind. Folding it up, he tucked it in the cuff of his trousers, where the FBI possibly wouldn't find it. Behind them, the other cab came closer, and now he picked up the thoughts of the 2 men. They were FBI agents. He had been right. He settled back against the seat. There was nothing to do but wait. Jones said, "Could I have the other coupon?" "Sorry." He got out the other cereal package. She opened it, found the coupon inside, and, after a pause, folded it and hid it in the hem of her skirt. "I wonder how many there are of those so-called peddlers," Ray said musingly. "I'd be interested to know how many free samples of Merry Meal they're going to manage to give away before they're caught." The first ordinary household object needed was a common radio set. He had noticed that. The second, the filament from a 5-year light bulb. And next, he'd have to look again, but now was not the time. The other cab had drawn abreast with theirs. Later. And if the authorities found the coupon in the cuff of his trousers, they, he knew, would somehow manage to bring him another. He put his arm around Joan. "I think we'll be all right." The other cab now was nosing theirs to the curb, and the 2 FBI men were waving in a menacing, official manner to the driver to stop. "Shall I stop?" the driver said tensely to Ray. "Sure," he said, and, taking a deep breath, prepared himself. The War with the Fnools. Captain Edgar Lightfoot of CIA said, "Darn it, the Fnools are back again, Major. They've taken over Provo, Utah." With a groan, Major Hauk signaled his secretary to bring him the Fnools dossier from the locked archives. "What form are they assuming this time?" he asked briskly. "Tiny real estate salesman," Lightfoot said. Last time, Major Hauk reflected, it had been filling station attendants. That was the thing about the Fnools. When one took a particular shape, they all took that shape. Of course, it made detection for CIA fieldmen much easier, but it did make the Fnools look absurd, and Hauk did not enjoy fighting an absurd enemy. It was a quality which tended to diffuse over both sides, and even up to his own office. "Do you think they'd come to terms?" Hauk said, half rhetorically. "We could afford to sacrifice Provo, Utah, if they'd be willing to circumscribe themselves there. We could even add those portions of Salt Lake City which are paved with hideous old red brick." Lightfoot said, "Fnools never compromise, Major. Their goal is Sol system domination. For all time." Leaning over Major Hauk's shoulder, Miss Smith said, "Here is the Fnools dossier, sir." With her free hand, she pressed the top of her blouse against herself in a gesture indicating either advanced tuberculosis or advanced modesty. There were certain indications that it was the latter. "Miss Smith," Major Hauk complained, "here are the Fnools trying to take over the Sol system, and I'm handed their dossier by a woman with a 42-inch bosom. Isn't that a trifle schizophrenic, for me at least?" He carefully averted his eyes from her, remembering his wife and the 2 children. "Wear something else from here on out," he told her, "or swaddle yourself. I mean, my God, let's be reasonable. Let's be realistic."
"Yes, Major," Miss Smith said, "but remember, I was selected at random from the CIA employees pool. I didn't ask to be your secretary."
With Captain Lightfoot beside him, Major Hauk laid out the documents that made up the Fnools dossier. In the Smithsonian, there was a huge Fnools, standing 3 feet high, stuffed and preserved in a natural habitat-type cubicle. School children for years had marveled at this Fnools, which was shown with pistol aimed at Terran innocents. By pressing a button, the school children caused the Terrans, not stuffed but imitation, to flee, whereupon the Fnools extinguished them with its advanced solar-powered weapon, and the exhibit reverted to its original stately scene, ready to begin all over again. Major Hauk had seen the exhibit, and it made him uneasy. The Fnools, he had declared time and time again, were no joke, but there was something about a Fnools that, well, a Fnools was an idiotic life form. That was the basis of it. No matter what it imitated, it retained its midget aspect. A Fnools looked like something given away free at supermarket openings, along with balloons and moist purple orchids. No doubt, Major Hauk had ruminated, it was a survival factor. It disarmed the Fnools' opponents. Even the name. It was just not possible to take them seriously, even at this very moment when they were infesting Provo, Utah, in the form of miniature real estate salesmen. Hauk instructed, "Capture a Fnools in this current guise, Lightfoot. Bring it to me and I'll parley. I feel like capitulating this time. I've been fighting them for 20 years now. I'm worn out." "If you get one face-to-face with you," Lightfoot cautioned, "it may successfully imitate you, and that would be the end. We would have to incinerate both of you, just to be on the safe side." Gloomily, Hauk said, "I'll set up a key password situation with you right now, Captain. The word is masticate. I'll use it in a sentence. For instance, I've got to thoroughly masticate these data. The Fnools won't know that, correct?"
"Yes, Major."
Captain Lightfoot sighed and left the CIA office at once, hurrying to the copter field across the street to begin his trip to Provo, Utah. But he had a feeling of foreboding. When his copter landed at the end of Provo Canyon, on the outskirts of the town, he was at once approached by a 2-foot-high man in a gray business suit carrying a briefcase. "Good morning, sir," the Fnools piped.
Care to look at some choice lots, all with unobstructed views? Can be subdivided into—"
"Get in the copter," Lightfoot said, aiming his Army-issue .45 at the Fnool.
"Listen, my friend," the Fnool said in a jolly tone of voice. "I can see you've never really given any hard-headed thought to the meaning of our race, having landed on your planet. Why don't we step into the office a moment and sit down?"
The Fnool indicated a nearby small building in which Lightfoot saw a desk and chairs. Over the office there was a sign, Early Bird Land Development Incorporated.
"The early bird catches the worm," the Fnool declared, "and the spoils go to the winner, Captain Lightfoot. By nature's laws, if we manage to infest your planet and preempt you, we've got all the forces of evolution and biology on our side."
The Fnool beamed cheerily. Lightfoot said, "There's a CIA major back in Washington, D.C., who's on to you."
"Major Hauk has defeated us twice," the Fnool admitted. "We respect him, but he's a voice crying in the wilderness, in this country at least. You know perfectly well, Captain, that the average American viewing that exhibit at the Smithsonian merely smiles in a tolerant fashion. There's just no awareness of the menace."
By now, 2 other Fnools, also in the form of tiny real estate salesmen in gray business suits carrying briefcases, had approached.
"Look," one said to the other, "Charlie's captured a Terran." "No," its companion disagreed. "The Terran captured him."
"All 3 of you get in the CIA copter," Lightfoot ordered, waving his .45 at them.
"You're making a mistake," the first Fnool said, shaking its head. "But you're a young man. You'll mature in time."
It walked to the copter. Then, all at once, it spun and cried,
"Death to the Terrans!"
Its briefcase whipped up. A bolt of pure solar energy whined past Lightfoot's right ear. Lightfoot dropped to one knee and squeezed the trigger of the .45. The Fnool, in the doorway of the copter, pitched head forward and lay with its briefcase beside it. The other 2 Fnools watched as Lightfoot cautiously kicked the briefcase away.
"Young," one of the remaining Fnools said, "but with quick reflexes. Did you see the way he dropped on one knee?" "Terrans are no joke," the other agreed. "We've got an uphill battle ahead of us." "As long as you're here," the first of the remaining Fnools said to Lightfoot, "why don't you put a small deposit down on some valuable unimproved land we've got a listing for? I'll be glad to run you out to have a look at it. Water and electricity available at a slight additional cost."
"Get in the copter," Lightfoot repeated, aiming his gun steadily at them. In Berlin, an Oberstleutnant of the SHD, the Sicherheitsdienst, the West German Security Service, approaching his commanding officer, saluted in what is termed Roman style and said,
"General, die Fnoolen sind wieder zurück. Was sollen wir jetzt tun?"
"The Fnools are back,"
Hochflieger said, horrified.
"Already? But it was only 3 years ago that we uncovered their network and eradicated them."
Jumping to his feet, General Hochflieger paced about his cramped temporary office in the basement of the Bundesratgebäude, his large hands clasped behind his back.
"And what guise this time? Assistant Ministers of Domestic Finance as before?"
"No, sir," the Oberstleutnant said. "They have come as gear inspectors of the VW works. Brown suit, clipboard, thick glasses, middle-aged. Fussy. And, as before, nur 6/10 of a meter high."
"What I detest about the Fnools," Hochflieger said, "is their ruthless use of science in the service of destruction, especially their medical techniques. They almost defeated us with that virus infection suspended in the gum on the backs of multicolor commemorative stamps."
"A desperate weapon," his subordinate agreed, "but rather too fantastic to be successful ultimately. This time they'll probably rely on crushing force combined with an absolutely synchronized timetable."
"Selbstverständlich," Hochflieger agreed. but we've nonetheless got to react and defeat them. Inform Terpol.
That was the Terra-wide organization of counterintelligence with headquarters on Luna.
Where specifically have they been detected?
In Schweinfurt only so far.
Perhaps we should obliterate the Schweinfurt area.
They'll only turn up elsewhere.
True.
Hochflieger brooded.
What we must do is pursue Operation Hundefutter to successful culmination.
Hundefutter had developed for the West German government a subspecies of Terrans 0.6 of a meter high and capable of assuming a variety of forms. They would be used to penetrate the network of Fnools activity and destroy it from within. Hundefutter, financed by the Krupp family, had been held in readiness for just this moment.
I'll activate Kommando Einsatzgruppe 2,
his subordinate said.
As counter-Fnools, they can begin to drop behind Fnools lines near the Schweinfurt area immediately. By nightfall, the situation should be in our hands.
Gruß Gott,
Hochflieger prayed, nodding.
Well, get the commandos started, and we'll keep our ears open to see how it proceeds.
If it failed, he realized, more desperate measures would have to be initiated. The survival of our race is at stake, Hochflieger said to himself. The next 4,000 years of history will be determined by the brave act of a member of the SHD at this hour. Perhaps myself. He paced about, meditating on that. In Warsaw, the local chief of the People's Protective Agency for Preserving the Democratic Process, the NNBNDL, read the coded teletype dispatch several times as he sat at his desk, drinking tea and eating a late breakfast of sweet rolls and Polish ham. This time disguised as chess players, Serge Nikov said to himself, and each Fnool making use of the Queen's Pawn opening, QP to Q3. A weak opening, he reflected, especially against KP to K4, even if they draw white. But still a potentially dangerous situation. On a piece of official stationery he wrote, "Select out class of chess players employing Queen's Pawn opening." For invigorating forest renewal team, he decided. Fnools are small, but they can plant saplings. We must get some use out of them. Seeds. They can plant sunflower seeds for our tundra removal vegetable oil venture. A year of hard physical work, he decided, and they'll think twice before they invade Terra again. On the other hand, we could make a deal with them, offer them an alternative to invigorating forest renewal activity. They could enter the army as a special brigade and be used in Chile, in the rugged mountains. Being only 61 centimeters high, many of them could be packed into a single nuclear sub for transport. But can Fnools be trusted? The thing he hated most about Fnools, and he had learned to know them in their previous invasions of Terra, was their deceitfulness. Last time they had taken the physical form of a troupe of ethnic dancers, and what dancers they had turned out to be. They had massacred an audience in Leningrad before anyone could intervene. Men, women, and children all dead on the spot by weapons of ingenious design and sturdy, although monotonous construction, which had masqueraded as folk instruments of a 5-stringed variety. It could never happen again. All democratic lands were alert now. Special youth groups had been set up to keep vigil. But something new, such as this chess player deception, could succeed as well, especially in small towns in the East Republics, where chess players were enthusiastically welcomed. From a hidden compartment in his desk, Serge Nikov brought out the special non-dial phone, picked up the receiver, and said into the mouthpiece, "Fnools back, in North Caucasus area. Better get as many tanks as possible lined up to accept their advance as they attempt to spread out. Contain them, and then cut directly through their center, bisecting them repeatedly until they're splintered and can be dealt with in small bands." "Yes, Political Officer Nikov." Serge Nikov hung up and resumed eating his, now cold, late breakfast. As Captain Lightfoot piloted the copter back to Washington, D.C., one of the two captured Fnools said,
"How is it that no matter what guise we come in, you Terrans can always detect us? We've appeared on your planet as filling station attendants, Volkswagen gear inspectors, chess champions, folk singers, complete with native instruments, minor government officials, and now real estate salesmen."
Lightfoot said, "It's your size."
"That concept conveys nothing to us."
"You're only 2 feet tall." The two Fnools conferred, and then the other Fnool patiently explained,
"But size is relative. We have all the absolute qualities of Terrans embodied in our temporary forms, and according to obvious logic—"
"Look," Lightfoot said, "stand here next to me." The Fnool, in its gray business suit, carrying its briefcase, came cautiously up to stand beside him. "You just come up to my kneecap," Lightfoot pointed out. "I'm 6 feet high. You're only 1/3 as tall as I. In a group of Terrans, you Fnools stand out like an egg in a barrel of kosher pickles."
"Is that a folk saying?" the Fnool asked. "I'd better write that down."
From its coat pocket, it produced a tiny ballpoint pen no longer than a match.
"Egg in barrel of pickles. Quaint. I hope, when we've wiped out your civilization, that some of your ethnic customs will be preserved by our museums."
"I hope so, too," Lightfoot said, lighting a cigarette. The other Fnool, pondering, said,
"I wonder if there's any way we can grow taller. Is it a racial secret preserved by your people?"
Noticing the burning cigarette dangling between Lightfoot's lips, the Fnool said,
"Is that how you achieve unnatural height? By burning that stick of compressed dried vegetable fibers and inhaling the smoke?"
"Yes," Lightfoot said, handing the cigarette to the 2-foot-high Fnool. "That's our secret. Cigarette smoking makes you grow. We have all our offspring, especially teenagers, smoke. Everyone that's young."
"I'm going to try it,"
the Fnool said to its companion. Placing the cigarette between its lips, it inhaled deeply. Lightfoot blinked, because the Fnool was now 4 feet high, and its companion instantly imitated it. Both Fnools were twice as high as before. Smoking the cigarette had augmented the Fnool's height incredibly by 2 whole feet.
"Thank you,"
the now 4-foot-high real estate salesman said to Lightfoot, in a much deeper voice than before.
"We are certainly making bold strides, are we not?"
Nervously, Lightfoot said, "Give me back the cigarette." In his office at the CIA building, Major Julius Houck pressed a button on his desk, and Miss Smith alertly opened the door and entered the room, dictation pad in hand.
"Miss Smith," Major Houck said, "Captain Lightfoot's away. Now I can tell you. The Fnools are going to win this time. As senior officer in charge of defeating them, I'm about to give up and go down to the bomb-proof shelter constructed for hopeless situations such as this."
"I'm sorry to hear that, sir," Miss Smith said, her long eyelashes fluttering. "I've enjoyed working for you."
"But you, too," Houck explained. "All Terrans are wiped out. Our defeat is planet-wide."
Opening a drawer of his desk, he brought out an unopened 5th of Bullock-and-Lade scotch, which he had been given as a birthday present.
"I'm going to finish this B&L scotch off first," he informed Miss Smith. "Will you join me?"
"No, thank you, sir," Miss Smith said. "I'm afraid I don't drink, at least during the daylight hours." Major Houck drank for a moment from a Dixie cup, then tried a little more from the bottle just to be sure it was scotch all the way to the bottom. At last he put it down and said,
"It's hard to believe that our backs could be put to the wall by creatures no larger than domestic orange-striped tomcats, but such is the case."
He nodded courteously to Miss Smith.
"I'm off for the concrete subsurface bomb-proof shelter, where I hope to hold out after the general collapse of life as we know it."
"Good for you, Major Houck," Miss Smith said, a little uneasily. "But Are you just going to leave me here to become a captive of the Fnools? I mean, her sharply pointed breasts quivered in becoming unison beneath her blouse. It seems sort of mean.
You have nothing to fear from the Fnools, Miss Smith, Major Houck said. After all, 2 feet tall. He gestured. Even a neurotic young woman could scarcely...
He laughed.
Really?
But it's a terrible feeling, Miss Smith said, to be abandoned in the face of what we know to be an unnatural enemy from another planet entirely.
I tell you what, Major Houck said thoughtfully. Perhaps I'll break a series of strict CIA rulings and allow you to go below to the shelter with me.
Putting down her pad and pencil and hurrying over to him, Miss Smith breathed, "Oh, Major, how can I thank you?"
Just come along,
Major Houck said, leaving the bottle of B&L scotch behind in his haste, the situation being what it was. Miss Smith clung to him as he made his way a trifle unsteadily down the corridor to the elevator.
Drat that scotch, he murmured. Miss Smith, Vivian, you were wise not to touch it. Given the corticothalamic reaction we are all experiencing in the face of the Fnoolian peril, scotch isn't the beneficial balm it generally is.
"Here," his secretary said, sliding under his arm to help prop him up as they waited for the elevator. "Try to stand firm, Major. It won't be long now."
You have a point there, Major Houck agreed. Vivian, my dear.
The elevator came at last. It was the self-service type. "You're being really very kind to me," Miss Smith said as the Major pressed the proper button and the elevator began to descend.
Well, it may prolong your life, Major Houck agreed. Of course, that far underground. The average temperature is much greater than at the Earth's surface. Like a deep mine shaft, it runs in the near hundreds.
"But at least we'll be alive," Miss Smith pointed out. Major Houck removed his coat and tie.
Be prepared for the humid warmth, he told her. Here, perhaps you would like to remove your coat.
"Yes," Miss Smith said, allowing him, in his gentlemanly way, to remove her coat. The elevator arrived at the shelter. No one was there ahead of them, fortunately. They had the shelter all to themselves. "It is stuffy down here," Miss Smith said as Major Houck switched on one dim yellow light. "Oh dear," she stumbled over something in the gloom. "It's so hard to see." Again she stumbled over some object. This time she half fell. "Shouldn't we have more light, Major?"
"What, and attract the Fnools?"
In the dark, Major Houck felt about until he located her. Miss Smith had toppled onto one of the shelter's many bunks and was groping about for her shoe. "I think I broke the heel off," Miss Smith said.
"Well, at least you got away with your life," Major Houck said, "if nothing else."
In the gloom, he began to assist her in removing her other shoe, it being worthless now. "How long will we be down here?" Miss Smith asked.
"As long as the Fnools are in control," Major Houck informed her. "You'd better change into radiation-proof garb in case the rotten little non-terrestrials try H-bombing the White House. Here, I'll take your blouse and skirt. There should be overalls somewhere around."
"You're being really kind to me," Miss Smith breathed as she handed him her blouse and skirt. "I can't get over it."
"I think," Major Houck said, "I'll change my mind and go back up for that scotch. We'll be down here longer than I anticipated, and we'll need something like that as the solitude frays our nerves. You stay here."
He felt his way back to the elevator. "Don't be gone long," Miss Smith called anxiously after him. "I feel terribly exposed and unprotected down here alone, and what is more, I can't seem to find that radiation-proof garb you spoke of."
"Be right back,"
Major Houck promised. At the field opposite the CIA building, Captain Lightfoot landed the copter with the 2 captive Fnools aboard.
"Get moving,"
he instructed them, digging the muzzle of his Service 45 into their small ribs.
"It's because he's bigger than us, Len," one of the Fnools said to the other. "If we were the same size, he wouldn't dare treat us this way. But now we understand, finally, the nature of the Terran's superiority." "Yes," the other Fnool said. "The mystery of 20 years has been cleared up."
4 feet tall is still suspicious looking, Captain Lightfoot said. But he was thinking, if they grow from 2 feet to 4 feet in 1 instant just by smoking a cigarette, what's to stop them from growing 2 feet more? Then they'll be 6 feet and look exactly like us. And it's all my fault, he said to himself miserably. Major Houck will destroy me career-wise, if not body-wise. However, he continued on as best he could. The famous tradition of the CIA demanded it. "I'm taking you directly to Major Houck," he told the 2 Fnools. "He'll know what to do with you." When they reached Major Houck's office, no one was there. "This is strange," Captain Lightfoot said.
"Maybe Major Houck has beaten a hasty retreat," one of the Fnools said. "Does this tall amber bottle indicate anything?"
"That's a tall amber bottle of scotch," Lightfoot said, scrutinizing it. "And it indicates nothing. However," he removed the cap, "I'll try it, just to be on the safe side." After he had tried it, he found the 2 Fnools staring at him intently. "This is what Terrans deem drink," Lightfoot explained. "It would be bad for you."
"Possibly," one of the 2 Fnools said. "But while you were drinking from that bottle, I obtained your 45 service revolver. Hands up!"
Lightfoot reluctantly raised his hands.
"Give us that bottle," the Fnool said, "and let us try it for ourselves. We will be denied nothing, for in point of fact, Terran culture lies open before us."
"Drink will put an end to you," Lightfoot said desperately.
"As that burning tube of aged vegetable matter did?"
the nearer of the 2 Fnools said with contempt. It and its companion drained the bottle as Lightfoot watched. Sure enough, they now stood 6 feet high. And he knew, everywhere in the world, all Fnools had assumed equal stature. Because of him, the invasion of the Fnools would, this time, be successful. He had destroyed Terra.
"Cheers," the first Fnool said. "Down the hatch," the other said. "Ring-a-ding."
They studied Lightfoot.
"You've shrunk to our size." "No, Len," the other said. "We have expanded to his." "Then at last we're all equal," Len said. "We're finally a success. The magic defense of the Terrans, their unnatural size, has been eradicated."
At that point, a voice said, "Drop that 45 service revolver." And Major Houck stepped into the room behind the 2 thoroughly drunken Fnools.
"Well, I'll be goddamned," the first Fnool mumbled. "Look, Len, it's the man most responsible for previously defeating us." "And he's little," Len said. "Little, like us. We're all little now. I mean, we're all huge. God damn it, it's the same thing. Anyhow, we're equal."
It lurched toward Major Houck. Major Houck fired, and the Fnool named Len dropped. It was absolutely undeniably dead. Only one of the captured Fnools remained. "Edgar, they've increased in size," Major Houck said, pale. "Why?" "It's due to me," Lightfoot admitted. "First because of the cigarette, then second because of the scotch. Your scotch, Major, that your wife gave you on your last birthday. I admit their now being the same size as us makes them undistinguishable from us, but consider this, sir. What if they grew once more?" "I see your idea clearly," Major Houck said after a pause. "If 8 feet tall, the Fnools would be as conspicuous as they were when—" The captured Fnool made a dash for freedom. Major Houck fired, low, but it was too late. The Fnool was out into the corridor and racing toward the elevator. "Get it!" Major Houck shouted. The Fnool reached the elevator and without hesitation pressed the button. Some extraterrestrial Fnoolian knowledge guided its hand. "It's getting away," Lightfoot grated. Now the elevator had come. "It's going down to the bomb-proof shelter," Major Hauk yelled in dismay. "Good," Lightfoot said grimly. "We'll be able to capture it with no trouble." "Yes, but—" Major Hauk began, and then broke off. "You're right, Lightfoot. We must capture it. Once out on the street, it would be like any other man in a gray business suit carrying a briefcase." "How can it be made to grow again?" Lightfoot said as he and Major Hauk descended by means of the stairs. "A cigarette started it, then the scotch, both new to Fnools. What would complete their growth, make them a bizarre 8 feet tall?" He racked his brain as they dashed down and down, until at last the concrete and steel entrance of the shelter lay before them. The Fnool was already inside. "That's, Miss Smith, you hear," Major Hauk admitted. "She was, or rather actually, we were taking refuge from the invasion down here." Putting his weight against the door, Lightfoot swung it aside. Miss Smith at once hopped up, ran toward them, and a moment later clung to the two men, safe now from the Fnool. "Thank God," she gasped. "I didn't realize what it was until—" She shuddered. "Major," Captain Lightfoot said, "I think we've stumbled on it." Rapidly, Major Hauk said, "Captain, you get Miss Smith's clothes. I'll take care of the Fnool. There's no problem now." The Fnool, 8 feet high, came slowly toward them, its hands raised. Precious Artifact. Below the copter of Milt Biscoll lay newly fertile lands. He had done well with his area of Mars, verdant from his reconstruction of the ancient water network. Spring, 2 springs each year, had been brought to this autumn world of sand and hopping toads, a land once made of dried soil cracking with the dust of former times, of a dreary and unwatered waste, victim of the recent Prox-Terra conflict. Quite soon the first Terran emigrants would appear, stake their claims and take over. He could retire. Perhaps he could return to Terra, or bring his own family here, receive priority of land acquisition. As a reconstruct engineer, he deserved it. Area Yellow had progressed far faster than the other engineers' sections, and now his reward came. Reaching forward, Milt Biscoll touched the button of his long-range transmitter. "This is Reconstruct Engineer Yellow," he said. "I'd like a psychiatrist. Anyone will do, so long as he's immediately available." When Milt Biscoll entered the office, Dr. De Winter rose and held out his hand. "I've heard," Dr. De Winter said, "that you, of all the 40-odd Reconstruct engineers, have been the most creative. It's no wonder you're tired. Even God had to rest after 6 days of such work, and you've been at it for years. As I was waiting for you to reach me, I received a news memo from Terra that will interest you." He picked the memo up from his desk. "The initial transport of settlers is about to arrive here on Mars, and they'll go directly into your area. Congratulations, Mr. Biscoll." Rousing himself, Milt Biscoll said, "What if I return to Earth?" "But if you mean to stake a claim for your family, here—" Milt Biscoll said, "I want you to do something for me. I feel too tired, too—" he gestured. "Or depressed, maybe. Anyhow, I'd like you to make arrangements for my gear, including my WUG plant, to be put aboard a transport returning to Terra." 6 years of work," Dr. De Winter said, "and now you're abandoning your recompense. Recently I visited Earth, and it's just as you remember—" "How do you know how I remember it?" "Rather," De Winter corrected himself smoothly, "I should say it's just as it was. Overcrowded, tiny conapts with 7 families to a single cramped kitchen.
Audubon's so crowded you can't make a move until 11 in the morning.
For me, Milt Biscoe said, the overcrowding will be a relief after 6 years of robot autonomic equipment. He had made up his mind. In spite of what he had accomplished here, or perhaps because of it, he intended to go home, despite the psychiatrist's arguments. Dr. De Winter purred.
What if your wife and children, Milt, are among the passengers of this first transport?
Once more he lifted a document from his neatly arranged desk. He studied the paper, then said,
Biscoe, Fay Mrs., Laura C., June C., woman and 2 girl children. Your family?
Yes, Milt Biscoe admitted woodenly. He stared straight ahead.
So you see you can't head back to Earth. Put on your hair and prepare to meet them at Field 3. And exchange your teeth. You've got the stainless steel ones in at the moment.
Chagrined, Biscoe nodded. Like all Terrans, he had lost his hair and teeth from the fallout during the war. For everyday service in his lonely job of reconstructing yellow area of Mars, he made no use of the expensive wig which he had brought from Terra, and as to the teeth, he personally found the steel ones far more comfortable than the natural color plastic set. It indicated how far he had drifted from social interaction. He felt vaguely guilty. Dr. De Winter was right. But he had felt guilty ever since the defeat of the Proxman. The war had embittered him. It didn't seem fair that one of the two competing cultures would have to suffer since the needs of both were legitimate. Mars itself had been the locus of contention. Both cultures needed it as a colony on which to deposit surplus populations. Thank God Terra had managed to gain tactical mastery during the last year of the war. Hence it was Terrans, such as himself, and not Proxman, patching up Mars.
By the way, Dr. De Winter said, I happen to know of your intentions regarding your fellow Reconstruct engineers.
Milt Biscoe glanced up swiftly.
As a matter of fact, Dr. De Winter said, we know they're at this moment gathering in Red Area to hear your account.
Opening his desk drawer, he got out a yo-yo, stood up and began to operate it expertly, doing walking the dog.
Your panic-stricken speech to the effect that something is wrong, although you can't seem to say just what it might be.
Watching the yo-yo, Biscoe said, That's a toy popular in the Prox system. At least so I read in a homeopape article once.
I understood it originated in the Philippines.
Engrossed, Dr. De Winter now did Around the World. He did it well.
I'm taking the liberty of sending a disposition to the Reconstruct Engineers gathering, testifying to your mental condition. It will be read aloud, sorry to say.
I still intend to address the gathering, Biscoe said.
Well then, there's a compromise that occurs to me. Greet your little family when it arrives here on Mars, and then we'll arrange a trip to Terra for you, at our expense. And in exchange you'll agree not to address the gathering of Reconstruct engineers, or burden them in any way with your nebulous forebodings.
De Winter eyed him keenly.
After all, this is a critical moment. The first emigrants are arriving. We don't want trouble. We don't want to make anyone uneasy.
Would you do me a favor? Biscoe asked. Show me that you've got a wig on, and that your teeth are false, just so I can be sure that you're a Terran. Dr. De Winter tilted his wig and plucked out his set of false teeth. I'll take the offer, Milt Biscoe said, if you'll agree to make certain that my wife obtains the parcel of land I set aside for her. Nodding, De Winter tossed him a small white envelope.
Here's your ticket. Round trip, of course, since you'll be coming back.
I hope so, Biscoe thought as he picked up the ticket. But it depends on what I see on Terra, or rather, on what they let me see. He had a feeling they'd let him see very little. In fact, as little as proximately possible. When his ship reached Terra, a smartly uniformed guide waited for him. "Mr. Biscoe?" Trim and attractive and exceedingly young, she stepped forward alertly. "I'm Mary Abelseth, your tour plan companion. I'll show you around the planet during your brief stay here." She smiled brightly and very professionally. He was taken aback. "I'll be with you constantly, night and day." "Night, too?" he managed to say. "Yes, Mr. Biscoe, that's my job. We expect you to be disoriented due to your years of labor on Mars. Labor we of Terra applaud and honor, as is right." She fell in beside him, steering him toward a parked copter. "Where would you like to go first? New York City? Broadway? To the nightclubs and theaters and restaurants? No. To Central Park. To sit on a bench. But there is no more Central Park, Mr. Biscoe. It was turned into a parking lot for government employees while you were on Mars." "I see," Milt Biscoe said. "Well, then, Portsmouth Square in San Francisco will do." He opened the door of the copter. "That, too, has become a parking lot," Miss Abelseth said, with a sad shake of her long, luminous red hair. "We're so darn overpopulated. Try again, Mr. Biscoe. There are a few parks left. One in Kansas, I believe, and 2 in Utah, in the south part near St. George." "This is bad news," Milt said. "May I stop at that amphetamine dispenser and put in my dime? I need a stimulant to cheer me up." "Certainly," Miss Abelseth said, nodding graciously. Milt Biscoe walked to the spaceport's nearby stimulant dispenser, reached into his pocket, found a dime, and dropped the dime in the slot. The dime fell completely through the dispenser and bounced onto the pavement. "Odd," Biscoe said, puzzled. "I think I can explain that," Miss Abelseth said. "That dime of yours is a Martian dime, made for a lighter gravity." Milt Biscoe said as he retrieved the dime. As Miss Abelseth had predicted, he felt disoriented. He stood by as she put in a dime of her own and obtained the small tube of amphetamine stimulants for him. Certainly her explanation seemed adequate, but— "It is now 8 p.m. local time," Miss Abelseth said, "and I haven't had dinner, although of course you have aboard your ship. Why not take me to dinner? We can talk over a bottle of Pinot Noir, and you can tell me these vague forebodings which have brought you to Terra, that something dire is wrong, and that all your marvelous reconstruct work is pointless. I'd adore to hear about it." She guided him back to the copter, and the two of them entered, squeezing into the back seat together. Milt Biscoe found her to be warm and yielding, decidedly Terran. He became embarrassed and felt his heart pounding in effort syndrome. It had been some time since he had been this close to a woman. "Listen," he said as the automatic circuit of the copter caused it to rise from the spaceport parking lot. "I'm married. I've got 2 children, and I came here on business. I'm on Terra to prove that the Proxmen really won, and that we few remaining Terrans are slaves of the Prox authorities, laboring for—" He gave up. It was hopeless. Miss Abelseth remained pressed against him. "You really think," Miss Abelseth said presently as the copter passed above New York City, "that I'm a Prox agent?" No," Milt Biscoe said. "I guess not." It did not seem likely under the circumstances. "While you're on Terra," Miss Abelseth said, "why stay in an overcrowded, noisy hotel? Why not stay with me at my Connaught in New Jersey? There's plenty of room, and you're more than welcome." "Okay," Biscoe agreed, feeling the futility of arguing. "Good." Miss Abelseth gave an instruction to the copter. It turned north. "We'll have dinner there. It'll save money, and at all the decent restaurants there's a 2-hour line this time of night, so it's almost impossible to get a table. You've probably forgotten how wonderful it'll be when half our population can emigrate." "Yes," Biscoe said tightly, "and they'll like Mars. We've done a good job." He felt a measure of enthusiasm returning to him, a sense of pride in the reconstruct work he and his compatriots had done. Wait until you see it, Miss Abelseth. Call me Mary, Miss Abelseth said, as she arranged her heavy scarlet wig. It had become dislodged during the last few moments in the cramped quarters of the copter. Okay, Biscoe said, and, except for a nagging awareness of disloyalty to Faye, he felt a sense of well-being. Things happened fast on Terra, Mary Abelseth said, due to the terrible pressure of overpopulation. She pressed her teeth in place. They, too, had become dislodged. So I see, Milt Biscoe agreed, and straightened his own wig and teeth, too. Could I have been mistaken? He asked himself. After all, he could see the lights of New York below. Terra was decidedly not a depopulated ruin, and its civilization was intact. Or was this all an illusion, imposed on his percept system by Proc's psychiatric techniques unfamiliar to him? It was a fact that his dime had fallen completely through the amphetamine dispenser. Didn't that indicate something was subtly, terribly wrong? Perhaps the dispenser hadn't really been there. The next day, he and Mary Abelseth visited one of the few remaining parks. In the southern part of Utah, near the mountains, the park, although small, was bright green and attractive. Milt Biscoe lolled on the grass watching a squirrel progressing toward a tree in wicket-like leaps, its tail flowing behind it in a gray stream. No squirrels on Mars, Milt Biscoe said sleepily. Wearing a slight sunsuit, Mary Abelseth stretched out on her back, eyes shut. It's nice here, Milt. I imagine Mars is like this. Beyond the park, heavy traffic moved along the freeway. The noise reminded Milt of the surf of the Pacific Ocean. It lulled him. All seemed well, and he tossed a peanut to the squirrel. The squirrel veered, wicket-hopped toward the peanut, its intelligent face twitching in response. As it sat upright, holding the nut, Milt Biscoe tossed a second nut off to the right. The squirrel heard it land among the maple leaves. Its ears pricked up, and this reminded Milt of a game he once had played with a cat, an old sleepy Tom which had belonged to him and his brother in the days before Terra had been so overpopulated, when pets were still legal. He had waited until Pumpkin, the tomcat, was almost asleep, and then he had tossed a small object into the corner of the room. Pumpkin woke up. His eyes had flown open, and his ears had pricked, turned, and he had sat for 15 minutes listening and watching, brooding as to what had made the noise. It was a harmless way of teasing the old cat, and Milt felt sad, thinking how many years Pumpkin had been dead now, his last legal pet. On Mars, though, pets would be legal again. That cheered him. In fact, on Mars, during his years of reconstruct work, he had possessed a pet, a Martian plant. He had brought it with him to Terra, and it now stood on the living room coffee table in Mary Abelseth's connapt, its limbs draped rather unhappily. It had not prospered in the unfamiliar Terran climate. Strange, Milt murmured, that my wug plant isn't thriving. I'd have thought in such a moist atmosphere. It's the gravity, Mary said, eyes still shut, her bosom rising and falling regularly. She was almost asleep. Too much for it. Milt regarded the supine form of the woman, remembering Pumpkin under similar circumstances. The hypnagogic moment between waking and sleeping, when consciousness and unconsciousness became blended. Reaching, he picked up a pebble. He tossed the pebble into the leaves near Mary's head. At once she sat up, eyes open, startled, her sunsuit falling from her. Both her ears pricked up. But we Terrans, Milt said, have lost control of the musculature of our ears, Mary, on even a reflex basis. What? She murmured, blinking in confusion as she retied her sunsuit. Our ability to prick up our ears has atrophied, Milt explained. Unlike the dog and cat, although to examine us morphologically you wouldn't know because the muscles are still there. So you made an error. I don't know what you're talking about, Mary said with a trace of sullenness. She turned her attention entirely to arranging the bra of her sunsuit, ignoring him. "Let's go back to the Connaught," Milt said, rising to his feet. He no longer felt like lolling in the park because he could no longer believe in the park. Unreal squirrel, unreal grass. Was it actually? Would they ever show him the substance beneath the illusion? He doubted it. The squirrel followed them a short way as they walked to their parked copter, then turned its attention to a family of Terrans which included 2 small boys. The children threw nuts to the squirrel, and it scampered in vigorous activity. "Convincing," Milt said. And it really was. Mary said, "Too bad you couldn't have seen Dr. De Winter more, Milt. He could have helped you." Her voice was oddly hard. "I have no doubt of that," Milt Biscoe agreed as they re-entered the parked copter. When they arrived back at Mary's Connaught, he found his Martian wug plant dead. It had evidently perished of dehydration. "Don't try to explain this," he said to Mary as the 2 of them stood gazing down at the parched dead stalks of the once active plant. "You know what it shows. Terra is supposedly more humid than Mars, even reconstructed Mars at its best, yet this plant has completely dried out. There's no moisture left on Terra because I suppose the prox blasts emptied the seas. Right?" Mary said nothing. "What I don't understand," Milt said, "is why it's worth it to you people to keep the illusion going. I've finished my job." After a pause, Mary said, "Maybe there are more planets requiring reconstruct work, Milt." "Your population is that great?" "I was thinking of Terra. Here," Mary said. "Reconstruct work on it will take generations. All the talent and ability you reconstruct engineers possess will be required." She added, "I'm just following your hypothetical logic, of course." "So Terra's our next job. That's why you let me come here. In fact, I'm going to stay here." He realized that thoroughly and utterly in a flash of insight. "I won't be going back to Mars, and I won't see Faye again. You're replacing her." It all made sense. "Well," Mary said with a faint, wry smile, "let's say I'm attempting to." She stroked his arm. Barefoot, still in her sunsuit, she moved slowly closer and closer to him. Frightened, he backed away from her. Picking up the dead wug plant, he numbly carried it to the apt's disposal chute and dropped the brittle, dry remains in. They vanished at once. "And now," Mary said busily, "we're going to visit the Museum of Modern Art in New York, and then, if we have time, the Smithsonian in Washington, D.C. They've asked me to keep you busy so you don't start brooding." "But I am brooding," Milt said as he watched her change from her sunsuit to a gray wool knit dress. "Nothing can stop that," he said to himself. "And you know it now. And as each reconstruct engineer finishes his area, it's going to happen again. I'm just the first. At least I'm not alone," he realized, and felt somewhat better. "How do I look?" Mary asked as she put on lipstick before the bedroom mirror. "Fine," he said listlessly, and wondered if Mary would meet each reconstruct engineer in turn, become the mistress of each. Not only is she not what she seems, he thought, but I don't even get to keep her. It seemed a gratuitous loss, easily avoided. He was, he realized, beginning to like her. Mary was alive. That much was real, Terran or not. At least they had not lost the war to shadows. They had lost to authentic living organisms. He felt somewhat cheered. "Ready for the Museum of Modern Art?" Mary said briskly with a smile. Later at the Smithsonian, after he had viewed the Spirit of St. Louis and the Wright brothers' incredibly ancient plane, it appeared to be at least 1,000,000 years old, he caught sight of an exhibit which he had been anticipating. Saying nothing to Mary, she was absorbed in studying a case of semi-precious stones in their natural uncut state. He slipped off, and, a moment later, stood before a glass-walled section entitled Prox Military of 2014. 3 Prox soldiers stood frozen, their dark muzzles stained and grimy, sidearms ready, in a makeshift shelter composed of the remains of one of their transports. A bloody Prox flag hung drably. This was a defeated enclave of the enemy. These 3 creatures were about to surrender or be killed. A group of Terran visitors stood before the exhibit, gawking. Milt Biscull said to the man nearest him, "Convincing, isn't it?" "Sure is." The man, middle-aged, with glasses and gray hair, agreed. "Were you in the war?" he asked Milt, glancing at him. "I'm in Reconstruct," Milt said. "Yellow engineer." "Oh." The man nodded, impressed. "Boy, these Proxmen look scary. You'd almost expect them to step out of that exhibit and fight us to the death." He grinned. "They put up a good fight before they gave in, those Proxmen. You have to give 'em credit for that." Beside him, the man's gray, taut wife said, "Those guns of theirs make me shiver. It's too realistic." Disapproving, she walked on. "You're right," Milt Biscull said. "They do look frighteningly real, because of course they are." There was no point in creating an illusion of this sort because the genuine thing lay immediately at hand, readily available. Milt swung himself under the guardrail, reached the transparent glass of the exhibit, raised his foot and smashed the glass. It burst and rained down with a furious racket of shivering fragments. As Mary came running, Milt snatched a rifle from one of the frozen Proxmen in the exhibit and turned it toward her. She halted, breathing rapidly, eyeing him but saying nothing. "I am willing to work for you," Milt said to her, holding the rifle expertly. "After all, if my own race no longer exists, I could hardly reconstruct a colony world for them. Even I can see that. But I want to know the truth. Show it to me, and I'll go on with my job." Mary said, "No, Milt. If you knew the truth, you wouldn't go on. You'd turn that gun on yourself." She sounded calm, even compassionate, but her eyes were bright and enlarged, wary. "Then I'll kill you," he said, and after that himself. "Wait." She pondered. "Milt, this is difficult. You know absolutely nothing, and yet look how miserable you are. How do you expect to feel when you can see your planet as it is? It's almost too much for me, and I'm—" She hesitated. "Say it." "I'm just a—" She choked out the word. "A visitor." "But I am right," he said. "Say it. Admit it." "You're right, Milt." She sighed. 2 uniformed museum guards appeared, holding pistols. "You okay, Miss Abelseth?" "For the present," Mary said. She did not take her eyes off Milt and the rifle which he held. "Just wait," she instructed the guards. "Yes, ma'am." The guards waited. No one moved. Milt said, "Did any Terran women survive?" After a pause, Mary said, "No, Milt. But we Proxmen are within the same genus, as you well know. We can interbreed. Doesn't that make you feel better?" "Sure," he said. "A lot better." And he did feel like turning the rifle on himself now, without waiting. It was all he could do to resist the impulse. So he had been right. That thing had not been Faye, there at Field 3 on Mars. "Listen," he said to Mary Abelseth, "I want to go back to Mars again. I came here to learn something. I learned it, now I want to go back. Maybe I'll talk to Dr. De Winter again. Maybe he can help me. Any objection to that?" "No." She seemed to understand how he felt. "After all, you did all your work there. You have a right to return. But eventually you have to begin here on Terra. We can wait a year or so, perhaps even 2. But eventually Mars will be filled up, and we'll need the room. And it's going to be so much harder here, as you'll discover." She tried to smile, but failed. He saw the effort. "I'm sorry, Milt." "So am I," Milt Biscull said. "Hell, I was sorry when that Wug plant died. I knew the truth then. It wasn't just a guess." You'll be interested to know that your fellow Reconstruct engineer, Red, Cleveland Andre, addressed the meeting in your place, and passed your intimations on to them all, along with his own. They voted to send an official delegate here to Terra to investigate. He's on his way now. I'm interested, Milt said, but it doesn't really matter. It hardly changes things. He put down the rifle. Can I go back to Mars now? He felt tired. Tell Dr. De Winter I'm coming. Tell him, he thought, to have every psychiatric technique in his repertory ready for me, because it will take a lot. What about Earth's animals? He asked. Did any forms at all survive? How about the dog and the cat? Mary glanced at the museum guards. A flicker of communication passed silently between them, and then Mary said, Maybe it's all right after all. What's all right? Milt Biscoe said. For you to see, just for a moment. You seem to be standing up to it better than we had expected. In our opinion, you are entitled to that. She added, Yes, Milt, the dog and cat survived. They live here among the ruins. Come along and look. He followed after her, thinking to himself, Wasn't she right the first time? Do I really want to look? Can I stand up to what exists in actuality? What they've felt the need of keeping from me up until now? At the exit ramp of the museum, Mary halted and said, Go on outside, Milt. I'll stay here. I'll be waiting for you when you come back in. Haltingly, he descended the ramp. And saw. It was, of course, as she had said, ruins. The city had been decapitated, leveled 3 feet above ground level. The buildings had become hollow squares without contents, like some infinite arrangements of useless ancient courtyards. He could not believe that what he saw was new. It seemed to him as if these abandoned remnants had always been there, exactly as they were now. And how long would they remain this way? To the right, an elaborate but small-scale mechanical system had plopped itself down to a debris-filled street. As he watched, it extended a host of pseudopodia, which burrowed inquisitively into the nearby foundations. The foundations, steel and cement, were abruptly pulverized. The bare ground, exposed, lay naked and dark brown, seared over from the atomic heat generated by the repair autonomic rig. A construct, Milt Biscoe thought, not much different from those I employ on Mars. At least to some meager extent the rig had the task of clearing away the old. He knew from his own reconstruct work on Mars that it would be followed, probably within minutes, by an equally elaborate mechanism which would lay the groundwork for the new structures to come. And standing off to one side in the otherwise deserted street, watching this limited clearing work in progress, 2 gray, thin figures could be made out, 2 hawk-nosed proxmen with their pale, natural hair arranged in high coils, their earlobes elongated with heavy weights. The victors, he thought to himself, experiencing the satisfaction of this spectacle, witnessing the last artifacts of the defeated race being obliterated. Someday a purely Prox city will rise up here, Prox architecture, streets of the odd, wide Prox pattern, the uniform box-like buildings with their many subsurface levels. And citizens such as these will be treading the ramps, accepting the high-speed runnels in their daily routines. And what, he thought, about the Terran dogs and cats which now inhabit these ruins, as Mary said? Will even they disappear? Probably not entirely. There will be room for them, perhaps in museums and zoos, as oddities to be gaped at, survivals of an ecology which no longer obtained, or even mattered. And yet, Mary was right. The Proxmen were within the same genus. Even if they did not interbreed with the remaining Terrans, the species as he had known it would go on, and they would interbreed, he thought. His own relationship with Mary was a harbinger. As individuals, they were not so far apart. The results might even be good. The results, he thought as he turned away and started back into the museum, may be a race not quite Prox and not quite Terran. Something that is genuinely new may come from the melding. At least we can hope so. Terra would be rebuilt. He had seen slight but real work in progress with his own eyes. Perhaps the Proxmen lacked the skill that he and his fellow Reconstruct engineers possessed, but now that Mars was virtually done, they could begin here. It was not absolutely hopeless. Not quite. Walking up to Mary, he said hoarsely, "Do me a favor. Get me a cat I can take back to Mars with me. I've always liked cats, especially the orange ones with stripes." One of the museum guards, after a glance at his companion, said, "We can arrange that, Mr. Biskel. We can get a cub, is that the word?" "Kitten, I think," Mary corrected. On the trip back to Mars, Milt Biskel sat with the box containing the orange kitten on his lap, working out his plans. In 15 minutes, the ship would land on Mars, and Dr. De Winter, or the thing that posed as Dr. De Winter anyhow, would be waiting to meet him, and it would be too late. From where he sat, he could see the emergency escape hatch with its red warning light. His plans had become focused around the hatch. It was not ideal, but it would serve. In the box, the orange kitten reached up a paw and batted at Milt's hand. He felt the sharp, tiny claws rake across his hand, and he absently disengaged his flesh, retreating from the probing reach of the animal. You wouldn't have liked Mars anyhow, he thought, and rose to his feet. Carrying the box, he strode swiftly toward the emergency hatch. Before the stewardess could reach him, he had thrown open the hatch. He stepped forward and the hatch locked behind him. For an instant, he was within the cramped unit, and then he began to twist open the heavy outer door. "Mr. Biskel!" The stewardess's voice came, muffled by the door behind him. He heard her fumbling to reach him, opening the door and groping to catch hold of him. As he twisted open the outer door, the kitten within the box under his arm snarled. "You too?" Milt Biskel thought, and paused. Death, the emptiness and utter lack of warmth, of tween space, seeped around him, filtering past the partly opened outer door. He smelled it, and something within him, as in the kitten, retreated by instinct. He paused, holding the box, not trying to push the outer door any farther open, and in that moment the stewardess grabbed him. "Mr. Biskel," she said with a half-sob. "Are you out of your mind? Good God, what are you doing?" She managed to tug the outer door shut, screw the emergency section back into shut position. "You know exactly what I'm doing," Milt Biskel said as he allowed her to propel him back into the ship and to his seat. "And don't think you stopped me," he said to himself, "because it wasn't you. I could have gone ahead and done it, but I decided not to." He wondered why. Later, at Field 3 on Mars, Dr. De Winter met him as he had expected. The two of them walked to the parked copter, and De Winter, in a worried tone of voice, said, "I've just been informed that during the trip—" "That's right. I attempted suicide. But I changed my mind. Maybe you know why? You're the psychologist, the authority as to what goes on inside us." He entered the copter, being careful not to bang the box containing the Terran kitten. "You're going to go ahead and stake your land parcel with Faye?" Dr. De Winter asked presently as the copter flew above green, wet fields of high-protein wheat. "Even though you know?" "Yes," he nodded. After all, there was nothing else for him as far as he could make out. "You Terrans," De Winter shook his head. "Admirable." Now he noticed the box on Milt Biskel's lap. "What's that you have there? A creature from Terra?" He eyed it suspiciously. Obviously to him it was a manifestation of an alien form of life. "A rather peculiar-looking organism." "It's going to keep me company," Milt Biskel said, "while I go on with my work, either building up my private parcel or—" Or helping you proxman with Terra, he thought.
Is that what was called a rattlesnake? I detect the sound of its rattles.
Dr. De Winter edged away. It's purring. Milt Biscull stroked the kitten as the autonomic circuit of the copter guided it across the dully reddened Martian sky. Contact with the one familiar life form, he realized, will keep me sane. It will make it possible for me to go on. He felt grateful. My race may have been defeated and destroyed, but not all Terran creatures have perished. When we reconstruct Terra, maybe we can induce the authorities to allow us to set up game preserves. We'll make that part of our task, he told himself. And again he patted the kitten. At least we can hope for that much. Next to him, Dr. De Winter was also deep in thought. He appreciated the intricate workmanship by engineers stationed on the third planet, which had gone into the simulacrum resting in the box on Milt Biscull's lap. The technical achievement was impressive even to him, and he saw clearly, as Milt Biscull of course did not. This artifact, accepted by the Terran as an authentic organism from his familiar past, would provide a pivot by which the man would hang on to his psychic balance. But what about the other Reconstruct engineers? What would carry each of them through and past the moment of discovery as each completed his work and had to, whether he liked it or not, awake? It would vary from Terran to Terran. A dog, for one, a more elaborate simulacrum, possibly that of a nubile human female, for another. In any case, each would be provided with an exception to the true state, one essential surviving entity, selected out of what had in fact totally vanished. Research into the past of each engineer would provide the clue, as it had in Biscull's instance. The cat simulacrum had been finished weeks before his abrupt panic-stricken trip home to Terra. For instance, in Andre's case, a parrot simulacrum was already under construction. It would be done by the time he made his trip home. I call him Thunder, Milt Biscull explained.
Good name,
Dr. De Winter, as he titled himself these days, said, and thought, a shame we could not have shown him the real situation of Terra. Actually, it's quite interesting that he accepted what he saw because, on some level, he must realize that nothing survives a war of the kind we conducted. Obviously, he desperately wanted to believe that a remnant, even though no more than rubble, endures. But it's typical of the Terran mind to fasten onto phantoms. That might help explain their defeat in the conflict. They were simply not realists. This cat, Milt Biscull said, is going to be a mighty hunter of Martian sneak mice.
Right,
Dr. De Winter agreed, and thought,
as long as its batteries don't run down.
He, too, patted the kitten. A switch closed, and the kitten purred louder. Retreat Syndrome. Peace Officer Caleb Myers picked up the fast-moving surface vehicle on his radar scope, saw at once that its operator had managed to remove the governor. The vehicle, at 160 miles per hour, had exceeded its legal capacity. Hence, he knew the operator came from the Blue class, engineers and technicians capable of tinkering with their wheels. Arrest, therefore, would be a tricky matter. By radio, Myers contacted a police vessel 10 miles north along the freeway.
Shoot its power supply out as it passes you, he suggested to his brother officer. It's going too fast to block, right?
At 3:10 a.m., the vehicle was stopped. Powerless, it had coasted to a halt on the freeway shoulder. Officer Myers pressed buttons, flew leisurely north until he spotted the helpless wheel, plus the red-lit police wheel making its way through heavy traffic toward it. He landed at the exact instant that his compatriot arrived on the scene. Together, warily, they walked to the stalled wheel, gravel crunching under their boots. In the wheel sat a slim man wearing a white shirt and tie. He stared straight ahead with a dazed expression, making no move to greet the two gray-clad officers with their laser rifles, anti-pellet bubbles protecting their bodies from thigh to cranium. Myers opened the door of the wheel and glanced in while his fellow officer stood with rifle in hand, just in case this was another come-on. 5 men from the local office, San Francisco, had been killed this week alone. "You know," Myers said to the silent driver, "that it's a mandatory 2-year suspension of license if you tamper with your wheel's speed governor. Was it worth it?" After a pause, the driver turned his head and said, "I'm sick." "Psychically or physically?" Myers touched the emergency button at his throat, making contact with Line 3 to San Francisco General Hospital. He could have an ambulance here in 5 minutes if necessary. The driver said huskily, "Everything seemed unreal to me. I thought if I drove fast enough I could reach some place where it's solid." He put his hand gropingly against the dashboard of his wheel, as if not really believing the heavily padded surface was there. "Let me look in your throat, sir," Myers said, and shone his flashlight in the driver's face. He turned the jaw upward, peered down past well-cared-for teeth as the man reflexively opened his mouth. "See it?" his fellow officer asked. "Yes." He had caught the glint, the anti-carcinoma unit installed in the throat. Like most non-Terrans, this man was cancer-phobic. Probably he had spent most of his life in a colony world, breathing pure air, the artificial atmosphere installed by autonomic reconstruct equipment prior to human habitation. So the phobia was easy to understand. "I have a full-time doctor." The driver reached now into his pocket, brought out his wallet. From it he extracted a card. His hand shook as he passed the card to Myers. "Specialist in psychosomatic medicine in San Jose. Any way you could take me there?" "You're not sick," Myers said. "You just haven't fully adjusted to Earth, to this gravity and atmosphere and milieu factors. It's 3:15 in the morning. This doctor, Hagopian or whatever his name is, can't see you now." He studied the card. It informed him, "This man is under medical care and should any bizarre behavior be exhibited, obtain medical help at once." "Earth doctors," his fellow officer said, "don't see patients after hours. You'll have to learn that, Mr. He held out his hand. "Let me see your operator's license, please." The entire wallet was reflexively passed to him. "Go home," Myers said to the man. His name, according to the license, was John Cupertino. "You have a wife? Maybe she can pick you up. We'll take you into the city. Better leave your wheel here and not try to drive any more tonight. About your speed," Cupertino said, "I'm not used to an arbitrary maximum. Ganymede has no traffic problem. We travel in the 2 and 250s. His voice had an oddly flat quality. Myers thought at once of drugs, in particular of thalamic stimulants. Cupertino was hag-ridden with impatience. That might explain his removal of the official speed regulator, a rather easy removal job for a man accustomed to machinery. And yet, there was more. From 20 years' experience, Myers intuited it. Reaching out, he opened the glove compartment, flashed his light in. Letters, an AAA book of approved motels. "You don't really believe you're on Earth, do you, Mr. Cupertino?" Myers said. He studied the man's face. It was devoid of affect. "You're another one of those bippity-bop addicts who thinks this is a drug-induced guilt fantasy. And you're really home on Ganymede, sitting in the living room of your 20-room domain, surrounded no doubt by your autonomic servants, right?" He laughed sharply, then turned to his fellow officer. "It grows wild on Ganymede," he explained. "The stuff, frohedidrin, the extract's called. They grind up the dried stalks, make a mash of it, boil it, drain it, filter it, and then roll it up and smoke it. And when they're all done, I've never taken frohedidrin, John Cupertino said remotely. He stared straight ahead. I know I'm on Earth, but there's something wrong with me. Look. Reaching out, he put his hand through the heavily padded dashboard. Officer Myers saw the hand disappear up to the wrist. You see? It's all insubstantial around me, like shadows. Both of you, I can banish you by just removing my attention from you. I think I can, anyhow, but I don't want to. His voice grated with anguish. I want you to be real. I want all of this to be real, including Dr. Hagopian. Officer Myers switched his throat transmitter to line 2 and said, Put me through to a Dr. Hagopian in San Jose. This is an emergency. Never mind his answering service. The line clicked as the circuit was established. Glancing at his fellow officer, Myers said, You saw it. You saw him put his hand through the dashboard. Maybe he can banish us. He did not particularly feel like testing it out. He felt confused, and he wished now that he had let Cupertino speed on along the freeway, to oblivion if necessary, to wherever he wanted. I know why all this is, Cupertino said, half to himself. He got out cigarettes, lit up. His hand was less shaky now. It's because of the death of Carol, my wife. Neither officer contradicted him. They kept quiet and waited for the call to Dr. Hagopian to be put through. His trousers on over his pajamas, and wearing a jacket buttoned to keep him warm in the night chill, Gottlieb Hagopian met his patient, Mr. Cupertino, at his otherwise closed-up office in downtown San Jose. Dr. Hagopian switched on lights, then the heat, arranged a chair, wondered how he looked to his patient with his hair sticking in all directions. Sorry to get you up, Cupertino said, but he did not sound sorry. He seemed perfectly wide awake, here at 4 in the morning. He sat smoking with his legs crossed, and Dr. Hagopian, cursing and groaning to himself in futile complaint, went to the back room to plug in the coffee maker. At least he could have that. The police officers, Hagopian said, thought you might have taken some stimulants by your behavior. We know better. Cupertino was, as he well knew, always this way. The man was slightly manic. I never should have killed Carol, Cupertino said. It's never been the same since then. You miss her right now? Yesterday, when you saw me, you said... That was in broad daylight. I always feel confident when the sun's up. By the way, I've retained an attorney. Name's Phil Wolfson. Why? No litigation was pending against Cupertino. They both knew that. I need professional advice, in addition to yours. I'm not criticizing you, Doctor. Don't take it as an insult. But there are aspects to my situation which are more legal than medical. Conscience is an interesting phenomenon. It lies partly in the psychological realm, partly... Coffee? Lord, no. It sets the vagus nerve off for 4 hours. Dr. Hagopian said, Did you tell the police officers about Carol? About your killing her? I just said that she was dead. I was careful. You weren't careful when you drove at 160. There was a case in the Chronicle today, it happened on the Bayshore Freeway, where the State Highway Patrol went ahead and disintegrated a car that was going 150, and it was legal. Public safety, the lives of... They warned it, Cupertino pointed out. He did not seem perturbed. In fact, he had become even more tranquil. It refused to stop. A drunk. Dr. Hagopian said, You realize, of course, that Carol is still alive, that in fact she's living here on Earth in Los Angeles. Of course. Cupertino nodded irritably. Why did Hagopian have to belabor the obvious? They had discussed it countless times, and no doubt the psychiatrist was going to ask him the old query once again. How could you have killed her when you know she's alive? He felt weary and irritable, The session with Hagopian was getting him nowhere. Taking a pad of paper, Dr. Hagopian wrote swiftly, then tore off the sheet and held it toward Cupertino. "A prescription?" Cupertino accepted it warily. "No, an address." Glancing at it, Cupertino saw that it was an address in South Pasadena. No doubt it was Carol's address. He glared at it in wrath. "I'm going to try this," Dr. Hagopian said. "I want you to go there and see her face to face. Then we'll tell the board of directors of Six Planet Educational Enterprises to see her, not me," Cupertino said, handing the piece of paper back. "They're responsible for the entire tragedy. Because of them, I had to do it. And you know that, so don't look at me that way. It was their plan that had to be kept secret. Isn't that so?" Dr. Hagopian sighed. "At 4 a.m, everything seems confused. The whole world seems ominous. I'm aware that you were employed by Sixth Planet at the time on Ganymede, but the moral responsibility—" He broke off. "This is difficult to say, Mr. Cupertino. You pulled the trigger on the laser beams, so you have to take final moral responsibility." Carol was going to tell the local homeopapes that there was about to be an uprising to free Ganymede, and the bourgeois authority on Ganymede, consisting in the main of Sixth Planet, was involved. I told her that we couldn't afford to have her say anything. She did it for petty, spiteful motives, for hatred of me, nothing to do with the actual issues involved. Like all women, she was motivated by personal vanity and wounded pride. "Go to that address in South Pasadena," Dr. Hagopian urged. "See Carol. Convince yourself that you never killed her, that what happened on Ganymede that day 3 years ago was a—" He gestured, trying to find the right words. "Yes, Doctor," Cupertino said cuttingly. "Just what was it? Because that day, or rather that night, I got Carol right above the eyes with that laser beam, right in the frontal lobe. She was absolutely, unmistakably dead before I left the Conapt and got out of there, got to the spaceport and found an interplan ship to take me to Earth." He waited. It was going to be hard on Hagopian, finding the right words. It would take quite some time. After a pause, Hagopian admitted, "Yes, your memory is detailed. It's all in my file, and I see no use in your repeating it. I frankly find it unpleasant at this hour of the morning. I don't know why the memory is there. I know it's false because I've met your wife, talked to her, carried on a correspondence with her, all subsequent to the date on Ganymede at which you remember killing her. I know that much at least." Cupertino said, "Give me one good reason for looking her up." He made a motion to tear the slip of paper in half. "One?" Dr. Hagopian pondered. He looked gray and tired. "Yes, I can give you a good reason, but probably it's one you'll reject." "Try me." Dr. Hagopian said, "Carol was present that night on Ganymede, the night you recall killing her. Maybe she can tell you how you obtained the false memory. She implied in correspondence with me that she knows something about it." He eyed Cupertino. "That's all she would tell me." "I'll go," Cupertino said, and walked swiftly to the door of Dr. Hagopian's office. Strange, he thought, to obtain knowledge about a person's death from that person. But Hagopian was right. Carol was the only other person who was present that night. He should have realized long ago that eventually he'd have to look her up. It was a crisis in his logic that he did not enjoy facing. At 6 a.m, he stood at Carol Holt Cupertino's door. Many rings of the bell were required until at last the door of the small single-unit dwelling opened. Carol, wearing a blue pellucid nylon nightgown and white furry slippers, stood sleepily facing him. A cat hurried out past her. "Remember me?" Cupertino said, stepping aside for the cat. Oh, God. She brushed the tumble of blonde hair back from her eyes, nodded. What time is it? Gray, cold light filled the almost deserted street. Carol shivered, folded her arms. How come you're up so early? You never used to be out of bed before 8. I haven't gone to bed yet. He stepped past her, entered the dark living room with its drawn shades. How about some coffee? Sure. Listlessly, she made her way to the kitchen, pressed the hot coffee button on the stove. First one, then a second cup appeared, giving off fragrant steam. Cream for me, she said. Cream and sugar for you. You're more infantile. She handed him his cup. The smell of her, warmth and softness and sleep, mixed with that of the coffee. Cupertino said, You haven't gotten a day older and it's been well over 3 years. In fact, she was even more slender, more supple. Seating herself at the kitchen table, her arms still modestly folded, Carol said, Is that suspicious? Her cheeks were flushed, her eyes bright. No, a compliment. He, too, seated himself. Hagopian sent me here. He decided I should see you. Evidently, yes, Carol said. I've seen him. I was in Northern California several times on business. I stopped by. He had asked me to in a letter. I like him. In fact, you should almost be about cured by now. Cured? He shrugged. I feel I am, except that you still have your idée fixe, your basic, delusional, fixed idea that no amount of psychoanalysis will help. Right? Cupertino said, If you mean my recollection of killing you, yes. I still have it. I know it happened. Dr. Hagopian thought you could tell me something about it. After all, as he pointed out, yes, she agreed. But is it really worth going over this with you? It's so tedious, and my God, it's only 6 a.m. Couldn't I go back to bed and then sometime later get together with you? Maybe in the evening? No? She sighed. Okay. Well, you tried to kill me. You did have a laser beam. It was at our Conapt in New Detroit G on Ganymede on March 12th, 2014. Why did I try to kill you? You know. Her tone was bitter. Her breasts pulsed with resentment. Yes. In all his 35 years, he had never made another mistake as serious. In their divorce litigation, his wife's knowledge of the impending revolt had given her the dominant position. She had been able to dictate settlement terms to him precisely as she wished. At last, the financial components had proved unbearable, and he had gone to the Conapt, which they had shared. By then he had moved out, gotten a small Conapt of his own, at the other end of the city, and had told her simply and truthfully that he could not meet her demands. And so the threat by Carol to go to the homeopapes, the news-gathering extensors of the New York Times and Daily News, which operated on Ganymede. You got out your little laser beam, Carol was saying, and you sat with it, fooling with it, not saying much. But you got your message over to me. Either I accepted an unfair settlement, which... Did I fire the beam? Yes. And it hit you? Carol said, You missed, and I ran out of the Conapt and down the hall to the elevator. I got downstairs to the sergeant-at-arms room on floor 1 and called the police from there. They came. They found you still in the Conapt. Her tone was withering. You were crying. Christ, Cupertino said. Neither of them spoke for a time then. They both drank their coffee. Across from him, his wife's pale hand shook, and her cup clinked against its saucer. Naturally, Carol said matter-of-factly, I went ahead with the divorce litigation. Under the circumstances, Dr. Hagopian thought you might know why I remember killing you that night. He said you hinted at it in a letter. Her blue eyes glittered. That night you had no false memory. You knew you had failed. Boynton, the district attorney, gave you a choice between accepting mandatory psychiatric help or having formal charges filed of attempted first-degree murder. You took the former, naturally, and so you've been seeing Dr. Hagopian. The false memory, I can tell you exactly when that set in. You visited your employer's six-planet educational enterprises. You saw their psychologist, a Dr. Edgar Green, attached to their personnel department. That was shortly before you left Ganymede and came here to Terra. Rising, she went to fill her cup. It was empty. I presume Dr. Green saw to the implanting of the false memory of your having killed me. Cupertino said, But why? They knew you had told me of the plans for the uprising. You were supposed to commit suicide from remorse and grief, but instead you booked passage to Terra, as you had agreed with Amboynton. As a matter of fact, you did attempt suicide during the trip, but you must remember this. Go on and say it. He had no memory of a suicide attempt. I'll show you the clipping from the homeopape. Naturally, I kept it. Carol left the kitchen. Her voice came from the bedroom. Out of misguided sentimentality. Passenger on interplan ship seized as... Her voice broke off, and there was silence. Sipping his coffee, Cupertino sat waiting, knowing that she would find no such newspaper clipping, because there had been no such attempt. Carol returned to the kitchen, a puzzled expression on her face. I can't locate it. But I know it was in my copy of War and Peace in Volume 1. I was using it as a bookmark. She looked embarrassed. Cupertino said, I'm not the only one who has a false memory, if that's what it is. He felt for the first time in over 3 years that he was at last making progress. But the direction of that progress was obscured, at least so far. I don't understand, Carol said. Something's wrong. While he waited in the kitchen, Carol in the bedroom dressed. At last she emerged, wearing a green sweater, skirt, heels. Combing her hair, she halted at the stove and pressed the buttons for toast and 2 soft-boiled eggs. It was now almost 7. The light in the street outside was no longer gray, but a faint gold. And more traffic moved. He heard the reassuring sound of commercial vehicles and private commute wheels. How did you manage to snare this single-unit dwelling? He asked. Isn't it as impossible in the Los Angeles area as in the Bay Area to get anything but a Conapt in a high-rise? Through my employers. Who are your employers? He felt at once cautious and disturbed. Obviously, they had influence. His wife had gone up in the world. Falling Star Associates? He had never heard of them. Puzzled, he said, Do they operate beyond Terra? Surely if they were interplan... It's a holding company. I'm a consultant to the chairman of the board. I do marketing research. She added, Your old employer, Six Planet Educational Enterprises, belongs to us. We own controlling stock. Not that it matters, it's just a coincidence. She ate breakfast, offering him nothing. Evidently it did not even occur to her to. Moodily, he watched the familiar dainty movements of her cutlery. She was still ennobled by petite bourgeois gentility. That had not changed. In fact, she was more refined, more feminine than ever. I think, Cupertino said, that I understand this. Pardon? She glanced up, her blue eyes fixed on him intently. Understand what, Johnny? Cupertino said, About you, your presence. You're obviously quite real as everything else, as real as the city of Pasadena, as this table. He rapped with brusque force on the plastic surface of the kitchen table. As real as Dr. Hagopian, or the 2 police who stopped me earlier this morning. He added, But how real is that? I think we have the central question there. It would explain my sensation of passing my hands through matter, through the dashboard of my wheel, as I did. That very unpleasant sensation that nothing around me was substantial, that I inhabited a world of shadows. Staring at him, Carol suddenly laughed. then continued eating. Possibly, Cupertino said, I'm in a prison on Ganymede, or in a psychiatric hospital there, because of my criminal act, and I've begun during these last years since your death to inhabit a fantasy world. Oh, God, Carol said and shook her head. I don't know whether to laugh or feel sorry. It's just too, she gestured, too pathetic. I really feel sorry for you, Johnny. Rather than give up your delusional idea, you'd actually prefer to believe that all Terra is a product of your mind. Everyone and everything. Listen, don't you agree it'd be more economical to give up the fixed idea? Just abandon the one idea that you killed me. The phone rang. Pardon me. Carol hastily wiped her mouth, rose to go and answer it. Cupertino remained where he was, gloomily playing with a flake of toast which had fallen from her plate. The butter on it stained his finger, and he licked it away, reflexively, then realized that he was gnawingly hungry. It was time for his own breakfast, and he went to the stove to press buttons for himself in Carol's absence. Presently he had his own meal, bacon and scrambled eggs, toast and hot coffee, before him. But how can I live? He asked himself. Gain substance, if this is a delusional world. I must be eating a genuine meal, he decided. Provided by the hospital or prison, a meal exists and I am actually consuming it. A room exists, walls and a floor, but not this room, not these walls nor this floor. And people exist, but not this woman, not Carol Holt Cupertino. Someone else, an impersonal jailer or attendant. And a doctor. Perhaps, he decided, Dr. Hagopian. That much is so, Cupertino said to himself. Dr. Hagopian is really my psychiatrist. Carol returned to the kitchen, reseated herself at her now cold plate. You talk to him. It's Hagopian. At once he went to the phone. On the small vid screen, Dr. Hagopian's image looked taut and drawn. I see you got there, John. Well, what took place? Cupertino said, Where are we, Hagopian? Frowning, the psychiatrist said, We're both on Ganymede, aren't we? Hagopian said, I'm in San Jose. You're in Los Angeles. I think I know how to test my theory, Cupertino said. I'm going to discontinue treatment with you. If I'm a prisoner on Ganymede, I won't be able to, but if I'm a free citizen on Terra, as you maintain— You're on Terra, Hagopian said, but you're not a free citizen. Because of your attempt on your wife's life, you're obliged to accept regular psychotherapy through me. You know that. What did Carol tell you? Could she shed any light on the events of that night? I would say so, Cupertino said. I learned that she's employed by the parent company of Six Planet Educational Enterprises. That alone makes my trip down here worthwhile. I must have found out about her, that she was employed by Six Planet to ride herd over me. Pardon? Hagopian blinked. A watchdog. To see that I remained loyal. They must have feared I was going to leak details of the planned uprising to the Terran authorities, so they assigned Carol to watch me. I told her the plans, and to them that proved I was unreliable, so Carol probably received instructions to kill me. She probably made an attempt and failed, and everyone connected with it was punished by the Terran authorities. Carol escaped because she wasn't officially listed as an employee of Six Planet. Wait, Dr. Hagopian said. It does sound somewhat plausible, but— He raised his hand. Mr. Cupertino, the uprising was successful. It's a matter of historic fact. 3 years ago, Ganymede, Io, and Callisto simultaneously threw off Terra and became self-governing, independent moons. Every child in school beyond the 3rd grade knows that. It was the so-called Tri-Lunar War of 2014. You and I have never discussed it, but I assumed you were aware of it as— He gestured. Well, as any other historic reality. Turning from the telephone to Carol, John Cupertino said, "Is that so?" "Of course," Carol said. "Is that part of your delusional system, too, that your little revolt failed?" She smiled. "You worked 8 years for it, for one of the major economic cartels masterminding and financing it, and then for some occult reason you choose to ignore its success. I really pity you, Johnny. It's too bad." "There must be a reason," Cupertino said. "Why I don't know that, why they decided to keep me from knowing that." Bewildered, he reached out his hand. His hand, trembling, passed into the vidphone screen and disappeared. He drew it back at once. His hand reappeared. But he had seen it go. He had perceived and understood. The illusion was good, but not quite good enough. It simply was not perfect. It had its limitations. "Dr. Hagopian," he said to the miniature image on the vidscreen, "I don't think I'll continue seeing you. As of this morning, you're fired. Bill me at my home, and thank you very much." He reached to cut the connection.
"You can't," Hagopian said instantly. "As I said, it's mandatory. You must face it, Cupertino. Otherwise you'll have to go up before the court once more, and I know you don't want to do that. Please believe me, it would be bad for you."
Cupertino cut the connection, and the screen died. "He's right, you know," Carol said from the kitchen. "He's lying," Cupertino said, and slowly walked back to seat himself across from her and resume eating his own breakfast. When he returned to his own conapt in Berkeley, he put in a long-distance vidcall to Dr. Edgar Green at Six Planet Educational Enterprises on Ganymede. Within half an hour he had his party. "Do you remember me, Dr. Green?" he asked as he faced the image. To him, the rather plump, middle-aged face opposite him was unfamiliar. He did not believe he had ever seen the man before in his life. However, at least one fundamental reality configuration had borne the test. There was a Dr. Edgar Green in Six Planet's personnel department. Carol had been telling the truth to that extent.
"I have seen you before," Dr. Green said, "but I'm sorry to say that the name does not come to mind, sir."
"John Cupertino, now of Terra, formerly of Ganymede. I was involved in a rather sensational piece of litigation slightly over 3 years ago, somewhat before Ganymede's revolt. I was accused of murdering my wife, Carol. Does that help you, Doctor?"
Dr. Green said, frowning.
He raised an eyebrow.
"Were you acquitted, Mr. Cupertino?"
Hesitating, Cupertino said, "I currently am under psychiatric care here in the Bay Area of California, if that's any help."
"I presume you're saying that you were declared legally insane, and therefore could not stand trial."
Cupertino cautiously nodded.
"It may be," Dr. Green said, "that I talked to you. Very dimly it rings a bell. But I see so many people. Were you employed here?"
"Yes," Cupertino said.
"What specifically did you want from me, Mr. Cupertino? Obviously you want something. You've placed a rather expensive long-distance call. I suggest, for practical purposes, your pocketbook in particular, you get to the point."
"I'd like you to forward my case history," Cupertino said, "to me, not to my psychiatrist. Can that be arranged?"
"You want it for what purpose, Mr. Cupertino? For securing employment?"
Cupertino, taking a deep breath, said, "No, Doctor, so that I can be absolutely certain what psychiatric techniques were used in my case. By you and by members of your medical staff, those working under you. I have reason to believe I underwent major corrective therapy with you. Am I entitled to know that, Doctor? It would seem to me that I am." He waited, thinking, I have about 1 chance in 1,000 of prying anything of worth out of this man. But it was worth the try.
"Corrective therapy? You must be confused, Mr. Cupertino. We do only aptitude testing, profile analysis. We don't do therapy here. Our concern is merely to analyze the job applicant in order to—"
"Dr. Green," Cupertino said, "were you personally involved in the revolt of 3 years ago?"
Green shrugged. We all were. Everyone on Ganymede was filled with patriotism.
His voice was bland. "To protect that revolt," Cupertino said, "would you have implanted a delusional idea in my mind for the purpose of—"
"I'm sorry," Green interrupted. "It's obvious that you're psychotic. There's no point in wasting your money on this call. I'm surprised that they permitted you access to an outside vid line."
"But such an idea can be implanted," Cupertino persisted. "It is possible by current psychiatric technique. You admit that."
Dr. Green sighed. "Yes, Mr. Cupertino. It's been possible ever since the mid-20th century. Such techniques were initially developed by the Pavlov Institute in Moscow as early as 1940, perfected by the time of the Korean War. A man can be made to believe anything."
Then Carroll could be right. He did not know if he was disappointed or elated. It would mean, he realized, that he was not a murderer. That was the cardinal point. Carroll was alive, and his experience with Terra, with its people, cities, and objects, was genuine. And yet, "If I came to Ganymede," he said suddenly, "could I see my file? Obviously, if I'm well enough to make the trip, I'm not a psychotic under mandatory psychiatric care. I may be sick, doctor, but I'm not that sick." He waited. It was a slim chance, but worth trying.
"Well," Dr. Green said, pondering, "there is no company rule which precludes an employee or ex-employee examining his personnel file. I suppose I could open it to you. However, I'd prefer to check with your psychiatrist first. Would you give me his name, please? And if he agrees, I'll save you a trip. I'll have it put on the vid wires and in your hands by tonight. Your time."
He gave Dr. Green the name of his psychiatrist, Dr. Hagopian, and then hung up. What would Hagopian say? An interesting question, and one he could not answer. He had no idea which way Hagopian would jump. But by nightfall he would know. That much was certain. He had an intuition that Hagopian would agree, but for the wrong reasons. However, that did not matter. Hagopian's motives were not important. All that he cared about was the file, getting his hands on it, reading it, and finding out if Carroll was right. It was 2 hours later, actually an incredibly long time, that it came to him, all at once, that Six Planet Educational Enterprises could, with no difficulty whatsoever, tamper with the file, omit the pertinent information, transmit to Earth a spurious, worthless document. Then what did he do next? It was a good question, and one, for the moment, which he could not answer. That evening, the file from Six Planet Educational Enterprises' main personnel offices on Ganymede was delivered by Western Union messenger to his conapt. He tipped the messenger, seated himself in his living room, and opened the file. It took him only a few moments to certify the fact which he had suspected. The file contained no references to any implantation of a delusional idea. Either the file had been reconstructed, or Carroll was mistaken or lying. In any case, the file told him nothing. He phoned the University of California, and after being switched from station to station, wound up with someone who seemed to know what he was talking about. "I want an analysis," Cupertino explained, "of a written document, to find out how recently it was transcribed. This is a Western Union wire copy, so you'll have to go on word anachronisms alone. I want to find out if the material was developed 3 years ago or more recently. Do you think you can analyze for so slight a factor?" "There's been very little word change in the past 3 years," the university philologist said, "but we can try.
How soon do you have to have the document back?
As soon as possible, Cupertino said. He called for a building messenger to take the file to the university, and then he took time to ponder another element in the situation. If his experience of Terra was delusional, the moment at which his perceptions most closely approximated reality occurred during his sessions with Dr. Hagopian. Hence, if he were ever to break through the delusional system and perceive actual reality, it would most likely take place then. His maximum efforts should be directed at that time, because one fact seemed clearly established. He really was seeing Dr. Hagopian. He went to the phone and started to dial Hagopian's number. Last night, after the arrest, Hagopian had helped him. It was unusually soon to be seeing the doctor again, but he dialed. In view of his analysis of the situation, it seemed justified. He could afford the cost. And then something came to him. The arrest. All at once he remembered what the policeman had said. He had accused Cupertino of being a user of the Ganymedean drug frohedidrin, and for a good reason. He showed the symptoms. Perhaps that was the modus operandi by which the delusional system was maintained. He was being given frohedidrin in small, regular doses, perhaps in his food. But wasn't that a paranoid, in other words, psychotic, concept? And yet, paranoid or not, it made sense. What he needed was a blood fraction test. The presence of the drug would register in such a test. All he had to do was show up at the clinic of his firm in Oakland, ask for the test on the grounds that he had a suspected toxemia, and within an hour the test would be completed. And if he was on frohedidrin, it would prove that he was correct. He was still on Ganymede, not on Terra. And all that he experienced, or seemed to experience, a delusion, with the possible exception of his regular, mandatory visits to the psychiatrist. Obviously, he should have the blood fraction test made at once, and yet he shrank from it. Why? Now he had the means by which to make a possible absolute analysis, and yet he held back. Did he want to know the truth? Certainly he had to have the test made. He forgot temporarily the notion of seeing Dr. Hagopian, went to the bathroom to shave, then put on a clean shirt and tie and left the Connaught, starting towards his parked wheel. In 15 minutes he would be at his employer's clinic. His employer. He halted, his hand touching the door handle of his wheel, feeling foolish. They had slipped up somehow in their presentation of his delusional system, because he did not know where he worked. A major segment of the system simply was not there. Returning to his Connaught, he dialed Dr. Hagopian. Rather sourly, Dr. Hagopian said, "Good evening, John. I see you're back in your own Connaught. You didn't stay in Los Angeles long." Cupertino said huskily, "Doctor, I don't know where I work. Obviously something's gone wrong. I must have known formerly. Up until today, in fact. Haven't I been going to work 4 days a week like everyone else?" "Of course," Hagopian said, unruffled. "You're employed by an Oakland firm, Triplan Industries, Incorporated, on San Pablo Avenue near 21st Street. Look up the exact address in your phone book. But I'd say go to bed and rest. You were up all last night, and it seems obvious that you're suffering a fatigue reaction." "Suppose," Cupertino said, "greater and greater sections of the delusional system begin to slip. It won't be very pleasant for me." The one missing element terrified him. It was as if a piece of himself had dissolved. Not to know where he worked. In an instant, he was set apart from all other humans, thoroughly isolated. And how much else could he forget? Perhaps it was the fatigue. Hagopian might be right. He was, after all, too old to stay up all night. It was not as it had been a decade ago, when such things were physically possible for both him and Carol. He wanted, he realized, to hang on to the delusional system. He did not wish to see it decompose around him. A person was his world. Without it, he did not exist. "Doctor," he said, "may I see you this evening?"
"But you just saw me,"
Dr. Hagopian pointed out.
"There's no reason for another appointment so soon. Wait until later in the week. And in the meantime—"
"I think I understand how the delusional system is maintained," Cupertino said. "Through daily doses of frohedidrin, administered orally in my food. Perhaps by going to Los Angeles I missed a dose. That might explain why a segment of the system collapsed. Or else, as you say, it's fatigue. In any case, this proves that I'm correct. This is a delusional system. And I don't need either the blood fraction test or the University of California to confirm it. Carol is dead, and you know it. You're my psychiatrist on Ganymede, and I'm in custody. Have been now for 3 years. Isn't that actually the case?" He waited, but Hagopian did not answer. The doctor's face remained impassive. "I never was in Los Angeles," Cupertino said. "In fact, I'm probably confined to a relatively small area. I have no freedom of motion, as it would appear. And I didn't see Carol this morning, did I?" Hagopian said slowly,
"What do you mean, blood fraction test? What gave you the idea of asking for that?"
He smiled faintly.
"If this is a delusional system, John, the blood fraction test would be illusory too. So how could it help you?"
He had not thought of that. Stunned, he remained silent, unable to answer.
"And that file which you asked Dr. Green for," Hagopian said, "which you received and then transferred to the University of California for analysis, that would be delusional too. So how can the result of their tests—"
Cupertino said, "There's no way you could know of that, Doctor. You conceivably might know that I talked to Dr. Green, asked for and received the file. Green might have talked to you, but not my request for analysis by the university. You couldn't possibly know that. I'm sorry, Doctor, but by a contradiction of internal logic, this structure has proved itself unreal. You know too much about me, and I think I know what final absolute test I can apply to confirm my reasoning."
"What test?"
Hagopian's tone was cold. Cupertino said, "Go back to Los Angeles and kill Carol once more."
"Good God, how—"
"A woman who has been dead for 3 years can't die again," Cupertino said. "Obviously, it'll prove impossible to kill her." He started to break the phone connection.
"Wait," Hagopian said rapidly. "Look, Cupertino, I've got to contact the police now. You forced me to. I can't let you go down there and murder that woman for the—"
He broke off.
"Make a second try, I mean, on her life. All right, Cupertino, I'll admit several things which have been concealed from you. To an extent, you're right. You are on Ganymede, not on Terra."
"I see," Cupertino said, and did not break the circuit.
"But Carol is real,"
Dr. Hagopian continued. He was perspiring now. Obviously afraid that Cupertino would ring off, he said almost stammeringly,
"She's as real as you or I. You tried to kill her and failed. She informed the homeopapes about the intended revolt, and because of that the revolt was not completely successful. We here on Ganymede are surrounded by a cordon of Terran military ships. We are cut off from the rest of the Sol system, living on emergency rations and being pushed back, but still holding out."
"Why my delusional system?" He felt cold fright rise up inside him. Unable to stifle it, he felt it enter his chest, invade his heart. "Who imposed it on me?"
"No one imposed it on you. It was a self-induced retreat syndrome due to your sense of guilt. Because, Cupertino, it was your fault that the revolt was detected. Your telling Carol was the crucial factor, and you recognize it. You tried suicide, and that failed, so instead you withdrew psychologically into this fantasy world."
"If Carol told the Terran authorities she wouldn't now be free to—"
"That's right. Your wife is in prison, and that's where you visited her. At our prison in New Detroit G here on Ganymede. Frankly, I don't know what the effect of my telling you this will have on your fantasy world. It may cause it to further disintegrate. In fact, it may even restore you to a clear perception of the terribly difficult situation which we Gannies face vis-a-vis the Terran military establishment. I've envied you, Cupertino, during these last 3 years. You haven't had to face the harsh realities we've had to. Now, he shrugged, we'll see. After a pause, Cupertino said, "Thanks for telling me." "Don't thank me. I did it to keep you from becoming agitated to the point of violence. You're my patient, and I have to think of your welfare. No punishment for you is now or ever was intended. The extent of your mental illness, your retreat from reality, fully demonstrated your remorse at the results of your stupidity." Hagopian looked haggard and gray. "In any case, leave Carol alone. It's not your job to exact vengeance. Look it up in the Bible if you don't believe me. Anyhow, she's being punished, and will continue to be as long as she's physically in our hands." Cupertino broke the circuit. Do I believe him? He asked himself. He was not certain. Carol, he thought. So you doomed our cause out of petty domestic spite, out of mere female bitterness, because you were angry at your husband. You doomed an entire moon to 3 years of losing, hateful war. Going to the dresser in his bedroom, he got out his laser beam. It had remained hidden there in a Kleenex box the entire 3 years since he had left Ganymede and come to Terra. But now, he said to himself, it's time to use this. Going to the phone, he dialed for a cab. This time he would travel to Los Angeles by public rocket express rather than by his own wheel. He wanted to reach Carol as soon as humanly possible. "You got away from me once," he said as he walked rapidly to the door of his Connaught. "But not this time, not twice." 10 minutes later, he was aboard the rocket express on his way to Los Angeles. And Carol. Before John Cupertino lay the Los Angeles Times. Once more he leafed through it, puzzled, still unable to find the article. Why wasn't it here? He asked himself. A murder committed, an attractive, sexy woman shot to death. He had walked into Carol's place of work, found her at her desk, killed her in front of her fellow employees, then turned and, unhindered, walked back out. Everyone had been too frozen with fear and surprise to interfere with him. And yet it was not in the pape. The homeopape made absolutely no mention of it. "You're looking in vain," Dr. Hagopian said from behind his desk. "It has to be here," Cupertino said doggedly. "A capital crime like that? What's the matter?" He pushed the homeopape aside, bewildered. It made no sense. It defied obvious logic. "First," Dr. Hagopian said wearily, "the laser beam did not exist. That was a delusion. Second, we did not permit you to visit your wife again because we knew you planned violence. You had made that perfectly clear. You never saw her, never killed her, and the homeopape before you is not the Los Angeles Times. It's the New Detroit G-Star, which is limited to 4 pages because of the pulp paper shortage here on Ganymede." Cupertino stared at him. "That's right," Dr. Hagopian said, nodding. "It's happened again, John. You have a delusional memory of killing her twice now, and each event is as unreal as the other. You poor creature. You're evidently doomed to try again and again, and each time fail. As much as our leaders hate Carol Holt Cupertino and deplore and regret what she did to us," he gestured, "we have to protect her. It's only just. Her sentence is being carried out. She'll be imprisoned for 22 more years or until Terra manages to defeat us and releases her. No doubt, if they got hold of her, they'll make her into a heroine. She'll be in every Terran-controlled homeopape in the Sol system." "You'd let them get her alive?" Cupertino said presently. "Do you think we should kill her before they take her?" Dr. Hagopian scowled at him. "We're not barbarians, John. We don't commit crimes of vengeance. She's suffered 3 years of imprisonment already. She's being punished sufficiently." He added, "And so are you as well. I wonder which of you is suffering the more."
"I know I killed her," Cupertino persisted. "I took a cab to her place of employment, Falling Star Associates, which controls Six Planet Educational Enterprises in San Francisco. Her office was on the 6th floor." He remembered the trip up in the elevator, even the hat which the other passenger, a middle-aged woman, had worn. He remembered the slender, red-haired receptionist who had contacted Carol by means of her desk intercom. He remembered passing through the busy inner offices, suddenly finding himself face to face with Carol. She had risen, stood behind her desk, seeing the laser beam which he had brought out. Understanding had flashed across her features, and she had tried to run, to get away. But he had killed her anyhow, as she reached the far door, her hand clutching for the knob.
"I assure you," Dr. Hagopian said, "Carol is very much alive."
He turned to the phone on his desk, dialed.
"Here, I'll call her. Get her on the line. You can talk to her."
Numbly, Cupertino waited until, at last, the image on the vidscreen formed. It was Carol. "Hi," she said, recognizing him. Haltingly, he said, "Hi. How are you feeling?" Carol asked. "Okay." Awkwardly, he said, "And you?" "I'm fine," Carol said. "Just a little sleepy because of being woken up so early this morning. By you." He rang off then. "All right," he said to Dr. Hagopian. "I'm convinced." It was obviously so. His wife was alive and untouched. In fact, she evidently had no knowledge even of an attempt by him on her life this time. He had not even come to her place of business. Hagopian was telling the truth. Place of business? Her prison cell, rather. If he was to believe Hagopian, and evidently he had to. Rising, Cupertino said, "Am I free to go? I'd like to get back to my Conapt. I'm tired, too. I'd like to get some sleep tonight."
"It's amazing you're able to function at all," Hagopian said, "after having had no sleep for almost 50 hours. By all means, go home and go to bed. We'll talk later."
He smiled encouragingly. Hunched with fatigue, John Cupertino left Dr. Hagopian's office. He stood outside on the sidewalk, hands in his pockets, shivering in the night cold. And then he got unsteadily into his parked wheel. "Home," he instructed it. The wheel turned smoothly away from the curb to join traffic. I could try once more, Cupertino realized suddenly. Why not? And this time I might be successful. Just because I've failed twice, that doesn't mean I'm doomed always to fail. To the wheel, he said, "Head toward Los Angeles." The autonomic circuit of the wheel clicked as it contacted the main route to Los Angeles, U.S. Highway 99. She'll be asleep when I get there, Cupertino realized. Probably because of that, she'll be confused enough to let me in. And then... perhaps now the revolt will succeed. There seemed to him to be a gap, a weak point in his logic. But he could not quite put his finger on it. He was too tired. Leaning back, he tried to make himself comfortable against the seat of the wheel. He let the autonomic circuit drive and shut his eyes in an attempt to catch some much-needed sleep. In a few hours, he would be in South Pasadena, at Carol's one-unit dwelling. Perhaps after he killed her, he could sleep. He would deserve it then. By tomorrow morning, he thought, if all goes well, she'll be dead. And then he thought once more about the homeopape, and wondered why there had been no mention of the crime in its columns. Strange, he thought. I wonder why not. The wheel at 160 miles an hour, after all, he had removed the speed governor, hurtled toward what John Cupertino believed to be Los Angeles and his sleeping wife. A Terran Odyssey. Orion Stroud, chairman of the West Marin School Board, turned up the Coleman gasoline lantern so that the utility schoolroom in the white glare became clearly lit, and all 4 members of the board could make out the new teacher.
"I'll put a few questions to him," Stroud said to the others. "First, this is Mr. Barnes, and he comes from Oregon. He tells me he's a specialist in science and natural edibles. Right, Mr. Barnes?"
The new teacher, a short, young-looking man, wearing a khaki shirt and work pants, nervously cleared his throat and said, "Yes, I am familiar with chemicals and plants and animal life, especially whatever is found out in the woods, such as berries and mushrooms." "We've recently had bad luck with mushrooms," Mrs. Tallman said, the elderly lady who had been a member of the board even in the old days before the emergency. "It's been our tendency to leave them alone now." "I've looked through your pastures and woods in this area," Mr. Barnes said, "and I've seen some fine examples of nutritious mushrooms. You can supplement your diet without taking any chances. I even know their Latin names." The board stirred and murmured. That had impressed them, Stroud realized, that about the Latin names.
"Why did you leave Oregon?"
George Keller, the principal, asked bluntly. The new teacher faced him and said, "Politics."
"Yours or theirs?"
"Theirs," Barnes said. "I have no politics. I teach children how to make ink and soap and how to cut the tails from lambs, even if the lambs are almost grown. And I've got my own books." He picked up a book from the small stack beside him, showing the board in what good shape they were. "I'll tell you something else. You have the means here in this part of California to make paper. Did you know that?" Mrs. Tallman said, "We knew it, Mr. Barnes, but we don't know quite how. It has to do with bark of trees, doesn't it?" On the new teacher's face appeared a mysterious expression, one of concealment. Stroud knew that Mrs. Tallman was correct, but the teacher did not want to let her know. He wanted to keep the knowledge to himself because the West Marin trustees had not yet hired him. His knowledge was not yet available. He gave nothing for free. And that, of course, was proper. Stroud recognized that, respected Barnes for it. Only a fool gave something away for nothing. Mrs. Tallman was scrutinizing the new teacher's stack of books. "I see that you have Carl Jung's psychological types. Is one of your sciences psychology? How nice to acquire a teacher for our school who can tell edible mushrooms, and also is an authority on Freud and Jung."
"There's no value in such stuff," Stroud said with irritation. "We need useful science, not academic hot air."
He felt personally let down. Mr. Barnes had not told him about that, about his interest in mere theory.
"Psychology doesn't dig any septic tanks."
"I think we're ready to vote on Mr. Barnes,"
Miss Costigan, the youngest member of the board, said.
"I, for one, am in favor of accepting him, at least on a provisional basis. Does anyone feel otherwise?"
Mrs. Tallman said to Mr. Barnes, "We killed our last teacher, you know. That's why we need another. That's why we sent Mr. Stroud out looking up and down the coast until he found you."
"We killed him because he lied to us," Miss Costigan said. "You see, his real reason for coming here had nothing to do with teaching. He was looking for some man named Jack Tree, who it turned out lived in this area. Our Mrs. Keller, a respected member of this community, and the wife of George Keller here, our principal, is a dear friend of Mr. Tree, and she brought the news of the situation to us, and of course we acted legally and officially, through our chief of police, Mr. Earl Colvig."
"I see," Mr. Barnes said woodenly, listening without interrupting. Speaking up, Orion Stroud said,
"The jury which sentenced and executed him was composed of myself, Cass Stone, who's the largest landowner in West Marin, Mrs. Tallman, and Mrs. June Raub. I say executed, but you understand that's the act. When he was shot, the shooting itself was done by Earl. That's Earl's job after the West Marin official jury has made its decision.
He eyed the new teacher. It sounds, Mr. Barnes said, very formal and law-abiding to me, just what I'd be interested in. He smiled at them all, and the tension in the room relaxed. People murmured. A cigarette, one of Andrew Gill's special deluxe gold labels, was lit up, its good rich smell wafted to them all, cheering them and making them feel more friendly to the new teacher and to one another. Seeing the cigarette, Mr. Barnes got a strange expression on his face, and he said in a husky voice, "You've got tobacco up here? After 7 years?" He clearly could not believe it. Smiling in amusement, Mrs. Tallman said, "We don't have any tobacco, Mr. Barnes, because of course no one does. But we do have a tobacco expert. He fashions these special deluxe gold labels for us out of choice, aged vegetable and herbal materials, the nature of which remains, and justly so, his individual secret." "How much do they cost?" Mr. Barnes asked.
In terms of state of California boodle money, Orion Stroud said, about $100 apiece. In terms of pre-war silver, a nickel apiece.
"I have a nickel," Mr. Barnes said, reaching shakily into his coat pocket. He fished about, brought up a nickel, and held it toward the smoker, who was George Keller, leaning back in his chair with his legs crossed to make himself comfortable. "Sorry," George said. "I don't want to sell. You better go directly to Mr. Gill. You can find him during the day at his shop. It's here in Point Reyes Station, but of course he gets all around. He has a horse-drawn VW minibus." "I'll make note of that," Mr. Barnes said. He put his nickel away, very carefully. "Do you intend to board the ferry?" the Oakland official asked. "If not, I wish you'd move your car because it's blocking the gate." "Sure," Stuart McConkey said. He got back into his car, flicked the reins that made Edward Prince of Wales, his horse, begin pulling. Edward pulled, and the engineless 1975 Pontiac passed back through the gate and out onto the pier. The bay, choppy and blue, lay on both sides, and Stuart watched through the windshield as a gull swooped to seize some edible from the pilings. Fishing lines, too, men catching their evening meals. Several of the men wore the remains of army uniforms, veterans who perhaps lived beneath the pier. Stuart drove on. If only he could afford to telephone San Francisco. But the underwater cable was out again, and the lines had to go all the way down to San Jose and up the other side, along the peninsula, and by the time the call reached San Francisco, it would cost him $5 in silver money. So except for a rich person, that was out of the question. He had to wait the 2 hours until the ferry left. But could he stand to wait that long? He was after something important. He had heard a rumor that a huge Soviet-guided missile had been found, one which had failed to go off. It lay buried in the ground near Belmont, and a farmer had discovered it while plowing. The farmer was selling it off in the form of individual parts, of which there were thousands in the guidance system alone. The farmer wanted a penny a part, your choice, and Stuart, in his line of work, needed many such parts. But so did lots of other people. So it was first come, first serve. Unless he got across the bay to Belmont fairly soon, it would be too late. He sold, another man made them, small electronic traps. Vermin had mutated and now could avoid or repel the ordinary passive trap, no matter how complicated. The cats in particular had become different, and Mr. Hardy built a superior cat trap, even better than his rat and dog traps. The vermin were dangerous. They killed and ate small children almost at will, or at least so one heard. And of course, wherever possible, they themselves were caught and eaten in return. Dogs in particular, if stuffed with rice, were considered delicious. The little local Berkeley newspaper, which came out once a week, had recipes for dog soup, dog stew, even dog pudding. Meditating about dog pudding made Stuart realize how hungry he was. It seemed to him that he had not stopped being hungry since the first bomb fell. His last really adequate meal had been the lunch at Fred's Fine Foods that day he had run into Hoppy Harrington, the Focomalus doing his phony vision act. And where, he wondered suddenly, was that little Fos now? He hadn't thought of him in years. Now, of course, one saw many Foses, and almost all of them on their mobiles, exactly as Hoppy had been, placed dead center each in his own little universe, like an armless, legless god. The sight still repelled Stuart, but there were so many repellent sights these days. On the surface of the bay to his right, a legless veteran propelled himself out onto the water aboard a raft, rowing himself toward a pile of debris that was undoubtedly a sunken ship. On the hulk, a number of fishing lines could be seen. They belonged to the veteran, and he was in the process of checking them. Watching the raft go, Stuart wondered if it could reach the San Francisco side. He could offer the man 50 cents for a one-way trip, why not? Stuart got out of his car and walked to the edge of the pier. "Hey," he yelled, "come here." From his pocket, he got a penny. He tossed it down onto the pier, and the veteran saw it, heard it. At once he spun the raft about and came paddling rapidly back, straining to make speed, his face streaked with perspiration. He grinned up friendlily at Stuart, cupping his ear. "Fish?" he called. "I don't have any yet today, but maybe later on. How about a small shark? Guaranteed safe." He held up the battered Geiger counter which he had connected to his waist by a length of rope. In case it fell from the raft or someone tried to steal it, Stuart realized. "No," Stuart said, squatting down at the edge of the pier. "I want to get over to San Francisco. I'll pay you $1/4 for one way." "But I got to leave my lines to do that," the veteran said, his smile fading. "I got to collect them all or somebody'd steal them while I was gone." 35 cents, Stuart said. In the end, they agreed, at a price of 40 cents. Stuart locked the legs of Edward, Prince of Wales, together so no one could steal him, and presently he was out on the bay, bobbing up and down aboard the veteran's raft, being rowed across to San Francisco. "What field are you in?" the veteran asked him. "You're not a tax collector, are you?" He eyed him calmly. "Nah," Stuart said. "I'm a small trap man." "Listen, my friend," the veteran said. "I got a pet rat lives under the pilings with me. He's smart. He can play the flute. I'm not putting you under an illusion, it's true. I made a little wooden flute and he plays it through his nose. It's practically an Asiatic nose flute like they have in India. Well, I did have him, but the other day he got run over. I saw the whole thing happen. I couldn't go get him or nothing. He ran across the pier to get something, maybe a piece of cloth. He has this bed I made him, but he got cold all the time, because they mutated, this particular line. They lost their hair." "I've seen those," Stuart said, thinking how well the hairless brown rat evaded even Mr. Hardy's electronic vermin traps. "Actually, I believe what you said," he said. "I know rats pretty well, but they're nothing compared to those little striped gray-brown tabby cats. I'll bet you had to make the flute. He couldn't construct it himself." "True," the veteran said, "but he was an artist. You ought to have heard him play. I used to get a crowd at night after we were finished with the fishing. I tried to teach him the Bach Chakan in D." "I caught one of those tabby cats once," Stuart said, "that I kept for a month until it escaped. It could make little sharp-pointed things out of tin can lids. It bent them or something. I never did see how it did it, but they were wicked." The veteran, rowing, said, "What's it like south of San Francisco these days? I can't come up on land." He indicated the lower part of his body. "I stay on the raft. There's a little trap door when I have to go to the bathroom. What I need is to find a dead Fos sometime and get his cart. They call them Foco-mobiles." "I knew the first Fos," Stuart said, "before the war. He was brilliant. He could repair anything." He lit up an imitation tobacco cigarette. The veteran gaped at it longingly. South of San Francisco, it's, as you know, all flat, so it got hit bad, and it's just farmland now. Nobody ever rebuilt there, and it was mostly those little tract houses, so they left hardly any decent basements. They grow peas and corn and beans down there. What I'm going to see is a big rocket a farmer just found. I need relays and tubes and other electronic gear for Mr. Hardy's traps. He paused. You ought to have a Hardy trap.
Why? I live on fish, and why should I hate rats? I like them.
I like them too, Stewart said, but you have to be practical. You have to look to the future. Someday America may be taken over by rats if we aren't wary. We owe it to our country to catch and kill rats, especially the wiser ones that would be natural leaders.
The veteran glared at him. Sales talk, that's all.
I'm sincere.
That's what I have against salesmen. They believe their own lies. You know that the best rats can ever do in 1,000,000 years of evolution is maybe be useful as servants to we human beings. They could carry messages, maybe, and do a little manual work. But dangerous? He shook his head. How much does one of your traps sell for?
$10 silver, no state boodle accepted. Mr. Hardy is an old man, and you know how old people are. He doesn't consider boodle to be real money. Stewart laughed.
Let me tell you about a rat I once saw that did a heroic deed.
The veteran began, but Stewart cut him off. I have my own opinions, Stewart said. There's no use arguing about it. They were both silent then. Stewart enjoyed the sight of the bay on all sides. The veteran rowed. It was a nice day, and as they bobbed along toward San Francisco, Stewart thought of the electronic parts he might be bringing back to Mr. Hardy and the factory on San Pablo Avenue, near the ruins of what had once been the west end of the University of California.
What kind of cigarette is that?
The veteran asked presently. This? Stewart examined the butt. He was almost ready to put it out and stick it away in the metal box in his pocket. The box was full of butts which would be opened and made into new cigarettes by Tom Grandy, the local cigarette man in South Berkeley. This, he said, is imported from Marin County. It's a deluxe gold label made by... He paused for effect. I guess I don't have to tell you.
By Andrew Gill, the veteran said. Say, I'd like to buy a whole one from you. I'll pay you a dime.
They're worth 15 cents apiece, Stewart said. They have to come all the way around Black Point and Sears Point and along the Lucas Valley Road, from beyond Nicasio somewhere.
I had one of those Andrew Gill deluxe special gold labels one time, the veteran said. It fell out of the pocket of some man who was getting on the ferry. I fished it out of the water and dried it.
All of a sudden, Stewart handed him the butt.
For God's sake,
the veteran said, not looking directly at him. He rowed rapidly, his lips moving, his eyelids blinking. I got more, Stewart said.
The veteran said, I'll tell you what else you got. You got real humanity, mister, and that's rare today. Very rare.
Stewart nodded. He felt the truth of the veteran's words. The little Keller girl sat shivering on the examination table, and Dr. Stockstill, surveying her thin, pale body, thought of a joke which he had seen on television years ago, long before the war. A Spanish ventriloquist speaking through a chicken. The chicken had produced an egg. "My son," the chicken said, meaning the egg. "Are you sure?" the ventriloquist asked. "It's not your daughter?" And the chicken, with dignity, answered, "I know my business." This child was Bonnie Keller's daughter, but, Dr. Stockstill thought, it isn't George Keller's daughter. I am certain of that. I know my business. Who had Bonnie been having an affair with 7 years ago? The child must have been conceived very close to the day the war began. But she had not been conceived before the bombs fell, that was clear. Perhaps it was on that very day, he ruminated. Just like Bonnie, to rush out while the bombs were falling, while the world was coming to an end, to have a brief, frenzied spasm of love with someone, perhaps with some man she did not even know, the first man she happened onto, and now this. The child smiled at him, and he smiled back. Superficially, Edie Keller appeared normal. She did not seem to be a funny child. How he wished, God damn it, that he had an X-ray machine. Because, he said aloud, "Tell me more about your brother."
"Well," Edie Keller said in her frail, soft voice, "I talk to my brother all the time, and sometimes he answers for a while, but more often he's asleep. He sleeps almost all the time."
"Is he asleep now?" For a moment the child was silent.
"No,"
she answered. Rising to his feet and coming over to her, Dr. Stockstill said, "I want you to show me exactly where he is." The child pointed to her left side, low down. Near, he thought, the appendix. The pain was there. That had brought the child in. Bonnie and George had become worried. They knew about the brother, but they assumed him to be imaginary, a pretend playmate which kept their little daughter company. He himself had assumed so at first. The chart did not mention a brother, and yet Edie talked about him. Bill was exactly the same age as she, born, Edie had informed the doctor, at the same time as she, of course. "Why, of course?" he had asked, as he began examining her. He had sent the parents into the other room because the child seemed reticent in front of them. Edie had answered in her calm, solemn way,
"Because he's my twin brother. How else could he be inside me?"
And like the Spanish ventriloquist's chicken, she spoke with authority, with confidence. She, too, knew her business. In the 7 years since the war, Dr. Stockstill had examined many hundreds of funny people, many strange and exotic variants on the human life form which flourished now under a much more tolerant, although smokily veiled, sky. He could not be shocked. And yet this, a child whose brother lived inside her body, down in the inguinal region. For 7 years Bill Keller had dwelt inside there, and Dr. Stockstill, listening to the girl, believed her. He knew it was possible. It was not the first case of this kind. If he had his X-ray machine, he would be able to see the tiny, wizened shape, probably no larger than a baby rabbit. In fact, with his hands he could feel the outline. He touched her side, carefully noting the firm cyst-like sac within. The head in a normal position, the body entirely within the abdominal cavity, limbs and all. Someday the girl would die and they would open her body, perform an autopsy. They would find a little wrinkled male figure, perhaps with a snowy beard and blind eyes. Her brother, still no larger than a baby rabbit. Meanwhile, Bill slept mostly, but now and then he and his sister talked. What did Bill have to say? What possibly could he know? To the question, Edie had an answer.
"Well, he doesn't know very much. He doesn't see anything, but he thinks, and I tell him what's going on so he doesn't miss out."
"What are his interests?" Stockstill asked. Edie considered and said,
"Well, he, likes to hear about food."
"Food?" Stockstill said, fascinated.
"Yes. He doesn't eat, you know. He likes me to tell him over and over again what I had for dinner, because he does get it after a while. I think he does, anyhow. Wouldn't he have to live?"
"Yes," Stockstill agreed.
"He especially likes it if I have apples or oranges, and he likes to hear stories. He always wants to hear about places, far away especially, like New York. I want to take him there someday so he can see what it's like. I mean, so I can see and then tell him."
"You take good care of him, don't you?" Stockstill said, deeply touched. To the girl it was normal. She had lived like this always. She did not know of any other existence.
"I'm afraid," she said suddenly, "that he might die someday."
"I don't think he will," Stockstill said. "What's more likely to happen is that he'll get larger, and that might pose a problem.
It might be hard for your body to accommodate him."
"Would he be born then?" Edie regarded him with large, dark eyes.
"No," Stockstill said. "He's not located that way. He'd have to be removed, surgically. But he wouldn't live. The only way he can live is as he is now, inside you."
Parasitically, he thought, not saying the word.
"We'll worry about that when the time comes, if it ever does."
Edie said, "I'm glad I have a brother. He keeps me from being lonely. Even when he's asleep, I can feel him there. I know he's there. It's like having a baby inside me. I can't wheel him around in a baby carriage or anything like that, or dress him, but talking to him is a lot of fun. For instance, I get to tell him about Mildred."
"Mildred?"
He was puzzled. "You know," the child smiled at his ignorance, "the woman that keeps coming back to Philip and spoils his life. We listen every night, the satellite."
"Of course."
It was Walt Dangerfield's reading of the Mom book, the disc jockey as he passed in his daily orbit above their heads. Eerie, Dr. Stockstill thought, this parasite dwelling within her body, in unchanging moisture and darkness, fed by her blood, hearing from her in some unfathomable fashion a second-hand account of a famous novel. It makes Bill Keller part of our culture. He leads his grotesque social existence, too. God knows what he makes of the story. Does he have fantasies about it? About our life? Does he dream about us? Bending, Dr. Stockstill kissed the girl on the forehead.
"Okay," he said. "You can go now. I'll talk to your mother and father for a minute. There's some very old, genuine pre-war magazines out in the waiting room that you can read."
When he opened the door, George and Bonnie Keller rose to their feet, faces taut with anxiety.
"Come in,"
Stockstill said to them, and shut the door after them. He had already decided not to tell them the truth about their daughter, and, he thought, about their son. Better they did not know. When Stuart McConkey returned to the East Bay from his trip to the peninsula, he found that someone, no doubt a group of veterans living under the pier, had killed and eaten his horse, Edward, Prince of Wales. All that remained was the skeleton, legs and head, a heap worthless to him or to anyone else. He stood by it, pondering. Well, it had been a costly trip, and he had arrived too late anyhow. The farmer, at a penny apiece, had already disposed of the electronic parts of his Soviet missile. Mr. Hardy would supply another horse, no doubt, but he had been fond of Edward, and it was wrong to kill a horse for food because they were so vitally needed for other purposes. They were the mainstay of transportation now that most of the wood had been consumed by the wood-burning cars and by people in cellars using it in the winter to keep warm. And horses were needed in the job of reconstruction. They were the main source of power in the absence of electricity. The stupidity of killing Edward, Prince of Wales, maddened him. It was, he thought, like barbarism, the thing they all feared. It was anarchy, and right in the middle of the city, right in downtown Oakland, in broad day. It was what he would expect the Red Chinese to do. Now, on foot, he walked slowly toward San Pablo Avenue. The sun had begun to descend into the lavish, extensive sunset which they had become accustomed to seeing in the years since the emergency. He scarcely noticed it. Maybe I ought to go into some other business, he said to himself. Small animal traps, it's a living, but there's no advancement possible in it. I mean, where can you rise to in a business like that? The loss of his horse had depressed him. He gazed down at the broken, grass-infested sidewalk as he picked his way along, past the rubble which had once been factories. From a burrow in a vacant lot, something with eager eyes noted his passing, something, he surmised gloomily, that ought to be hanging by its hind legs minus its skin. These ruins, the smoky, flickering pallor of the sky, the eager eyes still following him as the creature calculated whether it could safely attack him. Bending, he picked up a hunk of concrete and chucked it at the burrow, a dense layer of organic and inorganic material packed tightly, glued in place by some sort of white slime. The creature had emulsified debris lying around, had reformed it into a usable paste. Must be a brilliant animal, he thought. But he did not care. I've evolved too, he said to himself. My wits are much clearer than they formerly were. I'm a match for you any time, so give up. Evolved, he thought, but no better off than I was before the goddamn emergency. I sold TV sets then, and now I sell electronic vermin traps. What is the difference? One's as bad as the other. Going downhill, in fact. A whole day wasted. In 2 hours it would be dark, and he would be going to sleep, down in the cat-pelt-lined basement room which Mr. Hardy rented him for $1 in silver a month. Of course, he could light his fat lamp. He could burn it for a little while, read a book or part of a book. Most of his library consisted of merely sections of books, the remaining portions having been destroyed or lost. Or he could visit old Mr. and Mrs. Hardy and sit in on the evening transmission from the satellite. After all, he had personally radioed a request to Dangerfield just the other day, from the transmitter out on the mudflats in West Richmond. He had asked for Good Rockin' Tonight, an old-fashioned favorite which he remembered from his childhood. It was not known if Dangerfield had that tune in his miles of tapes, however, so perhaps he was waiting in vain. As he walked along, he sang to himself, "Oh, I heard the news. There's good rockin' tonight. Oh, I heard the news. There's good rockin' tonight. Tonight I'll be a mighty fine man. I'll hold my baby as tight as I can." It brought tears to his eyes to remember one of the old songs, From the World the Way It Was. All gone now, he said to himself. And what do we have instead? A rat that can play the nose flute, and not even that because the rat got run over. I'll bet the rat couldn't play that, he said to himself. Not in a million years. That's practically sacred music. Out of our past, that no brilliant animal and no funny person can share. The past belongs only to us genuine human beings. While he was thinking that, he arrived on San Pablo Avenue with its little shops open here and there, little shacks which sold everything from coat hangers to hay. One of them, not far off, was Hardy's homeostatic vermin traps, and he headed in that direction. As he entered, Mr. Hardy glanced up from his assembly table in the rear. He worked under the white light of an arc lamp, and all around him lay heaps of electronic parts scavenged from every region of Northern California. Many had come from the ruins out in Livermore. Mr. Hardy had connections with state officials, and they had permitted him to dig there in the restricted deposits. In former times, Dean Hardy had been an engineer for an AM radio station. He was a slender, quiet-spoken elderly man who wore a sweater and necktie even now, and a tie was rare in these times. "They ate my horse." Stewart seated himself opposite Hardy. At once, Ella Hardy, his employer's wife, appeared from the living quarters in the rear. She had been fixing dinner. "You left him?" "Yes," he admitted. "I thought he was safe out on the City of Oakland public ferry pier. There's an official there who—" "It happens all the time," Hardy said wearily. "The bastards. Somebody ought to drop a cyanide bomb under that pier. Those war vets are down there by the hundreds. What about the car? You had to leave it." "I'm sorry," Stewart said. "Forget it," Hardy said. "We have more horses out at our Orinda store. What about parts from the rocket?" "No luck," Stewart said. "All gone when I got there, except for this." He held up a handful of transistors. "The farmer didn't notice these. I picked them up for nothing. I don't know if they're any good, though." Carrying them over to the assembly table, he laid them down. Not much for an all-day trip. He felt more glum than ever. Without a word, Ella Hardy returned to the kitchen, the curtain closed after her. "You want to have some dinner with us?" Hardy said, shutting off his light and removing his glasses. "I don't know." Stewart said. "I feel strange." He roamed about the shop. "Over on the other side of the bay I saw something I've heard about but didn't believe. A flying animal like a bat, but not a bat. More like a weasel, very skinny and long, with a big head. They call them Tommies because they're always gliding up against windows and looking in, like peeping Toms." Hardy said, "It's a squirrel." He leaned back in his chair, loosened his necktie. "They evolved from the squirrels in Golden Gate Park. I once had a scheme for them. They could be useful, in theory at least, as message carriers. They can glide or fly or whatever they do for almost a mile, but they're too feral. I gave it up after catching one." He held up his right hand. "Look at the scar there on my thumb. That's from a tom." "This man I talked to said they taste good, like old-time chicken. They sell them at stalls in downtown San Francisco. You see old ladies selling them cooked for $1 apiece, still hot, very fresh." "Don't try one," Hardy said. "Many of them are toxic. It has to do with their diet." "Hardy," Stewart said suddenly, "I want to get out of the city and out into the country." His employer regarded him. "It's too brutal here," Stewart said. "It's brutal everywhere." He added, "And out in the country it's hard to make a living." "Do you sell any traps in the country?" "No," Hardy said. "Vermin live in towns, where there's ruins. You know that. Stewart, you're a wool-gatherer. The country is sterile. You'd miss the flow of ideas that you have here in the city. Nothing happens. They just farm and listen to the satellite." "I'd like to take a line of traps out, say, around Napa and Sonoma," Stewart persisted. "I could trade them for wine, maybe. They grow grapes up there, I understand, like they used to." "But it doesn't taste the same," Hardy said. "The ground is too altered." He shook his head. "Really awful. Foul." "They drink it, though," Stewart said. "I've seen it here in town, brought in on those old wood-burning trucks." "People will drink anything they can get their hands on now." Hardy raised his head and said thoughtfully, "You know who has liquor? I mean the genuine thing. You can't tell if it's pre-war that he's dug up or new that he's made." "Nobody in the Bay Area." "Andrew Gill, the tobacco expert. Oh, he doesn't sell much. I've seen one bottle, a fifth of brandy. I had one single drink from it." Hardy smiled at him crookedly, his lips twitching. "You would have liked it." "How much does he want for it?" "More than you have to pay." "I wonder what sort of a man Andrew Gill is," Stewart said to himself. "Big, maybe, with a beard, a vest, walking with a silver-headed cane. A giant of a man with wavy hair, imported monocle. I can picture him." Seeing the expression on Stewart's face, Hardy leaned toward him. "I can tell you what else he sells. Girly photos. In artistic poses, you know." "Oh, Christ," Stewart said, his imagination boggling. It was too much. "I don't believe it." "God's truth. Genuine pre-war girly calendars from as far back as 1950. They're worth a fortune, of course. I've heard of $1,000 silver changing hands over a 1963 Playboy calendar." Now Hardy had become pensive. He gazed off into space. "Where I worked when the bomb fell," Stewart said, "at Modern TV Sales and Service, we had a lot of girly calendars downstairs in the repair department. They were all incinerated, naturally. At least, so he had always assumed. Suppose a person were poking around in the ruins somewhere and he came onto an entire warehouse full of girly calendars. Can you imagine that? His mind raced. How much could he get? Millions! He could trade them for real estate. He could acquire a whole country. "Right," Hardy said, nodding. "I mean, he'd be rich forever. They make a few in the Orient, in Tokyo, but they're not so good." "I've seen them," Hardy agreed. "They're crude. The knowledge of how to do it has declined, passed into oblivion. It's an art that has died out, maybe forever." "Don't you think it's partly because there aren't the girls anymore who look like that?" Stewart said. "Everybody's scrawny now, and have no teeth. The girls, most of them now, have burn scars from radiation, and with no teeth, what kind of a girly calendar does that make? Shrewdly, Hardy said, I think the girls exist. I don't know where, maybe in Sweden or Norway, maybe in out-of-the-way places like the Solomon Islands. I'm convinced of it from what people coming in by ship say. Not in the US or Europe or Russia or China, any of the places that were hit. I agree with you there. Could we find them? Stewart said, and go into the business? After considering for a little while, Hardy said, There's no film. There are no chemicals to process it. Most good cameras have been destroyed or have disappeared. There's no way you could get your calendars printed in quantity. If you did print them, but if someone could find a girl with no burns and good teeth, the way they had before the war, I'll tell you, Hardy said. What would be a good business? I've thought about it many times. He faced Stewart meditatively. Sewing machine needles. You could name your own price. You could have anything. Gesturing, Stewart got up and paced about the shop. Listen, I've got my eye on the big time. I don't want to mess around with selling anymore. I'm fed up with it. I sold aluminum pots and pans and encyclopedias and TV sets, and now these vermin traps. They're good traps and people want them, but I just feel there must be something else for me. I don't mean to insult you, but I want to grow. I have to. You either grow or you go stale. You die on the vine. The war set me back years. It set us all back. I'm just where I was 10 years ago, and that's not good enough. Scratching his nose, Hardy murmured, What did you have in mind? Maybe I could find a mutant potato that would feed everybody in the world. Just one potato? I mean a type of potato. Maybe I could become a plant breeder like Luther Burbank. There must be millions of freak plants growing around out in the country, like there's all these freak animals and funny people here in the city. Hardy said, Maybe you could locate an intelligent being. I'm not joking about this, Stewart said quietly. They faced each other, neither speaking. It's a service to humanity, Hardy said at last, to make homeostatic vermin traps that destroy mutated cats and dogs and rats and squirrels. I think you're acting infantile. Maybe your horse being eaten while you were over in South San Francisco. Entering the room, Ella Hardy said, Dinner is ready, and I'd like to serve it while it's hot. It's baked cod head and rice, and it took me 3 hours standing in line down at East Shore Freeway to get the cod head. The two men rose to their feet. You'll eat with us? Hardy asked Stewart. At the thought of the baked fish head, Stewart's mouth watered. He could not say no, and he nodded, following after Mrs. Hardy to the kitchen. Hoppy Harrington, the handyman Focomalus of West Marin, did an imitation of Walt Dangerfield when the transmission from the satellite failed. He kept the citizens of West Marin amused. As everyone knew, Dangerfield was sick, and he often faded out now. Tonight, in the middle of his imitation, Hoppy glanced up to see the Kellers, with their little girl, enter the Foresters' Hall and take seats in the rear. About time, he said to himself, glad of a greater audience. But then he felt nervous, because the little girl was scrutinizing him. There was something in the way she looked. He ceased suddenly, and the hall was silent. Go ahead, Hoppy, Cass Stone called. Do that one about Kool-Aid, Mrs. Tallman called. Sing that, the little tune the Kool-Aid twins sing, you know. Kool-Aid, Kool-Aid, can't wait, Hoppy sang, but once more he stopped. I guess that's enough for tonight, he said. The room became silent once again. My brother, the little Keller girl spoke up. He says that Mr. Dangerfield is somewhere in this place. Hoppy laughed. That's right, he said excitedly. Has he done the reading? Edie Keller asked, or was he too sick tonight to do it? Oh, yeah, the reading's in progress, Earl Colvig said. But we're not listening. We're tired of sick old Walt. We're listening to Hoppy and watching what he does. He did funny things tonight, didn't you, Hoppy? Show the little girl how you moved that coin from a distance, June Raub said. "I think she'd enjoy that."
"Yes, do that again," the pharmacist called from his seat. "That was good. We'd all like to see that again, I'm sure."
In his eagerness to watch, he rose to his feet, forgetting that people were behind him.
"My brother," Edie said quietly, "wants to hear the reading. That's what he came for."
"Be still,"
Bonnie, her mother, said to her. Brother, Hoppy thought. She doesn't have any brother. He laughed out loud at that, and several people in the audience smiled. "Your brother?" he said, wheeling his Focomobile toward the child. "I can do the reading. I can be Philip and Mildred and everybody in the book. I can be Dangerfield. Sometimes I actually am. I was tonight, and that's why your brother thinks Dangerfield's in the room. What it is, it's me." He looked around at the people. "Isn't that right, folks? Isn't it actually me?" "That's right, Hoppy," Orion Stroud agreed. Everyone nodded.
"You have no brother, Edie," Hoppy said to the little girl. "Why do you say your brother wants to hear the reading when you have no brother?" He laughed and laughed. "Can I see him? Talk to him? Let me hear him talk, and I'll do an imitation of him."
"That'll be quite an imitation," Cass Stone chuckled. "Like to hear that," Earl Colvig said.
"I'll do it," Hoppy said, "as soon as he says something to me."
He sat in the center of his mobile, waiting.
"I'm waiting," he said. "That's enough," Bonnie Keller said. "Leave my child alone." Her cheeks were red with anger. "Lean down," Edie said to Hoppy, "toward me, and he'll speak to you." Her face, like her mother's, was grim. Hoppy leaned toward her, cocking his head on one side, mockingly. A voice, speaking from inside him as if it were part of the interior world, said, "How did you fix that record changer? How did you really do that?" Hoppy screamed. Everyone was staring at him, white-faced. They were on their feet now, all of them rigid. "I heard Jim Ferguson," Hoppy said. "A man I worked for once. A man who's dead." The girl regarded him calmly. "Do you want to hear my brother say more? Say some more words to him, Bill. He wants you to say more." And in Hoppy's interior mind, the voice said, "It looked like you healed it. It looked like instead of replacing that broken spring—" Hoppy wheeled his cart wildly, spun up the aisle to the far end of the room, wheeled again, and sat, panting, a long way from the Keller child. His heart pounded, and he stared at her. She returned his stare silently. "Did he scare you?" Now the child was openly smiling at him, but her smile was empty and cold. "He paid you back because you were picking on me. It made him angry, so he did that." Coming up beside Hoppy, George Keller said, "What happened, Hop?" "Nothing," he said shortly. "Maybe we'd better listen to the reading." Sending out his manual extensor, he turned up the volume of the radio. "You can have what you want, you and your brother," he thought. "Dangerfield's reading or anything else. How long have you been in there? Only 7 years? Seems more like forever, as if you've always existed." It had been a terribly old, wizened, white thing that had spoken to him, something hard and small, floating. Lips overgrown with downy hair that hung trailing, streamers of it, wispy and dry. "I bet it was Ferguson," he said to himself. It felt like him. He's in there, inside that child. I wonder, can he get out? Edie Keller said to her brother, "What did you do to scare him like you did? He really was scared." From within her, the familiar voice said, "I was someone he used to know, a long time ago. Someone dead." Amused, she said, "Are you going to do any more to him?" "If I don't like him," Bill said. "I may do more to him, a lot of different things, maybe." "How did you know about the dead person?" "Oh," Bill said, "because... you know why. Because I'm dead too." He chuckled,
deep down inside her stomach. She felt him quiver. "No, you're not," she disagreed. "You're as alive as I am, so don't say that. It isn't right." It frightened her. Bill said, "I was just pretending. I'm sorry. I wish I could have seen his face. How did it look?" "Awful," Edie said. "It turned all inward like a frog's." "I wish I could come out," Bill said plaintively. "I wish I could be born like everybody else. Can't I be born later on?" "Dr. Stockstill says you couldn't. Maybe I could make Dr. Stockstill let me out. I can do that if I want." "No," she said. "You're lying. You can't do anything but sleep and talk to the dead and maybe do imitations like you did. That isn't much." There was no response from within. "If you did anything bad," she said, "I could swallow something that would kill you. So you better behave." She felt more and more afraid of him. She was talking to herself, trying to bolster her confidence. "Maybe it would be a good thing if you did die," she thought. "Only then I'd have to carry you around still, and it wouldn't be pleasant. I wouldn't like that." She shuddered. "Don't worry about me," Bill said suddenly. "I know a lot of things. I can take care of myself. I'll protect you too. You better be glad about me because I can look at everyone who's dead, like the man I imitated. There are a whole lot of them, trillions and trillions of them, and they're all different. When I'm asleep, I hear them muttering. They're still around." "Around where?" she asked. "Underneath us," Bill said. "Down in the ground." "Brr," she said. "It's true, and we're going to be there too, and so is Mommy and Daddy and everyone else. You'll see." "I don't want to see," she said. "Please don't say any more. I want to listen to the reading." Andrew Gill glanced up from his task of rolling cigarettes to see Hoppy Harrington, whom he did not like, entering the factory with a man whom he did not know. At once Gill felt uneasy. He set down his tobacco paper and rose to his feet. Beside him at the long bench, the other rollers, his employees, continued at their work. He employed in all 8 men, and this was in the tobacco division alone. The distillery, which produced brandy, employed another 12. He was the largest commercial enterprise in West Marin, and he sold his products all over Northern California. His cigarettes had even gotten back to the East Coast, and were known there. "Yes," he said to Hoppy. He placed himself in front of the Foss's cart, halting him. Hoppy stammered. "This man came up from Oakland to see you, Mr. Gill. He's an important businessman, he says. Isn't that right?" The Foss turned to the man beside him. "Isn't that what you told me, Stewart?" Holding out his hand, the man said, "I represent the Hardy Homeostatic Vermin Trap Corporation of Berkeley, California. I'm here to acquaint you with an amazing proposition that could well mean tripling your profits within 6 months." His eyes flashed. Gill repressed the impulse to laugh aloud. "I see," he said, nodding. "Very interesting, Mr.—" He glanced questioningly at the Foss. "Mr. Stewart McConkey," the Foss stammered. "I knew him before the war. I haven't seen him in all that time, and now he's migrated up here, the same as I did." "My employer, Mr. Hardy," Stewart McConkey said, "has empowered me to describe to you in detail the design of a fully automated cigarette-making machine. We at Hardy Homeostatic are well aware of the fact that your cigarettes are rolled entirely in the old-fashioned way, by hand." He pointed toward the employees at the long bench. "Such a method is a century out of date, Mr. Gill. You've achieved superb quality in your special deluxe gold label cigarettes, which I intend to maintain," Gill said quietly. Stewart McConkey said, "Our automated electronic equipment will in no way sacrifice quality for quantity. In fact—" "Wait," Gill said. "I don't want to discuss this now." He glanced toward the Foss, who was parked close by, listening. The Foss flushed, and at once spun his mobile away. "I'm going," Hoppy said sullenly. "This doesn't interest me anyhow. Goodbye." He wheeled through the open door, out onto the street. The two of them watched him until he disappeared. Our handy, Gil said. Heals rather, everything that breaks. Hoppy Harrington, the human handless handy. Strolling a few steps away, surveying the factory and the men at their work, McConkey said, "Nice place you have here, Gil. I want to state right now how much I admire your product. It's first in its field." I haven't heard talk like that, Gil realized, in 7 years. It was difficult to believe that it still existed in the world. So much had changed, and yet here, in this man McConkey, it remained intact. Gil felt a glow of pleasure. It reminded him of happier times, this salesman's line of patter. He felt amiably inclined toward the man. "Thank you," he said, and he meant it. Perhaps the world at last was really beginning to regain some of its old forms, its civilities and customs and preoccupations. All that had gone into it to make it what it was. "How about a cup of coffee?" Gil said. "I'll take a break for 10 minutes and you can tell me about this fully automated machine of yours." "Real coffee?" McConkey said, and the pleasant, optimistic mask slid for an instant from his face. He gaped at Gil with naked hunger. "Sorry," Gil said. "A substitute. But not bad. I think you'll like it. Better than what's sold in the city at those so-called coffee stands." He went to get the pot of water. "Coming here," McConkey said, "is a long-time dream fulfilled. It took me a week to make the trip, and I've been mulling about it ever since I smoked my first special deluxe gold label. It's—" he groped for the words to express his thought, "an island of civilization in these barbaric times." He roamed about the factory, hands in his pockets. "Life seems more peaceful here. In the city, if you leave your horse— Well, a while ago I left my horse to go across the bay, and when I got back someone had eaten it. And it's things like that that make you disgusted with the city and want to move on." "I know," Gil said, nodding. "It's brutal in the city because there's still so many homeless and destitute people." "I really loved that horse," Stuart McConkey said, looking sad. "Well," Gil said, "in the country you're faced constantly with the death of animals. When the bombs fell, thousands of animals up here were horribly injured, sheep and cattle. But that can't compare, of course, to the loss of human life down where you come from. You must have seen a good deal of human suffering since E-Day." McConkey nodded. "That and the sporting. The freaks, both as regards animals and people. Like my old buddy Hoppy Harrington. But of course he's from before. At Modern TV Sales and Service, where we worked, we used to say Hoppy was from that drug, that thalidomide." "What sort of vermin trap does your company make?" Gil asked. "It's not a passive type. Being homeostatic, that is, self-notifying, it follows, for instance, a rat or a cat or dog down into the network of burrows such as now underlie Berkeley and Oakland. It pursues one vermin after another, killing one and going on to the next, until it runs out of power or by chance a brilliant vermin manages to destroy it. There are a few such brilliant rats that know how to lame a hardy homeostatic vermin trap, but not many." "Impressive," Gil murmured. "Now, our proposed cigarette rolling machine—" "My friend," Gil said, "I like you, but here's the problem. I don't have any money to buy your machine, and I don't have anything to trade you, and I don't intend to let anyone enter my business as a partner. So what does that leave?" He smiled. "I must continue as I am." "Wait," McConkey said instantly. "There has to be a solution. Maybe we could lease you a Hardy cigarette rolling machine in exchange for X number of cigarettes. Your special deluxe gold label variety, of course, delivered each week for X number of weeks." His face glowed with animation. "The Hardy Company, for instance, could become sole licensed distributors of your cigarette. We could represent you everywhere, develop a systematic program of outlets up and down California. What do you say to that?" "I must admit it does sound interesting. I admit that distribution has not been my cup of tea. I've thought on and off for several years about the need of getting an organization going, especially with my factory being located in a rural spot. I've even thought about moving back into the city, but the theft and vandalism is too great there. Anyhow, I don't want to move into the city. This is my home here." He did not say anything about Bonnie Keller. That was his actual reason for remaining in West Marin. His affair with her had ended years ago, but he was more in love with her now than ever. He had watched her go from man to man, becoming dissatisfied with each of them. And Gil believed in his own heart that someday he would get her back. And Bonnie was the mother of his daughter. He was well aware that Edie Keller was his child. "Since you're just up from the city," he said aloud, "I will ask you this. Is there any interesting national or international news of late that we might not have heard? We do get the satellite, but I'm frankly tired of disc jockey talk and music, and those endless readings." They both laughed. "I know what you mean," McConkie said, sipping his coffee and nodding. "Well, I understand that an attempt is being made to produce an automobile again, somewhere around the ruins of Detroit. It's mostly made of plywood, but it does run on kerosene." "I don't know where they're going to get the kerosene," Gil said. "Before they build a car, they better get a few refineries operating again, and repair a few major roads." "Oh, something else. The government plans to reopen Route 40 across the Rockies sometime this year, for the first time since the war." "That's great news," Gil said, pleased. "I didn't know that." "And the telephone company—" "Wait," Gil said, rising. "How about a little brandy in your coffee? How long has it been since you've had a coffee royal?" "Years," Stuart McConkie said. "This is Gil's 5-star, my own, from the Sonoma Valley." He poured from the squat bottle into McConkie's cup. "Here's something else that might interest you." McConkie reached into his coat pocket and brought out something flat and folded. He opened it, spread it out, and Gil saw an envelope. Mail service. A letter from New York. "That's right," McConkie said. "Delivered to my boss, Mr. Hardy, all the way from the East Coast. It only took 4 weeks. The government in Cheyenne, the military people, they're responsible. It's done partly by blimp, partly by truck, partly by horse. The last stage is by foot." "Good Lord," Gil said, and he poured some Gil's 5-star into his coffee, too. Bill Keller heard the small animal, the snail or slug near him, and at once he got into it. But he had been tricked. It was sightless. He was out, but he could not see or hear this time. He could only move. "Let me back," he called to his sister in panic. "Look what you did! You put me into something wrong!" "You did it on purpose," he said to himself as he moved. He moved on, searching for her. If I could reach out, he thought, reach upward. But he had nothing to reach with, no limbs of any sort. "What am I now that I'm out again?" he asked himself as he tried to reach up. "What do they call those things up there that shine, those lights in the sky? Can I see them without having eyes? No," he thought, "I can't." He moved on, raising himself now and then as high as possible, and then sinking back once more to crawl, to do the one thing possible for him in his born outside life. In the sky, Walt Dangerfield moved in his satellite, although he sat resting with his head in his hands. The pain inside him had grown, changed, absorbed him until, as so many times before, he could imagine nothing else. "How long can I keep going?" he asked himself. "How long will I live?" There was no one to answer. Edie Keller, with a delicious shiver of exultation, watched the angleworm crawling slowly across the ground and knew with certitude that her brother was in it. For inside her, down in her stomach, the mentality of the worm now resided. She heard its monotonous voice. Boom, 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 it went, in echo of its own nondescript biological processes. "Get out of me, worm," she giggled. What did the worm think about its new existence? Was it as dumbfounded as Bill probably was? I have to keep my eye on him, she realized, meaning the creature wriggling across the ground, for he might get lost. "Bill," she said, bending over him, "you look funny. You're all red and long. Did you know that?" And then she thought, what I should have done was put him in the body of another human being. Why didn't I do that? Then it would be like it ought to be. I would have a real brother, outside of me, who I could play with. But on the other hand, she would have a strange new person inside her, and that did not sound like much fun. Who would do? She asked herself. One of the kids at school? An adult? Mr. Barnes, my teacher, maybe. Or Hoppy Harrington, who was afraid of Bill anyhow. "Bill," she said, kneeling down and picking up the angleworm. She held it in the palm of her hand. "Wait until you hear my plan." She held the worm against her side where the hard lump within lay. "Get back inside now. You don't want to be a worm anyhow. It's no fun." Her brother's voice once more came to her. I hate you. I'll never forgive you. You put me in a blind thing with no legs or nothing. All I could do was drag myself around." "I know," she said, rocking back and forth, cupping the now useless worm in her hand still. "Listen, did you hear me? You want to do that, Bill, what I said? Shall I get near Hoppy Harrington? You'd have eyes and ears. You'd be a real outside person." "It scares me." "But I want to," Edie said, rocking back and forth. "We're going to, Bill. We're going to give you eyes and ears. Now." There was no answer from Bill. He had turned his thoughts away from her and her world into the regions which only he could reach. Talking to those old, crummy, sticky dead, Edie said to herself. Those empty, poo-poo dead that never had any fun or nothing. "It won't do you any good, Bill," she thought, "because I've decided." Hurrying down the path in her robe and slippers, through the night darkness, Edie Keller groped her way toward Hoppy Harrington's house. "If you're going to do it, you have to hurry," Bill cried from deep within her. "He knows about us. They're telling me, the dead are. They say we're in danger. If we can get close enough to him, I can do an imitation of someone dead that'll scare him because he's afraid of dead people. That's because to him the dead are like fathers, lots of fathers, and—" "Be quiet," Edie said. "Let me think." In the darkness she had gotten mixed up. She could not find the path through the oak forest now, and she halted, breathing deeply, trying to orient herself by the dull gleam of the partial moon overhead. "It's to the left," she thought, "down a hill. I must not fall. He'd hear the noise. He can hear a long way, almost everything." Step by step she descended, holding her breath. "I've got a good imitation ready," Bill was mumbling. He would not be quiet. "When I get near him, I switch with someone dead, and you won't like that because it's sort of squishy, but it's just for a few minutes, and then they can talk to him direct, from inside you. Is that—" "Shut up," Edie said desperately. They were now above Hoppy's house. She saw the lights below. "Please, Bill, please." "But I have to explain to you," Bill went on. He stopped. Inside her, there was nothing. She was empty. "Bill," she said. He had gone. Before her eyes, in the dull moonlight, something she had never seen before bobbed. It rose, jiggled its long pale hair streaming behind it like a tail. It rose until it hung directly before her face. It had tiny dead eyes and a gaping mouth. It was nothing but a little hard round head, like a baseball. From its mouth came a squeak, and then it fluttered upward once more, released. She watched it as it gained more and more height, rising above the trees in a swimming motion, ascending in the unfamiliar atmosphere which he had never known before. "Bill," she said, "Hoppy took you out of me. Hoppy put you outside." "And you are leaving," she realized. "Hoppy is making you go." "Come back," she said. But it didn't matter because he could not live outside of her. She knew that. Dr. Stockstill had said that. He could not be born, and Hoppy had heard him and made him born, knowing that he would die. You won't get to do your imitation, she realized. I told you to be quiet, and you wouldn't. Straining, she saw, or thought she saw, the hard little object with the streamers of hair, high now above her, and then it disappeared, silently. She was alone. Why go on now? It was over. She turned, walked back up the hillside, her head lowered, eyes shut, feeling her way. Back to her house, her bed. Inside she felt raw. She felt the tearing loose. If you only could have been quiet, she thought. He would not have heard you. I told you so. Floating in the atmosphere, Bill Keller saw a little, heard a little, felt the trees and the animals alive and moving among them. He felt the pressure at work on him, lifting him up. But he remembered his imitation, and he said it. His voice came out tiny in the cold air. Then his ears picked it up, and he exclaimed, "We have been taught a terrible lesson for our folly," he squeaked, and his voice echoed in his ears, delighting him. The pressure on him let go. He bobbed up, swimming happily, and then he dove. Down and down he went, and just before he touched the ground he went sideways until, guided by the living presence within, he hung suspended above Hoppy Harrington's house. "This is God's way," he shouted in his thin, tiny voice. "We can see by this awful example that it is time to call a halt to high-altitude nuclear testing. I want all of you to write letters to President Kennedy." He did not know who President Kennedy was. A living person, perhaps. He looked around for him, but he did not see him. He saw oak forests of animals. He saw a bird with noiseless wings that drifted huge-beaked, eyes staring. Bill squeaked in fright as the noiseless brown-feathered bird glided his way. The bird made a dreadful sound of greed and the desire to rend. "All of you," Bill cried, fleeing through the dark, chill air, "you must write letters in protest." The glittering eyes of the bird followed behind him as he and it glided above the trees in the dim moonlight. The owl reached him and crunched him in a single instant. Once more he was within. He could no longer see or hear. It had been for a short time, and now it was over. The owl, hooting, flew on. Bill Keller said to the owl, "Can you hear me?" Maybe it could, maybe not. It was only an owl. It did not have any sense, as Edie had. "Can I live inside you?" he asked it, "hidden away in here where no one knows? You have your flights that you make, your passes." With him, in the owl, were the bodies of mice and a thing that stirred and scratched, big enough to keep on wanting to live. "Lower," he told the owl. He saw, by means of the owl, the oaks. He saw clearly, as if everything were full of light. Millions of individual objects lay immobile, and then he spied one that crept. It was alive, and the owl turned that way. The creeping thing, suspecting nothing, hearing no sound, wandered on, out into the open. An instant later, it had been swallowed. The owl flew on. Good, he thought. And is there more? This goes on all night, again and again, and then there is bathing when it rains, and the long, deep sleeps. Are they the best part? They are. He said, "Ferguson don't allow his employees to drink. It's against his religion, isn't it?" And then he said, "Hoppy, what's the light from? Is it God? You know, like in the Bible. I mean, is it true?" The owl hooted. 1,000 dead things within him yammered for attention. He listened, repeated, picked among them. "You dirty little freak," he said. "Now you listen. Stay down here, we're below street level, the bomb won't get us. People upstairs, they're going to die. Down here, you clear. Space. For them." Frightened, the owl flapped. It rose higher, trying to evade him, but he continued, sorting and picking and listening on. "Stay down here," he repeated. Again the lights of Hoppy's house came into view. The owl had circled, returned to it, unable to get away. He made it stay where he wanted it. He brought it closer and closer in its passes to Hoppy. "You moronic jackass," he said. "Stay where you are." The owl, with a furious effort, performed its regular technique. It coughed him up, and he plummeted to the ground, trying to catch the currents of air. He crashed among humus and plant growth. He rolled, giving little squeaks, until finally he came to rest in a hollow. Released, the owl soared off and disappeared. "Let man's compassion be witness to this," he said as he lay in the hollow. He spoke in the minister's voice from long ago, addressing the congregation of which Hoppy and his father had been a part. "It is ourselves who have done this. We see here only the results of mankind's own folly." Lacking the owl eyes, he saw only vaguely. The immaculate illumination seemed to be gone, and all that remained were several nearby shapes. They were trees. He saw, too, the form of Hoppy's house outlined against the dim night sky. It was not far off. "Let me in," Bill said, moving his mouth. He rolled about in the hollow. He thrashed until the leaves stirred. "I want to come in." An animal, hearing him, moved farther off, warily. In, Bill said. "I can't stay out here long. I'll die. Edie, where are you?" He did not feel her nearby. He felt only the presence of the Phocomalus within the house. As best he could, he rolled that way. Early in the morning, Dr. Stockstill arrived at Hoppy Harrington's house to make use of the transmitter in reaching the sick man in the sky, Walter Dangerfield. The transmitter, he noticed, was on, and so were lights here and there. Puzzled, he knocked on the door. The door opened, and there sat Hoppy Harrington in the center of his Phocomobile. Hoppy regarded him in an odd, cautious, defensive way. "I want to make another try," Stockstill said, knowing how hopeless it was, but wanting to go ahead anyhow. "Is it okay?" "Yes, sir," Hoppy said. "Is Dangerfield still alive?" "Yes, sir, I'd know if he was dead." Hoppy wheeled aside to admit him. "He must still be up there." "What's happened?" Stockstill said. "Have you been up all night?" "Yes," Hoppy said, "learning to work things." He wheeled the Phocomobile about. "It's hard," he said, apparently preoccupied. Now the mobile bumped into the end of a table. "I hit that by mistake," Hoppy said. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to." Stockstill said, "You seem different." "I'm Bill Keller," the Phocomalus said, "not Hoppy Harrington." With his right manual extensor he pointed. "There's Hoppy, that's him from now on." In the corner lay a shriveled, dough-like object several inches long. Its mouth gaped in congealed emptiness. It had a human quality to it, and Stockstill went over to pick it up. "That was me," the Phocomalus said, "but I got close enough last night to switch. He fought a lot, but he was afraid, so I won. I kept doing one imitation after another. The minister one got him." Stockstill, holding the wizened little creature, said nothing. "Do you know how to work the transmitter?" the Phocomalus asked presently. "Because I don't. I tried, but I can't. I got the lights to work. They turn on and off. I practiced that all night." To demonstrate, he rolled his mobile to the wall, where with his manual extensor he snapped the light switch up and down. After a time, Stockstill said, looking down at the dead tiny form he held in his hand, "I knew it wouldn't survive." "It did for a while," the Phocomalus said. "For around an hour. That's pretty good, isn't it? Part of that time it was an owl. I don't know if that counts." "I better get to work trying to contact Dangerfield," Stockstill said finally. "He may die any time." Yes, the Focomalus said, nodding. Want me to take that? He held out an extensor, and Stockstill handed him the homunculus. That owl ate me, the Phos said. I didn't like that, but it sure had good eyes. I liked that part, using its eyes.
Yes, Stockstill said reflexively. Owls have tremendously good eyesight. That must have been quite an experience. He seated himself at the transmitter. What are you going to do now? He asked.
The Phos said, I have to get used to this body. It's heavy. I feel gravity. I'm used to just floating about. You know what? I think these extensors are swell. I can do a lot with them already. The extensors whipped about, touched a picture on the wall, flicked in the direction of the transmitter. I have to go find Edie, the Phos said. I want to tell her I'm okay. She probably thinks I died. Turning on the microphone, Stockstill prepared to contact the satellite overhead.
Walt Dangerfield, he said. This is Dr. Stockstill in West Marin. Can you hear me? If you can, give me an answer.
He paused, then repeated what he had said. Can I go? Bill Keller asked. Can I look for Edie now?
Yes,
Stockstill said, rubbing his forehead. He drew his faculties together and said,
You'll be careful what you do. You may not be able to switch again.
I don't want to switch again, Bill said. This is fine, because for the first time there's no one in here but me. The thin Phos face broke into a smile. I'm not just part of someone else. Stockstill pressed the mic button once more.
Walt Dangerfield, he repeated. Can you hear me?
Is it hopeless? He wondered. Is it worth keeping on? The Phos, rolling about the room on his mobile, like a great trapped beetle, said, Can I go to school now that I'm out?
Yes,
Stockstill murmured. But I know a lot of things already, Bill said, from listening with Edie when she was in school. I like Mr. Barnes, don't you? He's a very good teacher. I'm going to like being a pupil in his class. The Phos added, I wonder what my mother will say. Jarred, Stockstill said, What? And then he realized who was meant. Bonnie Keller. Yes, he thought, it will be interesting to see what Bonnie says. This will be repayment in full for her many, many affairs, for her years of love-making with one man after another. Again he pressed the mic button and tried once more. To Bonnie Keller, Mr. Barnes said, I had a talk with your daughter after school today, and I got the distinct impression that she knows about us. Oh, Christ! How could she? Bonnie said. Groaning, she sat up. She rearranged her clothes, buttoned her blouse back up. What a contrast this man was to Andrew Gill, who always made love to her right out in the open, in broad daylight, along the oak-lined roads of West Marin, where anyone and anything might go past. Gill had seized her each time as he had the first time, yanking her into it, not babbling or quaking or mumbling. Maybe I ought to go back to him, she thought. Maybe, she thought, I ought to leave them all, Barnes and George and that nutty daughter of mine. I ought to go live with Gill openly, defy the community, and be happy for a change. Well, if we are not going to make love, she said to Barnes, then let's walk down to the Foresters' Hall and listen to the afternoon pass of the satellite. Barnes, pleased, said, Maybe we can find some edible mushrooms on the way. Are you serious? Bonnie said. Of course. You fruit, she said, shaking her head. You poor fruit. Why did you come to West Marin from Oregon in the first place? Just to teach little kids and stroll around picking mushrooms? It's not such a bad life, Barnes said. It's better than any I've ever known before, even before the war. And I also have you. Gloomily, Bonnie Keller rose to her feet, hands thrust deep in her coat pockets. She plodded down the road. Barnes trailed along behind her, trying to keep up with her strides. I'm going to remain here in West Marin, Barnes said. This is the end of my travels. Puffing, he added, despite my experience with your daughter today, You had no experience, Bonnie said. It was just your guilty conscience catching up with you. Let's hurry. I want to hear Dangerfield. At least when he talks, it's fun to listen. Behind her, Mr. Barnes found a mushroom. He had stopped to bend down. "It's a chanterelle," he exclaimed. "Savory and edible." He picked it, close to the ground, and then began to search for another. "I'll make you and George a stew," he informed her as he found another. Waiting for him to finish, Bonnie lit a special deluxe gold-label cigarette of Andrew Gill's manufacture, sighed, wandered a few steps along the grass-infested, oak-lined country road. Your appointment will be yesterday. Sunlight ascended, and a penetrating mechanical voice declared, "All right, Lair, time to get up and show 'em who you are and what you can do. Big man, that Nils Lehrer. Everybody acknowledges it. I hear them talking. Big man, big talent, big job, much admired by the public at large. You awake now?" Lehrer, from the bed, said, "Yes." He sat up, batted the sharp-voiced alarm clock at his bedside into nullification. "Good morning," he said to the silent apartment. "Slept well. I hope you did too." A press of problems tumbled about his disordered mind as he got grouchily from the bed, wandered to the closet for clothing adequately dirty. "Supposed to nail down Ludwig Eng," he said to himself. "The tasks of tomorrow become the worst tasks of today." Reveal to Eng that only one copy of his great-selling book is left in all the world. The time is coming soon for him to act, to do the job only he can do. How would Eng feel? After all, sometimes inventors refuse to sit still and do their job. Well, he decided that actually consisted of a syndicate problem, theirs, not his. He found a stained, rumpled red shirt. Removing his pajama top, he got into it. The trousers were not so easy. He had to root through the hamper. And then the packet of whiskers. My ambition, Lehrer thought as he padded to the bathroom with the whisker packet, is to cross the WUS by streetcar. At the bowl, he washed his face, then lathered on foam glue, opened the packet, and, with adroit slappings, managed to convey the whiskers evenly to his chin, jowls, neck. In a moment he had expertly gotten the whiskers to adhere. "I'm fit now," he decided as he reviewed his countenance in the mirror, "to take that streetcar ride, at least as soon as I process my share of sorghum." Switching on the sorghum pipe, he accepted a good masculine bundle, sighed contentedly as he glanced over the sports section of the San Francisco Chronicle, then at last walked to the kitchen and began to lay out soiled dishes. In no time at all he faced a bowl of soup, lamb chops, green peas, Martian blue moss with egg sauce, and a cup of hot coffee. These he gathered up, slid the dishes from beneath and around them, of course checking the windows of the room to be sure no one saw him, and briskly placed the assorted foods in their proper receptacles, which he placed on shelves of the cupboard and in the refrigerator. The time was 8:30. He still had 15 minutes to get to work. No need to kill himself hurrying. The People's Topical Library Section B would be there when he arrived. It had taken him years to work up to B. He did not perform routine work any longer, not at a Section B desk, and he most certainly did not have to arrange for the cleaning of thousands of identical copies of a work in the early stages of eradication. In fact, strictly speaking, he did not have to participate in eradication at all. Minions employed wholesale by the library took care of that coarse duty, but he did have to deal tete-a-tete with a vast variety of irritable, surly inventors who balked at their assigned, and according to the syndicate, mandatory, final cleaning of the sole remaining TypeScript copy of whatever work their name had become linked with, linked by a process which neither he nor the assorted inventors completely understood. The syndicate presumably understood why a particular given inventor received a particular assignment and not some other assignment entirely. For instance, Aang and how I made my own swabble out of conventional household objects in my basement during my spare time. Lara reflected as he glanced over the remainder of the newspaper. Think of the responsibility. After Aang finished, no more swabbles in all the world, unless those untrustworthy rogues in the FNM had a couple illicitly tucked away. In fact, even though the Tercop, the terminal copy, of Aang's book still remained, he already found it difficult to recall what a swabble did and what it looked like. Square? Small? Or round and huge? He put down the newspaper and rubbed his forehead while he attempted to recall, tried to conjure up an accurate mental image of the device while it was still possible to do so. Because as soon as Aang reduced the Tercop to a heavily inked silk ribbon, half a ream of bond paper, and a folio of fresh carbon paper, there existed absolutely no chance for him or for anyone else to recall either the book or the mechanism which the book described. That task, however, would probably occupy Aang the rest of the year. Cleaning of the Tercop had to progress line by line, word by word. It could not be handled as were the assembled printed copies. So easy, up until the terminal typescript copy, and then, well, to make it worth it to Aang, to compensate him for the long, arduous work, a really huge bill would be served on him. The task would cost Aang something on the order of 25,000 postcreds, and since eradication of the swabble book would make Aang a poor man, the task... By his elbow, on the small kitchen table, the receiver of the phone hopped from its mooring onto the table, and from it came a distant, tiny, shrill voice. "Goodbye, Nils," a woman's voice. Lifting the receiver to his ear, he said, "Goodbye." "I love you, Nils," Charisse McFadden stated in her breathless, emotion-saturated voice. "Do you love me?" "Yes, I love you too," he said. "When have I seen you last? I hope it won't be long. Tell me it won't be long." "Most probably tonight," Charisse said, "after work. There's someone I want you to meet, a virtually unknown inventor who's desperately eager to get official eradication for his thesis on, the psychogenic origins of death by meteor strike. I said that because you're in Section B. Tell him to eradicate his thesis himself. There's no prestige in that." Earnestly, Charisse pleaded. "It's really a dreadful piece of theorizing, Nils. It's as nutty as the day is long. This boy, this Lance Arbuthnot." "That's his name?" It almost persuaded him, but not quite. In the course of a single day he received many such requests, and every one, without exception, came represented as a crank piece by a crank inventor with a crank name. He had held his chair at Section B too long to be easily snared. But still, he had to investigate this. His ethical structure insisted on it. He sighed. "I hear you groaning," Charisse said brightly. Lehrer said, "As long as he's not from the FNM." "Well, he is." She sounded guilty. "I think they threw him out, though. That's why he's here and not there." But that, Lehrer realized, proved nothing. Arbuthnot, possibly, did not share the fanatical militant convictions of the ruling elite of the Free Negro Municipality. Possibly he was too moderate, too balanced for the bards of the Republic, carved out of Quondam, Tennessee, Kentucky, Arkansas, and Missouri. But then again, he perhaps had too fanatical a view. One never knew, not until one met the person, and sometimes not even then. The bards, being from the East, had managed to dribble a veil over the faces of 3/5 of mankind, a veil which successfully obscured motive, intention, and God knew what else. "And what is more," Charisse continued, "he personally knew Anarch Peak before Peak's sad shrinking." "Sad?" Lehrer bristled. "Good riddance." There, That had been the foremost eccentric and idiot of the world. All Lehrer needed was the opportunity to rub shoulders with a follower of the newly parasitic anarch. He shivered, recalling from his professional eclectic books, examining at the library the accounts of mid-20th century race violence. Out of the riots, lootings, and killings of those days had come Sebastian Peake, originally a lawyer, then a master spellbinder, at last a religious fanatic with his own devout following, a following which extended over the planet, although operating primarily in the FNM environs. "That could get you in trouble with God," Charisse said. "I have to get to work now," Lehrer said. "I'll phone you during my coffee break. Meanwhile, I'll do some research on Arbuthnot in the files. My decision as regards his nuthead theory of psychosomatic meteor strike deaths will have to wait until then. Hello." He hung up the phone then, and rose swiftly to his feet. His soiled garments gave off a truly gratifying odor of must as he made his way from his apartment to the elevator. Satisfaction as to his grooming made him brighten. Possibly, despite Charisse and this, her newest fad, the inventor Arbuthnot, today might be a good day after all. But underneath, he doubted it. When Nils Lehrer arrived at his section of the library, he found his slim blonde-haired secretary, Miss Thompson, trying to rid herself, and him too, of a tall, sloppily dressed middle-aged gentleman with a briefcase under his arm. "Ah, Mr. Lehrer," the individual said in a dry, hollow voice as he made out Lehrer, obviously recognizing him at once. He approached Nils, hand extended. "How nice to meet you, sir. Goodbye, goodbye, as you people say out here." He smiled a flash-bulb, instantly vanishing smile at Nils, who did not return it. "I'm quite a busy man," Nils said, and continued on past Miss Thompson's desk to open the inner door to his private suite. "If you wish to see me, you'll have to make a regular appointment. Hello." He started to shut the door after him. "This concerns the Anarch Peake," the tall man with the briefcase said, "whom I have reason to believe you're interested in." "Why do you say that?" He paused, irritated. "I don't recall ever expressing any interest in anyone of Peake's sort." "You must recall. But that's so. You're under phase here. I'm oriented in the opposite, normal time direction. Therefore, what for you will soon happen is for me an experience of the immediate past. My immediate past. May I take a few minutes of your time? I could well be of great use to you, sir." The man chuckled. "Your time. Well put, if I do say so. Yes, decidedly your time, not mine. Just consider that this visit by myself took place yesterday." Again he smiled his mechanical smile, and mechanical it was. Nils now perceived the small but brilliant yellow stripe sewed on the tall man's sleeve. This person was a robot, required by law to wear the identifying swath so as not to deceive. Realizing this, Nils' irritation grew. He had a strict, deeply embedded prejudice against robies which he could not rid himself of, which he did not want to rid himself of, as a matter of fact. "Come in," Nils said, holding the door to his lavish suite open. The roby represented some human principle. It had not dispatched itself. That was the law. He wondered who had sent it. Some functionary of the syndicate? Possibly. In any case, better to hear the thing out and then tell it to leave. Together in the main work chamber of the library suite, the two of them faced each other. "My card," the roby said, extending its hand. He read the card, scowling. "Carl Gantrix, Attorney at Law, WUS." "My employer," the roby said, "so now you know my name. You may address me as Carl. That would be satisfactory." Now that the door had shut, with Miss Thompson on the other side, the roby's voice had acquired a sudden and surprising authoritative tone. "I prefer Nils said cautiously, "to address you in the more familiar mode as Carl Jr., if that doesn't offend you." He made his own voice even more authoritative. "You know, I seldom grant audiences to robots. A quirk, perhaps, but one concerning which I am consistent." "Until now," the robot Carl Jr. murmured. It retrieved its card and placed it back in its wallet. Then, seating itself, it began to unzip its briefcase. "Being in charge of Section B of the library, you are of course an expert on the Hobart phase. At least, so Mr. Gantrix assumes. Is he correct, sir?" The robot glanced up keenly. "Well, I deal with it constantly." Nils affected a vacant, cavalier tone. It was always better to show a superior attitude when dealing with a Roby. Constantly necessary to remind them in this particular fashion, as well as in countless others, of their place. "So Mr. Gantrix realizes, and it is to his credit that via such a realization he has inferred that you have, over the years, become something of an authority on the advantages, uses, and manifold disadvantages of the Hobart reverse-time field. True, not true? Choose one." Nils pondered. "I choose the first, although you must take into account the fact that my knowledge is practical, not theoretical, but I can correctly deal with the vagaries of the phase without explaining it. You see, I am innately an American, hence pragmatic." "Certainly." The Roby Carl Jr. nodded its plastic humanoid head. "Very good, Mr. Lehrer. Now down to business. His Mightiness, the Anarch Peak, has become infantile and will soon shrivel up entirely into a homunculus and re-enter a nearby womb. Correct? It is only a matter of time. Your time, once again." "I am aware," Nils said, "that the Hobart phase obtains in most of the FNM. I am aware that His Mightiness will be within a handy nearby womb in no more than a matter of months. Frankly, this pleases me. His Mightiness is deranged, beyond doubt, clinically so, in fact. The world, both that on Hobart time and on Standard Time, will benefit. What more is there to say?" "A lot more," Carl Jr. answered gravely. Leaning forward, he deposited a host of documents on Nils' desk. "I respectfully insist that you examine these." Carl Gantrix, by means of the video circuit of the robot system, treated himself to a leisurely inspection of the top librarian Nils Lehrer as that individual plowed through the wearying stack of deliberately obscure pseudo-documents which the robot had presented. The bureaucrat in Lehrer had been ensnared by the bait. His attention distracted, the librarian had become oblivious to the robot and to its actions. Therefore, as Lehrer read, the robot expertly slid its chair back and to the left side, close to a reference card case of impressive proportions. Lengthening its right arm, the robot crept its manual grippers of fingeroid shape into the nearest file of the case. This Lehrer did, of course, not see, and so the robot continued with its assigned task. It placed a miniaturized nest of embryonic robots, no larger than pinheads, within the card file, then a tiny find circuit transmitter behind a subsequent card. Then, at last, a potent detonating device set on a 3-day command circuit. Watching, Gantrix grinned. Only one construct remained in the robot's possession, and this now appeared briefly as the robot, eyeing Lehrer sideways and cautiously, edged its extensor once more toward the file, transferring this last bit of sophisticated hardware from its possession to the library's. "Perp," Lehrer said without raising his eyes. The code signal, received by the odd chamber of the file, activated an emergency release. The file closed in upon itself in the manner of a bivalve seeking safety. Collapsing, the file retreated into the wall, burying itself out of sight. And at the same time, it ejected the constructs which the robot had placed inside it. The objects, expelled with electronic neatness, bounced in a trajectory which deposited them at the robot's feet, where they lay exposed in clear view. "Good heavens," the robot said, involuntarily, taken aback. Lehrer said, "Leave my office immediately." He raised his eyes from the pseudo-documents, and his expression was cold. As the robot reached down to retrieve the now exposed artifacts, he added, "And leave those items here. I want them subjected to lab analysis regarding purpose and source." He reached into the top drawer of his desk, and when his hand emerged, it held a weapon. In Carl Gantrix's ears, the phone cable voice of the robot buzzed. "What should I do, sir?" "Leave presently." Gantrix no longer felt amused. The fuddy-duddy librarian was equal to the probe, was capable, in fact, of nullifying it. The contact with Lehrer would have to be made in the open. And with that in mind, Gantrix reluctantly picked up the receiver of the vidphone closest to him and dialed the library's exchange. A moment later, he saw, through the video scanner of the robot, the librarian Nils Lehrer picking up his own phone in answer. "We have a problem," Gantrix said, "common to us both. Why, then, shouldn't we work together?" Lehrer answered, "I'm aware of no problem." His voice held ultimate calmness. The attempt by the robot to plant hostile hardware in his work area had not ruffled him. "If you want to work together," he added, "you're off to a bad start." "Admittedly," Gantrix said, "but we've had difficulty in the past with you librarians." Your exalted position, he thought. But he did not say it. "This has to do with the Anarch Peak. My superiors believe that there has been an attempt made to obliterate the Hobart phase in regard to him, a clear violation of law, and one posing a great danger to society. In that, if successfully done, it would, in effect, create an immortal person by manipulation of known scientific laws. While we do not oppose the continual attempt to bring about an immortal person by use of the Hobart phase, we do feel that the Anarch is not the person, if you follow." "The Anarch is virtually reabsorbed." Lehrer did not seem too sympathetic. "Perhaps," Gantrix decided, "he doesn't believe me. I see no danger." Coolly, he studied the robot Carl Jr. facing him. "If there is a menace, it appears to me to lie—" "Nonsense. I'm here to help you. This is for the library's benefit as well as my own." "Who do you represent?" Lehrer demanded. Gantrix hesitated, then said, "Bard Chai of the Supreme Clearness Council. I am following his orders." "That puts a different light on matters." The librarian's voice had darkened, and on the vidscreen his expression had become harder. "I have nothing to do with the Clearness Council. My responsibility goes to the ERADs entirely, as you certainly know." "But are you aware—" "I am aware only of this." Reaching into the drawer of his desk, Librarian Lehrer brought out a square gray box, which he opened. From it he produced a typed manuscript which he displayed for Gantrix's attention. "The sole extant copy of How I Made My Own Swabble Out of Ordinary Household Objects in My Basement During My Spare Time. Eng's masterpiece, which borders on the eradicated. You see?" Gantrix said, "Do you know where Ludwig Eng is at the moment?" "I don't care where he is. I only care where he'll be at 2:30 yesterday afternoon. We have an appointment, he and I, here in this office at Section B of the library." "Where Ludwig Eng will be at 2:30 yesterday," Gantrix said meditatively, half to himself. "Depends a good deal on where he is right now." He did not tell the librarian what he knew, that at this moment Ludwig Eng was somewhere in the Free Negro municipality, possibly trying to obtain audience with the Anarch. Assuming that the Anarch, in his puerile, diminished state, could still grant audience to anyone. The now tiny Anarch, wearing jeans and purple sneakers and a many times washed t-shirt, sat on the dusty grass studying intently a ring of marbles. His attention had become so complete that Ludwig Eng felt ready to give up. The boy opposite him no longer seemed conscious of his presence. All in all, the situation depressed Eng. He felt more helpless than before he had come. Nevertheless, he decided to try to continue.
"Your Mightiness," he said, "I only desire a few more moments of your time." With reluctance, the boy looked up. "Yes, sir," he said in a sullen, muted voice. "My position is difficult," Aang said, repeating himself. He had over and over again presented the childified Anarch with the identical material, and each time in vain. "If you as Anarch could telecast an appeal throughout the western United States and the FNM for people to build several swabbles here and there while the last copy of my book still survives—" "That's right," the boy murmured. "Pardon?" Aang felt a flicker of hope. He watched the small, smooth face fixedly. Something had formed there. Sebastian Peake said, "Yes, sir. I hope to become Anarch when I grow up. I'm studying for that right now." "You are the Anarch. You were the Anarch." He sighed, feeling crushed. It was clearly hopeless. No point in going on. And today was the final day, because yesterday he would meet with an official from the People's Topical Library, and that would be that. The boy brightened. He seemed, all at once, to take interest in what Aang had to say. "No kidding?" "God's truth, son." Aang nodded solemnly. "In fact, legally speaking, you still hold the office." He glanced up at the lean Negro with the overly massive sidearm who currently constituted the Anarch's bodyguard. "Isn't that so, Mr. Plout?"
"True, your mightiness," the Negro said to the boy. "You possess the power to arbitrate in this case, having to do with this gentleman's manuscript." Squatting on his lank haunches, the bodyguard sought to engage the boy's wandering attention. "Your mightiness, this man is the inventor of the swabble."
"What's that?" The boy glanced from one to the other of them, scowling with suspicion. "How much does a swabble cost? I only have 50 cents. I got it as my allowance. Anyhow, I don't think I want a swabble. I want some gum, and I'm going to the show." His expression became fixed, rigidly in place. "Who cares about a swabble?" he said with disdain.
"You have lived 160 years, the bodyguard Plout told him, because of this man's invention. From the swabble, the Hobart phase was inferred and finally established experimentally. I know that means nothing to you, but—" The bodyguard clasped his hands together earnestly, rocking on his hocks as he tried to keep the boy's constantly dwindling attention focused. "Pay attention to me, Sebastian. This is important. If you could sign a decree while you can still write, that's all. A public notice for people to—"
"Aw, go on. Beat it." The boy glared at him with hostility. "I don't believe you. Something's the matter."
Something is wrong, all right, Aang thought to himself as he rose stiffly to his feet. And there appears to be next to nothing that we can do about it. At least, without your help. He felt defeated. "Try him again later," the bodyguard said, also rising. He looked decidedly sympathetic.
"He'll be even younger,"
Aang said bitterly. And anyhow, there was no time. No later existed. He walked a few steps away then, overcome with gloom. On a tree branch, a butterfly had begun the intricate, mysterious process of squeezing itself into a dull brown cocoon, and Aang paused to inspect its slow, labored efforts. It had its task too, but that task, unlike his, was not hopeless. However, the butterfly did not know that. It continued mindlessly, a reflex machine obeying the urgings programmed into it from the remote future. The sight of the insect at work gave Aang something to ponder. He perceived the moral in it, and, turning, walked back to confront the child who squatted on the grass with his circle of gaily colored luminous marbles.
"Look at it this way," he said to the Anarch Peake.
This was probably his last try, and he meant to bring in everything available.
"Even if you can't remember what a swabble is or what the Hobart phase does, all you need to do is sign. I have the document here."
Reaching into his inside coat pocket, he brought the envelope out, opened it.
"When you've signed this, it will appear on worldwide TV, at the 6 p.m. news in each time zone. I tell you what I'll do. If you sign this, I'll triple what you've got in the way of money. You say you have 50 cents? I'll give you an additional $1. A genuine paper one, what do you say? And I'll pay your way to the movies once a week at the Saturday matinee for the balance of the year. Is it a deal?"
The boy studied him acutely. He seemed almost convinced, but something, Aang could not fathom what, held him back. "I think," the bodyguard said softly, "he wants to ask his dad's permission. The old gentleman is now alive. His components migrated into a birth container about 6 weeks ago, and he is currently in the Kansas City General Hospital's birth ward undergoing revivification. He is already conscious, and His Mightiness has spoken with him several times. Is that not so, Sebastian?" He smiled gently at the boy, then grimaced as the boy nodded. "So, that is it," he said to Aang then. "I was right. He's afraid to take any initiative now that his father's alive. It's very bad luck as far as you're concerned, Mr. Aang. He's just plain dwindled too much to perform his job, and everybody knows it is a fact."
"I refuse to give up,"
Aang said. But the truth of the matter was that, purely and simply, he had already given up. He could see that the bodyguard, who spent all his waking time with the Anarch, was correct. It was a waste of time. Had this meeting taken place 2 years from now, however... To the bodyguard he said heavily,
"I'll go away and let him play with his marbles."
He placed the envelope back in his pocket, started off. Then, pausing, he added,
"I'll make one final try yesterday morning, before I'm due at the library, if the boy's schedule permits it."
"It surely does," the bodyguard said. He explained, "Hardly anybody consults him anymore in view of his condition." His tone was sympathetic, and for that Aang felt appreciation. Turning wearily, he trudged off, leaving the one-time Anarch of half the civilized world to play mindlessly in the grass. The previous morning, he realized. My last chance. Long time to wait and do nothing. In his hotel room, he placed a phone call to the West Coast, to the People's Topical Library. Presently, he found himself facing one of the bureaucrats with whom of late he had had to deal so much.
"Let me talk directly to Mr. Lehrer,"
he grunted. Might as well go directly to the source, he decided. Lehrer had final authority in the matter of his book, now decayed to a mere typewritten manuscript.
"Sorry,"
the functionary told him with a faint trace of disdain.
"It is too early. Mr. Lehrer has already left the building." "Could I catch him at home, do you think?" "He is probably having breakfast. I suggest you wait until late yesterday. After all, Mr. Lehrer needs some time for seclusive recreation. He has many heavy and difficult responsibilities to weigh him down."
Clearly, the minor functionary had no intention of cooperating. Dully depressed, Aang hung up without even saying hello. Well, perhaps it was for the better. Undoubtedly, Lehrer would refuse to grant him additional time. After all, as the library bureaucrat had said, Lehrer had pressures at work on him, too. In particular, the erads of the Syndicate, those mysterious entities who saw to it that destruction of human inventions be painstakingly carried out. As witnessed, his own book. Well, time to give up and head back west. As he started from his hotel room, he paused at the mirror of the vanity table to see whether his face had, during the day, absorbed the packet of whiskers which he had foam-glued onto it. Peering at his reflection, he rubbed his jowls and screamed. All along his jawline, the dark stubble of newly grown facial hair could be seen. He was growing a beard. Stubble was coming in, not being absorbed. What this meant he did not know, but it terrified him. He stood gaping, appalled now by the fright collected within his reflected features. The man in the mirror did look even vaguely familiar. Some ominous underlying deformity of change had attacked it. But why? And how? Instinct told him not to leave the hotel room. He seated himself and waited. For what, he did not know, but one thing he did know. There would be no meeting with Nils Lehrer of the People's Topical Library at 2:30 yesterday afternoon, because he scented it, grasped it intuitively from the one single glance in the mirror of his hotel room's vanity table. There would be no yesterday. Not for him, anyhow. Would there be for anyone else?
"I've got to see the Anarch again,"
he said haltingly to himself. The hell with Lehrer. I don't have any intention of trying to make that or any other appointment with him now. All that matters is seeing Sebastian Peak once more. In fact, as soon as it's possible. Perhaps earlier today. Because once he saw the Anarch, he would know whether what he guessed were true. And if it were true, then his book, all at once, lay outside jeopardy. The Syndicate, with their inflexible program of eradication, no longer menaced him. Possibly. At least he hoped so. But only time would tell. Time. The entire Hobart phase. It was somehow involved. And, possibly, not just for him. To his superior, Bard Chai of the Clearness Council, Gantrix said, "We were right." He recycled the tape recorder with shaking hands. "This is from our phone tap, video to the library. The inventor of the swabble, Ludwig Eng, attempted to reach Lehrer and failed. There was therefore no conversation. Hence nothing to record." The Bard purred cuttingly. His round green face sagged in pouting disappointment. "Not so. Look, it is Eng's image that's significant. He has spent the day with the Anarch, and as a consequence his age flow has doubled back upon itself. See with your own eyes." After a moment, in which he scrutinized the video image of Eng, the Bard leaned back in his chair, said, "The stigma, heavy infestation of beard stubble, certain index in a male, especially of the cock persuasion." "Shall we rebirth him now?" Gantrix said, "before he reaches Lehrer?" He had in his possession a superbly made gun which would dwindle any person in a matter of minutes, dwindle him directly into the nearest womb, and for good. "In my opinion," Bard Chai said, "he has become harmless. The swabble is non-existent. This will not restore it." But within, Bard Chai felt doubt, if not concern. Perhaps Gantrix, his subordinate, correctly perceived the situation. He had done so in the past, on several critical occasions, which explained his current value to the Clearness Council. "But if the Hobart phase has been cancelled out for Eng," Gantrix said doggedly, "then the development of the swabble will start up again. After all, he possesses the original typed manuscript. His contact with the Anarch has taken place before the eradicators of the Syndicate induced the final stage of destruct." That certainly was true. Bard Chai pondered and agreed. And yet despite this knowledge he had trouble taking Ludwig Eng seriously. The man did not look dangerous, bearded or otherwise. He turned to Gantrix, began to speak, then abruptly ceased. "Your expression strikes me as unusual," Gantrix said with palpable annoyance. "What's wrong?" He seemed uneasy as the Bard's stare continued. Concern replaced displeasure. "Your face," the Bard Chai said, keeping his composure with the greatest of efforts. "What about my face?" Gantrix's hand flew to his chin. He massaged briefly, then blinked. "My God. And you have not been near the Anarch, so that does not explain your condition." He wondered then about himself. Had the reversal of the Hobart phase extended to his own person as well? Swiftly he explored his own jawline and dewlap, and distinctly felt burgeoning bristle. Perplexing, he thought wildly to himself, what can account for this? The reversal of the Anarch's time path might be only an effect of some prior cause involving them all. This put a new light on the Anarch's situation. Perhaps it had not been voluntary. Can it be, Gantrix said reflectively, that the disappearance of Eng's device could explain this? Except for mention in the typewritten manuscript, there is no longer any reality connected with this swabble. Actually, we should have anticipated this, since the swabble is intimately associated with the Hobart phase. I wonder, Bard Chai said, still rapidly pondering. But the swabble had not strictly speaking created the Hobart phase. It served to direct it, so that certain regions of the planet could evade the phase entirely, whereas others had become completely mired in it. Still, the disappearance of the swabble from contemporary society must diffuse the Hobart phase equally over everyone, and an outgrowth of this might be a diminution to beneath the level of effectiveness for those, such as himself and Carl Gantrix, who had participated in the phase fully. But now, Gantrix said thoughtfully, the inventor of the swabble and first user of it has returned to normal time. Hence the development of the swabble has again manifested itself. We can expect Eng to build his first working model of the device at any time now. The difficulty of Eng's situation had now become apparent to Bard Chai. As before, use of the man's mechanism would spread throughout the world. But as soon as Eng built and placed in operation his pilot swabble, the Hobart phase would resume. Once more, Eng's direction would reverse itself. The swabbles would then be abolished by the Syndicate until, once again, all that remained was the original typewritten manuscript, at which point normal time would re-establish itself. It appeared to Bard Chai that Eng had gotten himself trapped in a closed loop. He would oscillate within a distinct small interval between possessing only a theoretical account of the swabble and in actuality constructing and operating a functioning model, and tagging along with him would go a good portion of Terra's population. We are caught with him, Bard Chai realized gloomily. How do we escape? What is our solution? We must either force Eng back into complete obliteration of his manuscript, including the idea for the construct, Gantrix said, or— But that is impossible, Bard Chai broke in impatiently. At this point, the Hobart phase weakens automatically, since no working swabbles exist to sustain it. How, in their absence, can Eng be forced backward in time a single step farther? It constituted a valid and answerable query. Both men realized that, and neither spoke for a time. Gantrix morosely continued to rub his jaw, as if he could perceive the steady growth of beard stubble. Bard Chai, on the other hand, had withdrawn into an intensive introverted state. He pondered and repondered the problem. No answer came, at least not yet. But given time— This is extremely difficult, the Bard said with agitation. Eng will probably throw together his first swabble at any moment, and once more we will be cycled in a retrograde direction. What worried him now was one terrible, swift insight. This would occur again, and each time the interval would be shortened further, until, he ruminated, it becomes a stall within a single microsecond. No time progression in either direction will be able to take place. A morbid prospect indeed. But one redemptive factor existed. Eng undoubtedly would perceive the problem too, and he would seek a way out. Logically, it could be solved by him in at least one way. He could voluntarily abstain from inventing the swabble. The Hobart phase then would never assert itself, at least not effectively. But such a decision lay with Ludwig Eng alone. Would he cooperate if the idea were presented to him? Probably not. Eng had always been a violent and autistic man. No one could influence him. This, of course, had helped him become an original personality. Without this, Eng would not have amounted to anything as an inventor, and the swabble, with its enormous effect on contemporary society, would never have come into existence. Which would have been a good thing, the Bard thought morosely, but until now he could not appreciate this. He appreciated it now. The solution which Gantrix had proposed, that of rebirthing Aang, did not appeal to him, but it looked more and more to his eyes as the only way out, and a way out had to be found. With profound irritation, the librarian Nils Lehrer inspected the clock on his desk, then his appointment book. Aang had not shown up. 2:30 had arrived, and Lehrer sat alone in his office. Carl Gantrix had been correct. While pondering the meaning of this, he heard, dimly, the phone ringing. Probably Aang, he decided as he reached for the receiver. A long way off, phoning in to say that he can't make it. I'll have trouble with this. The syndicate won't like it, and I'll have to alert them. I have no choice. Into the phone, he said, "Goodbye." "I love you, Nils," a breathless feminine voice. This was not the call which he had anticipated. "Do you love me?" "Yes, Charisse," he said. "I love you too. But, damn it, don't call me during business hours. I thought you knew that." Contritely, Charisse McFadden said, "Sorry, Nils, but I keep thinking about poor Lance. Did you do the research on him that you promised? I bet you didn't." As a matter of fact, he had. Or, more accurately, he had instructed a minor employee of the library to do the task for him. Reaching into the top desk drawer, he brought out Lance Arbuthnot's folio. "Here it is," he informed Charisse. "I know all there is to know about this crank. All I care to know, more correctly." He leafed among the sheets of paper within the file. "There's not much here, actually. Arbuthnot hasn't done much. You understand I can only take time to go into this matter because a major library client has failed, so far, to keep his 2:30 appointment. If he does show up, I'll have to terminate this conversation." "Did Arbuthnot know the Anarch Peak?" "That part of his account is true. And he is a genuine crank. So eradicating his thesis would be a distinct gain for society. It's your duty." Over the vid portion of the phone, she batted her long lashes coaxingly. "Come on, Nils, dear. Please." "But," Lehrer continued, inflexibly, "there is nothing here suggesting that Arbuthnot spent any time concocting a paper dealing with the psychosomatic aspects of death by meteor strike." She colored, hesitated, then said in a low voice, "I, made that up?" "Why?" After a pause, Charisse said falteringly, "Well, he's... The fact is, I'm his mistress." "The fact is," Lehrer said, boring ahead with ruthless vigor, "you don't really know what his thesis is about. It may be perfectly rational, a significant contribution to our society. Correct?" He did not wait for her reply. Reaching, he started to break the phone circuit. "Wait." She swallowed rapidly, ducked her head, then plunged on as his fingers touched the trip switch of the phone. "All right, Nils, I admit it. Lance refuses to tell me what his thesis is about. He won't tell anybody. But if you'll undertake to eradicate it, don't you see? He'll have to reveal it to you. Your analysis of it is required before the Syndicate accepts it. Isn't that so? And then you'll tell me what it's all about. I know you will." Lehrer said, "What do you care what it's about?" "I think," Charisse said, hesitating, "it has to do with me. Honest. There's something strange about me, and Lance noticed it. I mean, that's not so unusual when you consider how, close we two are. We see so much, if you'll excuse the expression, of each other." "I find this a dull topic," Lehrer said frigidly. At this point he said to himself, "I wouldn't accept Arbuthnot's thesis at any cost to me, even if they debited me to the tune of 10,000 postcreds. I'll talk to you some other time," he said, and broke the phone circuit. "Sir," his secretary, Miss Thompson, said over the desk intercom, "there's this man out here who's been waiting since 6 this evening. He says he only wants a second or two of your time, and Miss McFadden led him to understand that you'd be glad to—" "Tell him I died in office," Lehrer said harshly. "But you can't die, sir. You're under the Hobart phase, and Mr. Arbuthnot knows that because he mentioned it.
He's been sitting out here doing a Hobart-type horoscope on you, and he predicts that great things have happened to you during the previous year. Frankly, he makes me nervous. Some of his predictions sound so accurate.
Fortune-telling about the past doesn't interest me, Lehrer said. In fact, as far as I'm concerned, it's a hoax. Only the future is knowable. The man is a crank, all right, Lehrer realized. Charisse told me the truth in that respect. Imagine maintaining in all seriousness that what has already happened, what has vanished into the limbo of nebulous yesterday, can be predicted. There's one killed every minute, as P.T. Barnum phrased it. Maybe I should see him, he reflected. Charisse is right. Ideas like this ought to be eradicated for the good of mankind, if not for my own peace of mind. But that was not all. Now a measure of curiosity overcame him. It would be interesting, in a feeble way, to hear the idiot out, see what he predicted, especially for the recent few weeks, and then accept his thesis for eradication, be the first person he casts a Hobart type of horoscope for. Undoubtedly, Ludwig Eng did not intend to show up. The time, Lehrer said to himself, must be 2 o'clock by now. He glanced at his wristwatch and blinked. The watch hands semaphored 2:40. "Miss Thompson," Lehrer said into the intercom, "what time do you have?"
"Leaping Jay lizards," Miss Thompson said. "It's earlier than I thought. I distinctly recall it being 2:20 just a moment ago. My watch must have stopped."
"You mean it's later than you thought? 2:40 is later than 2:30.
"No, sir, if you don't resent my disagreeing with you. I mean, it's not my place to tell you what's what, but I am right. You can ask anybody. I'll ask this gentleman out here. Mr. Arbuthnot, isn't 2:40 earlier than 2:20?
Over the intercom speaker came a masculine voice, dry and controlled. "I'm only interested in seeing Mr. Lehrer, not in holding academic discussions. Mr. Lehrer, if you will see me, I guarantee you'll find my thesis the most flagrant piece of outright trash you've ever had brought to your attention. Miss McFadden will not mislead you." "Send him in," Lehrer reluctantly instructed Miss Thompson. He felt perplexed. Something weird had begun to happen, something which was connected with the orderly flow of time. But he could not make out precisely what. A dapper young man in the first stages of baldness entered the office, a briefcase under his arm. He and Lehrer briefly shook, and then Arbuthnot seated himself facing the desk. "So this is the man Charisse is having an affair with," Lehrer said to himself. "Well, so it goes. I'll give you 10 minutes, he stated, and then you're out of here. You understand?" "I have concocted here," Arbuthnot said, unzipping his briefcase, "the most outrageously impossible concept imaginable to my mind. And I think official eradication is absolutely essential, here, if this idea is to be kept from taking root and not doing actual outright harm. There are people who pick up and act on any idea, no matter how contrary to rational good sense. You're the only person I've shown this to, and I show it to you with grave reservations." Arbuthnot then, in one brisk and spasmodic motion, dropped his typewritten work on the surface of Nils Lehrer's desk, and sat back, waiting. With professional caution, Lehrer surveyed the title of the paper, then shrugged. "This is nothing more than an inversion of Ludwig Eng's famous work." He slid his castored chair back from the desk, disavowing the manuscript. Raising both hands, he gestured in dismissal. "This is not so preposterous. It's logically thinkable to reverse Eng's title. Anybody could do it at any time." Arbuthnot said grimly, "But no one has, until now. Read it once again and think out the implications." Unimpressed, Lehrer once more examined the thick bundle of pages. "The implications," Arbuthnot continued in a low, quiet, but tense voice, "of the eradication of this manuscript." The title, still unimpressive to Lehrer, read, How I disassembled my swabble into ordinary household objects in my basement during my spare time. So, Lehrer said, anyone can disassemble a swabble. In fact, it's being done. In fact, thousands of swabbles are being eradicated. It's the pattern. In fact, I doubt whether a single swabble is now to be found anywhere in— When this thesis is eradicated, Arbuthnot said, as I'm certain it has been, and recently, what will the negation consist of? Think it out, Lehrer. You know the implications of cleaning out of existence Eng's premise. It means the end of the swabble and therefore the Hobart phase. In fact, we'll see a return to normal time flow throughout the western United States and the Free Negro Municipality within the past 48 hours, as Eng's manuscript nears syndicate jurisdiction. The eradication of my work, then, if you follow the same line of reasoning— He paused. You see what I've done, don't you? I've found a way to preserve the swabble and to maintain the now disintegrating Hobart phase. Without my thesis, we'll gradually lose all that the swabble has brought us. The swabble, Lehrer, eliminates death. The case of the Anarch Peak is only the beginning, but the only way to keep the cycle alive is to balance Eng's paper with mine. Eng's paper moves us in one direction. My paper reverses it. And then Eng's becomes operative once more. Forever, if we want it. Unless, and I can't imagine this happening, although admittedly it is theoretically possible, a hopeless fusion of the two time flows results. You're a crank, Lehrer said thickly. Exactly, Arbuthnot nodded. And that's why you'll accept my paper for official syndicate eradication. Because you don't believe me. Because you think this is absurd. He smiled slightly, his eyes gray, intelligent, and penetrating. Pressing the on button of his intercom, Lehrer said, Miss Thompson, notify the local outlet of the syndicate that I'd like an ERAD sent to my office as soon as possible. I have some junk here that I want him to rule on, so we can begin the business of terminal copy extinction. Yes, Mr. Lehrer, Miss Thompson's voice said. Leaning back in his chair, Lehrer surveyed the man seated across from him. Does that suit you? Still smiling, Arbuthnot said, Perfectly. If I thought there was anything in your concept, but you don't, Arbuthnot said, patiently, so I'm going to get what I want. I'll be successful. Sometime tomorrow, or at the latest the day after. You mean yesterday, Lehrer said, or the day before? He examined his wristwatch. The 10 minutes are up, he informed the crank inventor. I'll ask you now to leave. He placed his hand on the bundle of papers. This stays here. Rising, Arbuthnot moved toward the door of the office. Mr. Lehrer, he said, pausing, don't be alarmed by this, but with all due respect, sir, you need a shave. I haven't shaved in 23 years, Lehrer said, not since the Hobart phase first took effect in my area of Los Angeles. You will by this time tomorrow, Arbuthnot said, and left the office, the door shut after him. After a moment of reflection, Lehrer touched the button of the intercom. Miss Thompson, don't send anyone else in here. I'm canceling my appointments for the balance of the day. Yes, sir. Hopefully, Miss Thompson said. He was a crank, wasn't he? I thought so. I can always tell. You're glad you saw him. We'll see him, he corrected. I think you're mistaken, Mr. Lehrer. The past tense— Even if Ludwig Eng shows up, Lehrer said, I don't feel like seeing him. I've had enough for today. Opening his desk drawer, he carefully deposited Arbuthnot's manuscript within it, then shut it once more. He reached toward the ashtray on the desk, selected the shortest, and hence best, cigarette butt, dabbed it against the ceramic surface until it began to burn, then lifted it to his lips. Puffing shreds of tobacco into it, he sat staring fixedly out the office window at the poplar trees that lined the walk to the parking lot. The wind, rushing about, gathered up a quantity of leaves, swirled them onto the branches of the trees, adhered them in a neat arrangement which decidedly added to the beauty of the trees. Already some of the brown leaves had turned green. In a short while autumn would give way to summer, and summer to spring. He watched appreciatively as he waited for the ERAD sent out by the syndicate. Due to the crank's deranged thesis, time had once more returned to normal, except... Lara rubbed his chin. Bristles. He frowned. "Miss Thompson," he said into the intercom, "will you step in here and tell me whether or not I need a shave?" He had a feeling that he did, and soon. Probably within the previous half hour. Holy Quarrel. 1. Sleep dissolved. He blinked as a dazzle of white artificial light hurt him. The light came from 3 rings which held a fixed location above the bed, midway to the ceiling. "Sorry to wake you, Mr. Stafford." A man's voice came from beyond the light. "You are Joseph Stafford, aren't you?" Then, speaking to someone else, also unseen, the voice continued. "Would be a damn shame to wake somebody else up, somebody who didn't deserve it." Stafford sat up and croaked. "Who are you?" The bed creaked, and one of the circle of light lowered. One of them had seated himself. "We are looking for Joseph Stafford of Tier 6, Floor 50, who's the... what do you call it?" "Computer GB class repairman," a companion assisted him. "Yes, an expert, for example, in those new molten plasma data storage cans. You could fix one like that if it broke, couldn't you, Stafford?" "Sure he could," another voice said calmly. "That's why he's rated as standby." He explained, "That second vidphone line we cut did that. It kept him directly connected with his superiors." "How long has it been since you got a call, repairman?" the first voice inquired. Stafford did not answer. He fished beneath the pillow of the bed, groped for the sneak gun he generally kept there. "Probably hasn't worked for a long time," one of the visitors with flashlight said. "Probably needs the money. You need any money, Stafford? Or what do you need? You enjoy fixing computers. I mean, you'd be a sap to enter this line of work unless you liked it. With you on 24-hour standby like it is. Are you good? Can you fix anything, no matter how ridiculous and remote it is? That happens to our Gen XB military planning programmer. Make us feel good. Say yes." "I have to think," Stafford said thickly. He still searched for the gun, but he had lost it. He felt its absence. Or possibly, before awakening him, they had taken it. "Tell you what, Stafford," the voice went on. Interrupting, another voice said, "Mr. Stafford, listen." The far-right nimbus of light also lowered. The man had bent over him. "Get out of bed, okay? Get dressed, and we'll drive you to where we need a computer fixed. And on the way, when you have plenty of time, you can decide how good you are. And then, when we get there, you can have a quick look at the Gen XB and see how long it'll take you." "We really want it fixed up," the first man said plaintively. "As it is, it's no good to us or anyone. The way it is now, data are piling up in mile-high mounds, and they're not being, what do you say, ingested? They just sit there, and Gen XB doesn't process them, so naturally it can't come up with any decision. So naturally all those satellites are just flying along there like nothing happened." Getting slowly, stiffly from the bed, Stafford said, "What showed up first as a symptom?" He wondered who they were, and he wondered which Gen XB they were talking about. As far as he knew, there existed only 3 in North America, only 8 throughout Terra. Watching him get into his work smock, the invisible shapes behind the flashlights conferred. At last one cleared his throat and said, "I understand that a tape take-up reel stopped spinning, so all the tape with all the data on it just keeps spinning onto the floor in a big heap." "But tape tension on the take-up reels..."
Stafford began. "In this case, it failed to be automatic. You see, we jammed the reel so it wouldn't accept any more tape. Before that, we tried cutting the tape, but as I guess you know, it rethreads itself automatically. And we tried erasing the tape, but if the erase circuit comes on, it starts an alarm going in Washington, D.C., and we didn't want to get all those high-level people involved. But they, the computer designers, overlooked the take-up reel tension because that's such a simple clutch arrangement. It can't go wrong." Trying to button his collar, Stafford said, "In other words, there are data you don't want it to receive." He felt lucid now. At least he had more or less wakened up. What kind of data? He thought with chill foreboding that he knew. Data were coming in which would cause the big government-owned computer to declare a red alert. Of course, this crippling of Genix B would have to occur before a hostile attack by the South African True Association manifested itself in real but minute individual symptoms, which the computer, with its vast intake of seemingly unrelated data, would take note of, notice and add together into a meaningful pattern. Stafford thought bitterly, how many times we were warned about this. They would have to wipe out our Genix B prior to its successful deploying of the SAC retaliatory satellites and bombers. And this was that event. These men, undercover extensions in North America of SATA, had rousted him to complete their job of making the computer inoperable. But data might already have been received, might already have been transferred to the receptor circuits for processing and analysis. They had started to work too late, possibly by 1 day, possibly only by a few seconds. At least some of the meaningful data had gotten onto the tapes, and so he had to be called in. They couldn't finish their job alone. The United States, then, would presently undergo a series of terror weapon satellites bursting above it, as meantime the network of defensive machinery waited for a command from the Cardinal computer. Waited in vain, since Genix B knew of no trace harbingers of military assault. Would still not ever really know until a direct hit on the national capital put an end to it and its emasculated faculties. No wonder they had jammed the take-up reel. 2. "The war's begun," he said quietly to the 4 men with flashlights. Now that he had turned on the bedroom lamps, he could make them out. Ordinary men with an assigned task. These were not fanatics, but functionaries. They could have worked equally well for any government, perhaps even the near-psychotic Chinese peoples. "The war has already broken out," he guessed aloud, "and it's essential that Genix B not know, so it can neither defend us nor strike back. You want to see it get only data which indicate we're at peace." He, and no doubt they, recalled how swiftly in the 2 previous interventions of honor, one against Israel and one against France, Genix B had reacted. Not one trained professional observer had seen the signs, or had seen to what the signs led, anyhow. As with Joseph Stalin in 1941, the old tyrant had been shown evidence that the Third Reich intended to attack the USSR, but he simply would not, or could not, believe, any more than the Reich had believed that France and Britain in 1939 would honor their pact with Poland. In a compact group, the men with flashlights led him from the bedroom of his conapt into the outer hall and to the esse which led to the roof field. As they emerged, the air smelled of mud and dampness. He inhaled, shivered, and involuntarily gazed up at the sky. 1 star moved, landing light on a flapple, which now set down a few feet from the 5 of them. As they sat within the flapple, rising swiftly from the roof and heading toward Utah to the west, one of the gray functionaries with sneak gun, flashlight, and briefcase said to Stafford, "Your theory is good, especially considering that we woke you out of a sound sleep." "But," a companion put in, "it's wrong. Show him the punched tape we hauled out."
Opening his briefcase, the man nearest Stafford brought out a wad of plastic tape, handed it mutely to Stafford. Holding it up against the dome light of the flapple, Stafford made out the punches. Binary system, evidently programming material for the strategic acquired space command units which the computer directly controlled. It was about to push the panic button and give them an order, the man at the console of the flapple said over his shoulder, to all our military units linked to it. Can you read the command? Stafford nodded and returned the tape. He could read it, yes. The computer had formally notified SAC of a red alert. It had gone so far as to move H-bomb-carrying squadrons into scramble, and also was requesting that all ICBM missiles on their assorted pads be made ready for launch. And also, the man at the controls added, it was sending out a command to defensive satellites and missile complexes to deploy themselves in response to an imminent H-bomb attack. We blocked all this, however, as you now are able to see. None of this tape got onto the coax lines. After a pause, Stafford said huskily, Then what data don't you want Gen XB to receive? He did not understand. Feedback, said the man at the controls. Obviously, he was the leader of this unit of commandos. Without feedback, the computer does not possess any method of determining that there has been no counterattack by its military arm. In the abeyance, it will have to assume that the counterattack has taken place, but that the enemy's strike was at least partially successful. Stafford said, But there is no enemy. Who's attacking us? Silence. Sweat made Stafford's forehead slick with moisture. Do you know what would cause a Gen XB to conclude that we're under attack? 1,000,000 separate factors, all possible known data weighed, compared, analyzed, and then the absolute gestalt. In this case, the gestalt of an imminent attacking enemy. No one thing would have raised the threshold. It was quantitative. A shelter-building program in Asiatic Russia, unusual movements of cargo ships around Cuba, concentrations of rocket freight unloadings in Red Canada. No one, the man at the controls of the flapple said placidly. No nation or group of persons either, on Terra or Luna or domed Mars, is attacking anybody. You can see why we've got to get you over there fast. You have to make it absolutely certain that no orders emanate from Gen XB to SAC. We want Gen XB sealed off so it can't talk to anybody in a position of authority, and it can't hear anybody besides us. What we do after that, we'll worry about then. But the evil of the day, you assert that in spite of everything available to it, Gen XB can't distinguish an attack on us? Stafford demanded. With its manifold data-collecting sweepers? He thought of something then that terrified him in a kind of hopeless, retrospective way. What about our attack on France in 82, and then on Little Israel in 89?
No one was attacking us then, either, the man nearest Stafford said, as he retrieved the tape and again placed it within his briefcase. His voice, somber and morose, was the only sound. No one else stirred or spoke. Same then as now. Only this time a group of us stopped Gen XB before it could commit us. We pray we've aborted a pointless, needless war.
Who are you? Stafford asked. What's your status in the federal government, and what's your connection with Gen XB? Agents, he thought, of the blunk, rattling South African True Association. That still struck him as most likely, or even zealots from Israel looking for vengeance, or merely acting out the desire to stop a war, the most humanitarian motivation conceivable. But nevertheless, he himself, like Gen XB, was under a loyalty oath to no larger political entity than the North American Prosperity Alliance. He still had the problem of getting away from these men and to his chain of command superiors, so that he could file a report. The man at the controls of the flapple said, 3 of us are FBI. He displayed credentials, and that man there is an Electcom engineer who, as a matter of fact, helped in the original design of this particular Genix B. That's right, the engineer said. I personally made it possible for them to jam both the outgoing programming and the incoming data feed. But that's not enough. He turned toward Stafford, his face serene, his eyes large and inviting. He was half begging, half ordering, using whatever tone would bring results. But let's be realistic. Every Genix B has backup monitoring circuitry that'll begin to inform it any time now that its programming to SAC isn't being acted on, and in addition, it's not getting the data it ought to get. As with everything else it sinks its electronic circuits into, it'll begin to introspect, and by that time, we have to be doing something better than jamming a take-up reel with a Phillips screwdriver. He paused. So, he finished more slowly, that's why we came to you. Gesturing, Stafford said, I'm just a repairman. Maintenance and service, not even malfunct analysis. I do only what I'm told. Then do what we're telling you, the FBI man closest to him spoke up harshly. Find out why Genix B decided to flash a red alert, scramble SAC, and begin a counterattack. Find out why it did so in the case of France and Israel. Something made it add up its received data and get that answer. It's not alive. It has no volition. It didn't just feel the urge to do this. The engineer said, If we're lucky, this is the last time Genix B will malreact in this fashion. If we can spot the misfunction this time, we'll perhaps have it pegged for all time, before it starts showing up in the other 7 Genix B systems around the world. And you're certain, Stafford said, that we're not under attack? Even if Genix B had been wrong both times before, it at least theoretically could be right this time. If we are about to be attacked, the nearest FBI man said, we can't make out any indication of it, by human data processing anyhow. I admit it's logically thinkable that Genix B could be correct. After all, as he pointed out, you may be in error because the SATA has been hostile toward us so long we take it for granted. It's a verity of modern life. Oh, it's not the South African True Association, the FBI man said briskly. In fact, if it were, we wouldn't have gotten suspicious. We wouldn't have begun poking around, interviewing survivors from the Israel War and French War and whatever else state's done to follow this up. It's Northern California, the engineer said and grimaced. Not even all of California, just the part above Pismo Beach. Stafford stared at them. That's right, one of the FBI men said. Genix B was in the process of scrambling all SAC bombers and WEPSATs for an all-out assault on the area around Sacramento, California. You asked it why? Stafford said, speaking to the engineer. Sure. Or, rather strictly speaking, we asked it to spell out in detail what the enemy is up to. One of the FBI men drawled, Tell Mr. Stafford what Northern California is up to that makes it a hot target enemy. That would have meant its destruction by SAC spearhead assaults if we hadn't jammed the damn machinery, and still have it jammed. Some individual, the engineer said, has opened up a penny gum machine route in Castro Valley. You know, he has those bubble-headed dispensers outside supermarkets. The children put in a penny and get a placebo ball of gum and something additional occasionally, a prize such as a ring or a charm. It varies. That's the target. Incredulous, Stafford said, You're joking. Absolute truth. Man's name is Herb Souza. He owns 64 machines now in operation and plans expansion. I mean, Stafford said thickly, you're joking about Genix B's response to that datum. Its response isn't exactly to that datum per se, the closest of the FBI men said. For instance, we checked with both the Israeli and French governments. Nobody named Herb Souza opened up a penny gum machine route in their countries, and that goes for chocolate-covered peanut vending machines or anything else remotely similar to it. And, contrarily, Herb Souza maintained such a route in Chile and in the UK during the past 2 decades, without Genix B taking any interest all those years. He added, "He's an elderly man." "A sort of Johnny Applegum," the engineer said, and tittered, "looping the world, sending those gum machines swooping down in front of every gas—" "The triggering stimulus," the engineer said, as the flapple began to drop toward a vast complex of illuminated public buildings below, "may lie in the ingredients of the merchandise placed in the machines. That's what our experts have come up with. They studied all material available to Genix B concerning Sousa's gum concessions, and we know that all Genix B has consists of a long, dry chemical analysis of the food product constituents with which Sousa loads his machines. In fact, Genix B specifically requested more information on that angle. It kept grinding out incomplete ground data until we got a thorough PF&D lab analysis." "What did the analysis show?" Stafford asked. The flapple had now berthed on the roof of the installations housing the central component of the computer, and, as it was called these days, Mr. CNC of the North American Prosperity Alliance. "As regards foodstuffs," an FBI man near the door said as he stepped out onto the dimly illuminated landing strip, "nothing but gum base, sugar, corn syrup, softeners, and artificial flavor, all the way down the line. Matter of fact, that's the only way you can make gum, and those dinky little prizes are vacuum-processed thermoplastics. 600 to the dollar will buy them from any of a dozen firms here and in Hong Kong and Japan. We even went so far as to trace the prizes down to the specific jobber, his sources, back to the factory, where a man from State actually stood and watched them making the damned little things. No, nothing there, nothing at all." "But," the engineer said, half to himself, "when that data had been supplied to Genix B, then this," the FBI man said, standing aside so that Stafford could disenflapple. "A red alert. The SAC scrambled, the missiles up from their silos. 40 minutes away from thermonuclear war, the distance from us of one Phillips head screwdriver wedged in a tape drum of the computer." To Stafford, the engineer said keenly, "Do you pick up anything odd or conceivably misleading in those data? Because if you do, for God's sake, speak up. All we can do this way is to dismantle Genix B and put it out of action, so that when a genuine threat faces us—" "I wonder," Stafford said slowly, pondering, "what's meant by artificial color?" 3. "It means it won't otherwise look the right color, so a harmless food coloring dye is added," the engineer said presently. "But that's the one ingredient," Stafford said, "that isn't listed in a way that tells us what it is, only what it does. And how about flavor?" The FBI men glanced at one another. "It is a fact," one of them said, "and I recall this because it always makes me sore. It did specify artificial flavor. But heck, artificial color and flavor," Stafford said, "could mean anything. Anything over and above the color and flavor imparted." He thought, "Isn't it prussic acid that turns everything a bright, clear green? That, for example, could in all honesty be spelled out on a label as artificial color. And taste. What really was meant by artificial taste? This, to him, always had a dark, peculiar quality to it, this thought. He decided to shelve it. Time now to go down and take a look at Genix B to see what damage had been done to it. And how much damage, he thought wryly, it still needs. If I've been told the truth, if these men are what they show credentials for, not SATA saboteurs, or an intelligence cadre of one of several major foreign powers. From the garrison warrior domain of Northern California, he thought wryly. Or was that absolutely impossible after all? Perhaps something genuine and ominous had burgeoned into life there, and Genix B had, as designed to do, sniffed it out. For now, he could not tell, but perhaps by the time he finished examining the computer he would know. In particular, he wanted to see firsthand the authentic, total collection of data tapes currently being processed from the outside universe into the computer's own inner world. Once he knew that, "I'll turn the thing back on," he said grimly to himself. "I'll do the job I was trained for and hired to do." Obviously for him it would be easy. He thoroughly knew the schematics of the computer. No one else had been into it replacing defective components and wiring as had he. This explained why these men had come to him. They were right, at least about that. "Piece of gum?" one of the FBI agents asked him as they walked to the Desi with its phalanx of uniformed guards standing at parade rest before it. The FBI agent, a burly man with a reddish, fleshy neck, held out 3 small, brightly colored spheres. "From one of Sousa's machines?" the engineer asked. "Sure is." The agent dropped them into Stafford's smock pocket, then grinned. "Harmless? Yes, no, maybe, as the college tests say." Retrieving one from his pocket, Stafford examined it in the overhead light of the Desi. Sphere, he thought. Egg. Fish egg, they're round, as in caviar. Also edible. No law against selling brightly colored eggs. Or are they laid this color? "Maybe it'll hatch," one of the FBI men said casually. He and his companions had become tense now as they descended into the high-security portion of the building. "What do you think would hatch out of it?" Stafford said. "A bird," the shortest of the FBI men said brusquely. "A tiny red bird bringing good tidings of great joy." Both Stafford and the engineer glanced at him. "Don't quote the Bible at me," Stafford said. "I was raised with it. I can quote you back any time." But it was strange in view of his own immediate thoughts, almost an occurrence of synchronicity between their minds. It made him feel more somber. God knew he felt somber enough as it was. Something laying eggs, he thought. Fish, he reflected, release thousands of eggs, all identical. Only a very few of them survive. Impossible waste, a terrible primitive method. But if eggs were laid and deposited all over the world in countless public places, even if only a fraction survived, it would be enough. This had been proved. The fish of Terra's waters had done so. If it worked for Terran life, it could work for non-Terran too. The thought did not please him. "If you wanted to infest Terra," the engineer said, seeing the expression on his face, "and your species, from God knows what planet in what solar system, reproduced the way our cold-blooded creatures here on Terra reproduce," he continued to eye Stafford. "In other words, if you spawned thousands, even millions of small hard-shelled eggs, and you didn't want them noticed, and they were bright in color as eggs generally are—" He hesitated. "One wonders about incubation. How long, and under what circumstances? Fertilized eggs, to hatch, generally have to be kept warm." "In a child's body," Stafford said, "it would be very warm." And the egg, would, insanely, pass pure food and drug standards. There was nothing toxic in an egg, all organic and very nourishing. Except, of course, that if this happened to be so, the outer shell of hard-colored candy would be immune to the action of normal stomach juices. The egg would not dissolve. But it could be chewed up in the mouth, though. Surely it wouldn't survive mastication. It would have to be swallowed like a pill, intact. With his teeth, he bit down on the red ball and cracked it. Retrieving the 2 hemispheres, he examined the contents. "Ordinary gum," the engineer said. "Gum base, sugar, corn syrup, softeners." He grinned tauntingly, and yet in his face a shadow of relief passed briefly across before it was, by an effort of will, removed. "False lead." "False lead, and I'm glad it is," the shortest of the FBI men said. He stepped from the Desi. "Here we are." He stopped in front of the rank of uniformed and armed guards, showed his papers. "We're back," he told the guards. "The prizes," Stafford said. "What do you mean?" The engineer glanced at him. "It's not in the gum, so it has to be in the prizes, the charms and knickknacks. That's all that's left." "What you're doing," the engineer said, "is implicitly maintaining that Genix B is functioning properly, that it's somehow right. There is a hostile warlike menace to us. one so great it justifies pacification of Northern California by hard first-line weapons. As I see it, isn't it easier simply to operate from the fact that the computer is malfunctioning? Stafford, as they walked down the familiar corridors of the vast government building, said, "Genix B was built to sift a greater amount of data simultaneously than any man or group of men could. It handles more data than we, and it handles them faster. Its response comes in microseconds. If Genix B, after analyzing all the current data, feels that war is indicated, and we don't agree, then it may merely show that the computer is functioning as it was intended to function. And the more we disagree with it, the better this is proved. If we could perceive, as it does, the need for immediate aggressive war on the basis of the data available, then we wouldn't require Genix B. It's precisely in a case like this, where the computer has given out a red alert and we see no menace, that the real use of a computer of this class comes into play." After a pause, one of the FBI men said, as if speaking to himself, "He's right, you know. Absolutely right. The real question is, do we trust Genix B more than ourselves? Okay, we built it to analyze faster and more accurately and on a wider scale than we can. If it had been a success, this situation we face now is precisely what could have been predicted. We see no cause for launching an attack. It does." He grinned harshly. "So what do we do? Start Genix B up again, have it go ahead and program SAC into a war? Or do we neutralize it? In other words, unmake it?" His eyes were cold and alert on Stafford. A decision one way or the other has to be made by someone. Now, at once. Someone who can make a good educated guess as to which it is, functioning or malfunctioning. "The President and his cabinet," Stafford offered tensely. "An ultimate decision like this has to be his. He bears the moral responsibility." "But the decision," the engineer spoke up, "is not a moral question, Stafford. It only looks like it is. Actually, the question is only a technical one. Is Genix B working properly, or has it broken down?" "And that's why you rousted me from bed," Stafford realized with a thrill of icy, dismal grief. "You didn't bring me here to implement your jerry-built jamming of the computer. Genix B could be neutralized by one shell from one rocket launcher towed up and parked outside the building. In fact, he realized, in all probability, it's effectively neutralized now. You can keep that Phillips screwdriver wedged in there forever. And you helped design and build the thing. No, he realized, that's not it. I'm not here to repair or destroy. I'm here to decide, because I've been physically close to Genix B for 15 years. It's supposed to confer some mystic intuitive ability on me to sense whether the thing is functioning or malfunctioning. I'm supposed to hear the difference, like a good garage mechanic who can tell merely by listening to a turbine engine whether it has bearing knock or not. And if so, how bad? A diagnosis, he realized. That's all you want. This is a consultation of computer doctors and one repairman. The decision evidently lay with the repairman because the others had given up. He wondered how much time he had. Probably very little, because if the computer were correct... Sidewalk gum machines, he pondered. Penny-operated, for kids. And for that it's willing to pacify all Northern California. What could it possibly have extrapolated? What looking ahead did Genix B see? It amazed him, the power of one small tool to halt the workings of a mammoth constellation of autonomic processes. But the Phillips screwdriver had been inserted expertly. "What we must try," Stafford said, "is introduction of calculated, experimental, and false data." He seated himself at one of the typewriters wired directly to the computer. "Let's start off with this," he said, and began to type. "Herb Souza of Sacramento, California, the gum machine magnate, died suddenly in his sleep. A local dynasty has come to an unanticipated end." Amused, one of the FBI men said, "You think it'll believe that?" "It always believes its data," Stafford said. "It has no other source to rely on." "But if the data conflict," the engineer pointed out,
It'll analyze everything out and accept the most probable chain.
In this case, Stafford said, nothing will conflict with this datum because this is all Genix B is going to receive. He fed the punched card to Genix B then and stood waiting. Tap the outgoing signal, he instructed the engineer. Watch to see if it cuts off. One of the FBI men said, We already have a line splice, so that ought to be easy to do. He glanced at the engineer, who nodded. 10 minutes later, the engineer, now wearing headphones, said, No change. The red alert is still being emitted. That didn't affect it. Then it has nothing to do with Herb Souza as such, Stafford said, pondering. Or else he's done it, whatever it is, already. Anyhow, his death means nothing to Genix B. We'll have to look somewhere else. Again, seating himself at the typewriter, he began on his second spurious fact. It has been learned on the advice of reliable sources in banking and financial circles in Northern California that the chewing gum empire of the late Herb Souza will be broken up to pay outstanding debts. Asked what would be done with the gum and trinkets constituting the goodies within each machine, law enforcement officers hazarded the guess that they would be destroyed as soon as a court order now being sought by the Assistant District Attorney of Sacramento can be put into effect. Ceasing typing, he sat back, waiting. No more Herb Souza, he said to himself, and no more merchandise. What does that leave? Nothing. The man and his commodities, at least as far as Genix B was concerned, no longer existed. Time passed. The engineer continued to monitor the output signal of the computer. At last, resignedly, he shook his head. No change. I have one more spurious datum I want to feed it, Stafford said. Again he put a card in the typewriter and began to punch. It appears now that there never was an individual named Herbert Souza, nor did this mythological person ever go into the penny gum machine business. As he rose to his feet, Stafford said, That should cancel out everything Genix B knows or ever did know about Souza and his penny ante operation. As far as the computer was concerned, the man had been retroactively expunged. In which case, how could the computer initiate war against a man who had never existed, who operated a marginal concession which also never existed? A few moments later, the engineer, tensely monitoring the output signal of Genix B, said, Now there's been a change. He studied his oscilloscope, then accepted the reel of tape being voided by the computer, and began a close inspection of that, too. For a time he remained silent, intent on the job of reading the tape. Then all at once he glanced up and grinned humorously at the rest of them. He said, It says that the datum is a lie. 4. A lie, Stafford said, unbelievingly. The engineer said, It's discarded the last datum on the grounds that it can't be true. It contradicts what it knows to be valid. In other words, it still knows that Herb Souza exists. Don't ask me how it knows this. Probably it's an evaluation from wide-spectrum data over an extensive period of time. He hesitated, then said, Obviously it knows more about Herb Souza than we do. It knows anyhow that there is such a person, Stafford conceded. He felt nettled. Often in the past, Genix B had spotted contradictory or inaccurate data and had expelled them, but it had never mattered this much before. He wondered then what prior unassailable body of data existed within the memory cells of Genix B against which it had compared his spurious assertion of Souza's non-existence. What it must be doing, he said to the engineer, is to go on the assumption that if X is true, that Souza never existed, then Y must be true, whatever Y is, but Y remains untrue. I wish we knew which of all its millions of data units Y is. They were back to their original problem. Who was Herb Souza, and what had he done to alert Genix B into such violent sine qua non activity? Ask it, the engineer said to him. Ask what? He was puzzled. Instruct it to produce its stored data inventory on Herb Souza. All of it. The engineer kept his voice deliberately patient.
God knows what it's sitting on, and once we get it, let's look it over and see if we can spot what it spotted.
Typing the proper requisition, Stafford fed the card to Genix B. "It reminds me," one of the FBI men said reflectively, "of a philosophy course I took at UCLA. There used to be an ontological argument to prove the existence of God. You imagine what he would be like if he existed, omnipotent, omnipresent, omniscient, immortal, plus being capable of infinite justice and mercy."
"So?"
the engineer said irritably. "Then when you've imagined him possessing all those ultimate qualities, you notice that he lacks one quality, a minor one, a quality which every germ and stone and piece of trash by the freeway possesses: existence. So you say, if he has all those others, he must possess the attribute of being real. If a stone can do it, obviously he can." He added, "It's a discarded theory. They knocked it down back in the Middle Ages. But," he shrugged, "it's interesting."
"What made you think of that at this particular time?" the engineer demanded.
"Maybe," the FBI man said, "there's no one fact or even cluster of facts about Sousa that prove to Genix B he exists. Maybe it's all the facts. There may be just plain too many. The computer had found, on the basis of past experience, that when so much data exists on a given person, that person must be genuine. After all, a computer of the magnitude of Genix B is capable of learning. That's why we make use of it."
"I have another fact I'd like to feed to it," the engineer said. "I'll type it out and you can read it."
Reseating himself at the programming typewriter, he ground out one short sentence, then yanked the card from the bales and showed it to the rest of them. It read, "The computer Genix B does not exist." After a stunned moment, one of the FBI men said, "If it had no trouble in comparing the datum about Herbert Sousa with what it already knew, it certainly isn't going to have any trouble with this. And what's your point anyhow? I don't see what this accomplishes." "If Genix B doesn't exist," Stafford said with comprehension, "then it can't send out a red alert. That's logically a contradiction." "But it has sent out a red alert," the shortest of the FBI men pointed out, "and it knows it has, so it won't have any difficulty establishing the fact of its existence." The engineer said, "Let's give it a try. I'm curious. As far as I can see ahead, no harm can be done. We can always cancel out the phony fact if it seems advisable." "You think," Stafford asked him, "that if we feed it this datum, it'll reason that if it doesn't exist, it couldn't have received the datum to that effect, which would cancel the datum right there?"
"I don't know," the engineer admitted. "I've never heard even a theoretical discussion as to the effect on a B-magnitude computer of programming a denial of its own existence."
Going to the feed bracket of Genix B, he dropped the card in, stepped back. They waited. After a prolonged interval, the answer came over the output cable, which the engineer had tapped. As he listened through his headphones, he transcribed the computer's response for the rest of them to study. "Analysis of constituent re the non-existence of Genix B multi-factor calculating instruments. If Const Unit 340S70 is true, then I do not exist. If I do not exist, then there is no way I can be informed that my generic class does not exist. If I cannot be informed in that regard, then you have failed to inform me, and Const Unit 340S70 does not exist from my standpoint. Therefore, I exist." Whistling with admiration, the shortest of the FBI men said, "It did it. What a neat logical analysis. It's proved that your datum is spurious, so now it can totally disregard it and go on as before." "Which," Stafford said somberly, "is exactly what it did with the datum filed with it denying that Herb Sousa ever existed." Everyone glanced at him. "It appears to be the same process," Stafford said, "and it implies," he reasoned, "some uniformity, some common factor between the entity Genix B and the entity Herb Sousa. Do you have any of the charms, prizes, or just plain gewgaws, whatever they are, that Sousa's gum machines dole out?" he asked the FBI men. "If so, I'd like to see them." Obligingly, the most impressive of the FBI men unzipped his briefcase, brought out a sanitary-looking plastic sack. On the surface of a nearby table, he spread out a clutter of small glittering objects. "Why are you interested in those?" the engineer asked. "These things have been given lab scrutiny. We told you that." Seating himself, not answering, Stafford picked up one of the assorted trinkets, examined it, put it down, and selected another. "Consider this." He tossed one of the tiny gewgaws toward them. It bounced off the table, and an obliging FBI agent bent to retrieve it. "You recognize it?" "Some of the charms," the engineer said irritably, "are in the shape of satellites. Some are missiles, some interplan rockets, some big new mobile land cannons, some figurines of soldiers." He gestured. "That happens to be a charm made to resemble a computer." "A Genix B computer," Stafford said, holding out his hand to get it back. The FBI man amiably returned it to him. "It's a Genix B, all right," he said. "Well, I think this is it. We found it." "This?" the engineer demanded loudly. "How? Why?" Stafford said, "Was every charm analyzed? I don't mean a representative sample, such as one of each variety, or all found in one given gum machine. I mean every damn one of them." "Of course not," an FBI man said. "There's tens of thousands of them. But at the factory of origin, I'd like to see that particular one given a total microscopic analysis," Stafford said. "I have an intuition it isn't a solid uniform piece of thermoplastic. I have an intuition," he said to himself, "that it's a working replica, a minute but authentic Genix B." The engineer said, "You're off your trolley." "Let's wait," Stafford said, "until we get it analyzed." "And meanwhile," the shortest of the FBI men said, "we keep Genix B inoperative?" "Absolutely," Stafford said. A weird, weak fear had begun at the base of his spine and was working its way up. Half an hour later, the lab, by special bonded messenger, returned an analysis of the gum machine charm. "Solid nylon," the engineer said, glancing over the report. He tossed it to Stafford. "Nothing inside, only ordinary cheap plastic. No moving parts, no interior differentiation at all. If that's what you were expecting." "A bad guess," one of the FBI men observed, "which cost us time." All of them regarded Stafford sourly. "You're right," Stafford said. He wondered what came next. What hadn't they tried? The answer, he decided, did not lie in the merchandise with which Herb Sousa stuffed his machines. That now seemed clear. The answer lay in Herb Sousa himself, whoever and whatever he was. "Can we have Sousa brought here?" he asked the FBI men. "Sure," one of them said presently. "He can be picked up, but why? What's he done?" He indicated Genix B. "There's the trouble right there. Not way out on the coast with some small potatoes-type businessman working half the side of one city street." "I want to see him," Stafford said. "He might know something." "He has to," he said to himself. One of the FBI men said thoughtfully, "I wonder what Genix B's reaction would be if it knew we were bringing Sousa here." To the engineer, he said, "Try that. Feed it that non-fact now before we go to the trouble of actually picking him up." Shrugging, the engineer again seated himself at the typewriter. He typed, "Sacramento businessman Herb Sousa was brought today by FBI agents before computer complex Genix B for a direct confrontation." "Okay?" he asked Stafford. "This what you want? Okay?" He fed it to the data receptors of the computer without waiting for an answer. "There's no use asking me," Stafford said irritably. "It wasn't my idea." But nevertheless, he walked over to the man monitoring the output line, curious to learn the computer's response. The answer came instantly. He stared down at the typed-out response, not believing what he saw. "Herbert Sousa cannot be here. He must be in Sacramento, California. Anything else is impossible. You have presented me with false data."
It can't know, the engineer said huskily. My God, Sousa could go anywhere, even to Luna. In fact, he's already been all over Earth. How would it know? Stafford said, It knows more about Herb Sousa than it should, than is reasonably possible. He consulted with himself, then abruptly said, Ask it who Herb Sousa is. Who? The engineer blinked. Hell, ask it. The engineer typed out the question. The card was presented to Genix B, and they stood waiting for its response. We already asked it for all the material it has on Sousa, the engineer said. The bulk of that ought to be emerging any time now. This is not the same, Stafford said shortly. I'm not asking it to hand back data given in. I'm asking it for an evaluation. Monitoring the output line of the computer, the engineer stood silently, now answering. Then, almost offhandedly, he said, It's called off the red alert. Incredulous, Stafford said, Because of that query? Maybe. It didn't say, and I don't know. You asked the question, and now it's shut down on its SAC scramble and everything else. It claims that the situation in Northern California is normal. His voice was toneless. Make your own guess. It's probably as good as any. Stafford said, I still want an answer. Genix B knows who Herb Sousa is, and I want to know too. And you ought to know. His look took in both the engineer with his headphones and the assorted FBI men. Again he thought of the tiny solid plastic replica of Genix B which he had found among the charms and trinkets. Coincidence? It seemed to him that it meant something. But what, he could not tell. Not yet, anyhow. Anyhow, the engineer said, it really has called off the red alert, and that's what matters. Who cares a goddamn bit about Herb Sousa? As far as I'm concerned, we can relax. Give up. Go home now. Relax, one of the FBI men said, until all of a sudden it decides to start the alert going again, which it could do any time. I think the repairman is right. We have to find out who this Sousa is. He nodded to Stafford. Go ahead. Anything you want is okay. Just keep after it. And we'll get going on it too, as soon as we check in at our office. The engineer, paying attention to his headphones, interrupted all at once. An answer's coming. He began rapidly to scribble. The others collected around him to see. Herbert Sousa of Sacramento, California, is the devil. Since he is the incarnation of Satan on earth, Providence demands his destruction. I am only an agency, a, so to speak, creature of the divine majesty, as are all of you. There was a pause as the engineer waited, clenching the ballpoint metal government-issue pen, and then he spasmodically added, unless you are already in his pay and therefore working for him. Convulsively, the engineer tossed the pen against the far wall. It bounced, rolled off, disappeared. No one spoke. 5. The engineer said finally, We have here a sick, deranged piece of electronic junk. We were right. Thank God we caught it in time. It's psychotic. Cosmic, schizophrenic delusions of the reality of archetypes. Good grief, the machine regards itself as an instrument of God. It has one more of those God talk to me, yes, he truly did complexes. Medieval, one of the FBI men said with a twitch of enormous nervousness. He and his group had become rigid with tension. We've uncovered a rat's nest with that last question. How will we clear this up? We can't let this leak out to the newspapers. No one will ever trust a GB-class system again. I don't. I wouldn't. He eyed the computer with nauseated aversion. Stafford wondered, what do you say to a machine when it acquires a belief in witchcraft? This isn't New England in the 17th century. Are we supposed to make Sousa walk over hot coals without being burned? Or get dunked without drowning? Are we supposed to prove to Genix B that Sousa is not Satan? And if so, how? What would it regard as proof? And where did it get the idea in the first place? He said to the engineer, Ask it how it discovered that Herbert Sousa is the evil one. Go ahead, I'm serious.
Type out a card. The answer, after an interval, appeared via the government-issue ballpoint pen for all of them to see. When he began by miracle to create living beings out of non-living clay, such as, for example, myself. That trinket? Stafford demanded, incredulous. That charm bracelet bit of plastic? You call that a living being? The question put to Genix B got an immediate answer. That is an instance, yes. This poses an interesting question, one of the FBI men said. Evidently it regards itself as alive, putting aside the question of Herb Souza entirely. And we built it, or rather you did. He indicated Stafford and the engineer. So what does that make us? From its ground premise, we created living beings too. The observation, put to Genix B, got a long, solemn answer which Stafford barely glanced over. He caught the nitty-gritty at once. You built me in accord with the wishes of the divine creator. What you performed was a sacred reenactment of the original holy miracle of the first week, as the scriptures put it, of Earth's life. This is another matter entirely, and I remain at the service of the Creator, as you do. And, in addition, what it boils down to, the engineer said dryly, is this. The computer writes off its own existence, naturally, as an act of legitimate miracle passing. But what Souza has got going for him in those gum machines, or what it thinks he's got going, is unsanctioned and therefore demonic, sinful, deserving God's wrath. But what further interests me is this. Genix B has sensed that it couldn't tell us the situation. It knew we wouldn't share its views. It preferred a thermonuclear attack rather than telling us. When it was forced to tell us, it decided to call off the red alert. There are levels and levels to its cognition, none of which I find too attractive. Stafford said, It's got to be shut down, permanently. They had been right to bring him into this, right to want his probing and diagnosis. He now agreed with them thoroughly. Only the technical problem of diffusing the enormous complex remained. And between him and the engineer it could be done. The men who designed it and the men who maintained it could easily take it out of action. For good. Do we have to get a presidential order? The engineer asked the FBI men. Go do your work. We'll get the order later, one of the FBI men answered. We're empowered to counsel you to take whatever action you see fit. He added, and don't waste any time, if you want my opinion. The other FBI men nodded their agreement. Licking his dry lips, Stafford said to the engineer, Well, let's go. Let's destruct as much of it as we need to. The two of them walked cautiously toward Genix B, which, via the output line, was still explaining its position. Early in the morning, as the sun began to rise, the FBI flapple let Stafford off at the roof field of his Conapt building. Dog-tired, he descended by Desi toward his own tier and floor. Presently he had unlocked his door, had entered the dark, stale-smelling living room on his way to the bedroom. Rest. That was needed, and plenty of it, considering the night of difficult, painstaking work dismantling crucial turrets and elements of Genix B until it was disabled, neutralized, or at least so they hoped. As he removed his work smock, 3 hard, brightly colored little spheres bounced noisily from a pocket to the floor of the bedroom. He retrieved them, laid them on the vanity table. 3, he thought. Didn't I eat one? The FBI man gave me 3 and I chewed one up. I've got too many left, 1 too many. Wearily he finished undressing, crept into bed for the hour or so of sleep left to him. The hell with it. At 9, the alarm clock rang. He woke groggily and without volition got to his feet and stood by the bed, swaying and rubbing his swollen eyes. Then, reflexively, he began to dress. On the vanity table lay 4 gaily colored balls. He said to himself, I know that I put only 3 there last night. Perplexed, He studied them, wondering blearily what, if anything, this meant. Binary fission? Loaves and fishes all over again? He laughed sharply. The mood of the night before remained, clinging to him, but single cells grew as large as this. The ostrich egg consisted of one single cell, the largest on Terra, or on the other planets beyond, and these were much smaller. We didn't think of that, he said to himself. We thought about eggs that might hatch into something awful, but not unicellular organisms that, in the old primitive way, divide. And they are organic compounds. He left the apartment, left the 4 gumballs on the vanity table as he departed for work. A great deal lay ahead of him, a report directly to the president to determine whether all Gen XB computers ought to be shut down and, if not, what could be done to make certain they did not, like the local one, become superstitiously deranged. A machine, he thought, believing in the evil spirit entrenched solidly on Earth. A mass of solid-state circuitry delving deep into age-old theology, with divine creation and miracles on one side, and the diabolic on the other, plunged back into the Dark Ages, and by a man-made electronic construct, not by one of us humans. And they say humans are prone to error. When he returned home that night, after participating in the dismantling of every Gen XB-style computer on Earth, 7 colored spheres of candy-coated gum lay in a group on the vanity table, waiting for him. It would create quite a gum empire, he decided as he scrutinized the 7 bright balls, all the same color. Not much overhead, to say the least, and no dispenser would ever become empty, not at this rate. Going to the vidphone, he picked up the receiver and began to dial the emergency number which the FBI men had given him, and then reluctantly hung up. It was beginning to look as if the computer had been right, hard as that was to admit, and it had been his decision to go ahead and dismantle it. But the other part was worse. How could he report to the FBI that he had in his possession 7 candy-coated balls of gum, even if they did divide? That in itself would be even harder to report, even if he could establish that they consisted of illegal and rare, non-terrestrial primitive life forms smuggled to Terra from God knew what bleak planet. Better to live and let live. Perhaps their reproduction cycle would settle down. Perhaps after a period of swift binary fission they would adapt to a Terran environment and stabilize. After that, he could forget about it. And he could flush them down the incinerator chute of his conapt. He did so. But, evidently, he missed one. Probably, being round, it had rolled off the vanity table. He found it 2 days later under the bed, with 15 like it. So once more he tried to get rid of them all. And again, he missed one. Again, he found a new nest the following day, and this time he counted 40 of them. Naturally, he began to chew up as many as possible, and as fast. And he tried boiling them, at least the ones he could find, in hot water. He even tried spraying them with an indoor insect bomb. At the end of a week, he had 15,832 of them, filling the bedroom of his conapt. By this time chewing them out of existence, spraying them out of existence, boiling them out of existence, all had become impractical. At the end of the month, despite having a scavenger truck haul away as much as it could take, he computed that he owned 2 million. 10 days later, from a payphone down at the corner, he fatalistically called the FBI. But by then, they were no longer able to answer the vidphone. A Game of Unchance. While rolling a 50-gallon drum of water from the canal to his potato garden, Bob Turk heard the roar, glanced up into the haze of the mid-afternoon Martian sky, and saw the great blue interplan ship. In the excitement, he waved, and then he read the words painted on the side of the ship, and his joy became alloyed with care, because this great pitted hull, now lowering itself to a rear-end landing, was a Carney ship come to this region of the 4th planet to transact business. The painting spelled out, Falling Star Entertainment Enterprises presents Freaks, Magic, Terrifying Stunts, and Women. The final word had been painted largest of all. I better go tell the settlement council, Turk realized. He left his water drum and trotted toward the shop area, panting as his lungs struggled to take in the thin, weak air of this unnatural, colonized world. Last time a carnival had come to their area, they had been robbed of most of their crops, accepted by the pitchmen in barter, and had wound up with nothing more than an armload of useless plaster figurines. It would not happen again. And yet, he felt the craving within him, the need to be entertained. And they all felt this way. The settlement yearned for the bizarre. Of course, the pitchmen knew this, preyed off this. Turk thought, if only we could keep our heads, barter excess food and cloth fibers, not what we need, not become like a lot of kids. But life in the colony world was monotonous, carting water, fighting bugs, repairing fences, ceaselessly tinkering with the semi-autonomous robot farm machinery which sustained them. It wasn't enough. It had no culture, no solemnity. "Hey," Turk called as he reached Vince Guest's land. Vince sat aboard his one-cylinder plow, wrench in hand. "Hear the noise? Company! More sideshows, like last year, remember?" "I remember," Vince said, not looking up. "They got all my squash. The hell with traveling shows." His face became dark. "This is a different outfit," Turk explained, halting. "I never saw them before. They've got a blue ship, and it looks like it's been everywhere. You know what we're going to do? Remember our plan?" "Some plan," Vince said, closing the jaw of the wrench. "Talent is talent," Turk babbled, trying to convince, not merely Vince, but himself as well. He talked against his own alarm. "All right, so Fred's sort of half-witted. His talent's genuine. I mean, we've tried it out 1,000,000 times, and why we didn't use it against that carny last year I'll never know. But now we're organized, prepared." Raising his head, Vince said, "You know what that dumb kid will do? He'll join the carny. He'll leave with it, and he'll use his talent on their side. We can't trust him." "I trust him," Turk said, and hurried on toward the buildings of the settlement, the dusty, eroded gray structures directly ahead. Already he could see their council chairman, Hoagland Ray, busy at his store. Hoagland rented tired pieces of equipment to settlement members, and they all depended on him. Without Hoagland's contraptions, no sheep would get sheared, no lambs would be distaled. It was no wonder that Hoagland had become their political, as well as economic, leader. Stepping out onto the hard-packed sand, Hoagland shaded his eyes, wiped his wet forehead with a folded handkerchief, and greeted Bob Turk. "Different outfit this time." His voice was low. "Right," Turk said, his heart pounding. "And we can take them, Hoag, if we play it right. I mean, once Fred—" "They'll be suspicious," Hoagland said thoughtfully. "No doubt other settlements have tried to use Psi to win. They may have one of those, what do you call them? Those anti-Psi folks with them. Fred's a PK, and if they have an anti-PK—" He gestured, showing his resignation. "I'll go tell Fred's parents to get him from school," Bob Turk panted. "It'd be natural for kids to show up right away. Let's close the school for this afternoon so Fred's lost in the crowd. You know what I mean? He doesn't look funny, not to me anyhow." He sniggered. "True," Hoagland agreed with dignity. "The Costner boy appears quite normal. Yes, we'll try. That's what we voted to do anyhow. We're committed. Go sound the surplus gathering bell so these carny boys can see we've got good produce to offer. I want to see all those apples and walnuts and cabbages and squash and pumpkins piled up." He pointed to the spot. "And an accurate inventory sheet, with 3 carbons, in my hands within 1 hour." Hoagland got out a cigar, lit up with his lighter. "Get going." Bob Turk went. As they walked through their south pasture, Among the black-faced sheep who chewed the hard, dry grass, Tony Costner said to his son, "You think you can manage it, Fred? If not, say so. You don't have to." Straining, Fred Costner thought he could dimly see the carnival, far off, arranged before the upended interplan ship. Booths, shimmering big banners and metal streamers that danced in the wind, and the recorded music. Or was it an authentic calliope? "Sure," he muttered. "I can handle them. I've been practicing every day since Mr. Ray told me." To prove it, he caused a rock lying ahead of them to skim up, pass in an arc, start toward them at high speed, and then drop abruptly back to the brown, dry grass. A sheep regarded it dully, and Fred laughed. A small crowd from the settlement, including children, had already manifested itself among the booths now being set up. He saw the cotton candy machine hard at work, smelled the frying popcorn, saw with delight the vast cluster of helium-filled balloons carried by a gaudily painted dwarf wearing a hobo costume. His father said quietly, "What you must look for, Fred, is the game which offers the really valuable prizes." "I know," he said, and began to scan the booths. "We don't have a need for hula-hula dolls," he said to himself, "or boxes of saltwater taffy." Somewhere in the carnival lay the real spoils. It might be in the money-pitching board, or the spinning wheel, or the bingo table. Anyhow, it was there. He scented it, sniffed it, and hurried. In a weak, strained voice, his father said, Maybe I'll leave you, Freddie." Tony had seen one of the girl platforms and had turned toward it, unable to take his eyes from the scene. One of the girls was already... But then the rumble of a truck made Fred Costner turn, and he forgot about the high-breasted, unclad girl on the platform. The truck was bringing the produce of the settlement to be bartered in exchange for tickets. The boy started toward the truck, wondering how much Hoagland Ray had decided to put up this time, after the awful licking they had taken before. It looked like a great deal, and Fred felt pride. The settlement obviously had full confidence in his abilities. He caught then the unmistakable stench of psi. It emanated from a booth to his right, and he turned at once in that direction. This was what the Carney people were protecting, this one game which they did not feel they could afford to lose. It was, he saw, a booth in which one of the freaks acted as the target. The freak was a no-head, the first Fred had ever seen, and he stopped, transfixed. The no-head man had no head at all, and his sense organs, his eyes and nose and ears, had migrated to other parts of his body beginning in the period before birth. For instance, his mouth gaped from the center of his chest, and from each shoulder an eye gleamed. The no-head was deformed but not deprived, and Fred felt respect for him. The no-head could see, smell, and hear as good as anyone. But what exactly did he do in the game? In the booth, the no-head sat within a basket suspended above a tub of water. Behind the no-head, Fred Costner saw a target, and then he saw the heap of baseballs near at hand, and he realized how the games worked. If the target were hit by a ball, the no-head would plunge into the tub of water, and it was to prevent this that the Carney had directed its psi powers. The stench here was overpowering. He could not, however, tell from whom the stench came. The no-head, or the operator of the booth, or from a third person as yet unseen. The operator, a thin young woman wearing slacks and a sweater and tennis shoes, held a baseball toward Fred. "Ready to play, Captain?" she demanded, and smiled at him insinuatingly, as if it was utterly in the realm of the impossible that he might play and win. "I'm thinking," Fred said. He was scrutinizing the prizes. The no-head giggled, and the mouth located in the chest said, "He's thinking. I doubt that." It giggled again, and Fred flushed. His father came up beside him. "Is this what you want to play?" he said. Now Hoagland Ray appeared. The two men flanked the boy, all three of them studying the prizes. What were they? Dolls, Fred thought. At least that was their appearance. The vaguely male, small shapes lay in rows on the shelves to the left of the booth's operator. He could not for the life of him fathom the Carney's reasons for protecting these. Surely they were worthless. He moved closer, straining to see. Leading him off to one side, Hoagland Ray said worriedly, "But even if we win, Fred, what do we get? Nothing we can use, just those plastic figurines. We can't barter those with other settlements, even." He looked disappointed. The corners of his mouth turned down dismally. "I don't think they're what they seem," Fred said, "but I don't actually know what they are. Anyhow, let me try, Mr. Ray. I know this is the one." And the Carney people certainly believed so. "I'll leave it up to you," Hoagland Ray said with pessimism. He exchanged glances with Fred's father, then slapped the boy encouragingly on the back. "Let's go," he announced. "Do your best, kid." The group of them, joined now by Bob Turk, made their way back to the booth in which the no-head sat with shoulder eyes gleaming. "Made up your mind, people?" the thin, stony-faced girl who operated the booth asked, tossing a baseball and re-catching it. "Here." Hoagland handed Fred an envelope. It was the proceeds from the settlement's produce, in the form of Carney tickets. This was what they had obtained in exchange. This was all there was now. "I'll try," Fred said to the thin girl, and handed her a ticket. The thin girl smiled, showing sharp, small teeth. "Put me in the drink," the no-head babbled. "Dunk me and win a valuable prize." It giggled again in delight. That night, in the workshop behind his store, Hoagland Ray sat with a jeweler's loupe in his right eye, examining one of the figurines which Tony Costner's boy had won at the Falling Star Entertainment Enterprises Carnival earlier in the day. 15 of the figurines lay in a row against the far wall of Hoagland's workshop. With a tiny pair of pliers, Hoagland pried open the back of the doll-like structure and saw within intricate wiring. The boy was right, he said to Bob Turk, who stood behind him smoking a synthetic tobacco cigarette in jerky agitation. "It's not a doll. It's fully rigged. Might be UN property they stole. Might even be a micro-rob. You know, one of those special automatic mechanisms the government uses for a million tasks, from spying to reconstruct surgery for war vets." Now, gingerly, he opened the front of the figurine. More wiring, and the miniature parts which, even under the loupe, were exceedingly difficult to make out. He gave up. After all, his ability was limited to repairing power harvesting equipment and the like. This was just too much. Again, he wondered exactly how the settlement could make use of these micro-robs. Sell them back to the UN? And meanwhile, the carnival had packed up and gone. No way to find out from them what these were. "Maybe it walks and talks," Turk suggested. Hoagland searched for a switch on the figurine, found none. Verbal order? He wondered. "Walk," he ordered it. The figurine remained inert. "I think we've got something here," he said to Turk. "But," he gestured, "it'll take time. We've got to be patient." Maybe if they took one of the figurines to M-City, where the truly professional engineers, electronics experts, and repairmen of all kinds could be found. But he wanted to do this himself. He distrusted the inhabitants of the one great urban area on the colony planet. "Those Carney people sure were upset when we won again and again," Bob Turk chuckled. "Fred, he said that they were exerting their own psi all the time, and it completely surprised them that—" "Be quiet," Hoagland said. He had found the figurine's power supply. Now he needed only to trace the circuit until he came to a break. By closing the break, he could start the mechanism into activity. It was, or rather it seemed, as simple as that. Shortly, he found the interruption in the circuit. A microscopic switch, disguised as the belt buckle of the figurine. Exulting, Hoagland closed the switch with his needle-nose pliers, set the figurine down on his workbench, and waited. The figurine stirred. It reached into a pouch-like construct hanging at its side, a sort of purse. From the pouch it brought a tiny tube, which it pointed at Hoagland. "Wait," Hoagland said feebly. Behind him, Turk bleated and scuttled for cover. Something boomed in his face, a light that thrust him back. He shut his eyes and cried out in fright. "We're being attacked!" he shouted, but his voice did not sound. He heard nothing. He was crying uselessly in a darkness which had no end. Groping, he reached out imploringly. The settlement's registered nurse was bending over him, holding a bottle of ammonia at his nostrils. Grunting, he managed to lift his head, open his eyes. He lay in his workshop. Around him stood a ring of settlement adults, Bob Turk foremost, all with expressions of gray alarm. "These dolls or whatever," Hoagland managed to whisper, "attacked us. Be careful." He twisted, trying to see the line of dolls which he had so carefully placed against the far wall. "I set one off prematurely," he mumbled, "by completing the circuit. I tripped it, so now we know." And then he blinked. The dolls were gone. "I went for Miss Beeson," Bob Turk explained, "and when I got back they had disappeared. Sorry." He looked apologetic, as if it were his personal fault. "But you were hurt. I was worried you were maybe dead." "Okay," Hoagland said, pulling himself up. His head ached, and he felt nauseated. "You did right. Better get that Costner kid in here, get his opinion." He added, "Well, we've been taken, for the second year in a row. Only this time is worse. This time, he thought, we won. We were better off last year when we merely lost." He had an intimation of true foreboding. 4 days later, as Tony Costner hoed weeds in his squash garden, a stirring of the ground made him pause. He reached silently for the pitchfork, thinking, "It's an M-gopher, down under, eating the roots. I'll get it." He lifted the pitchfork and, as the ground stirred once more, brought the tines of the fork savagely down to penetrate the loose, sandy soil. Something beneath the surface squeaked in pain and fright. Tony Costner grabbed a shovel, dug the dirt away. A tunnel lay exposed, and in it, dying in a heap of quivering, pulsating fur, lay, as he had from long experience anticipated, a Martian gopher, its eyes glazed in agony, elongated fangs exposed. He killed it, mercifully, and then bent down to examine it, because something had caught his eye, a flash of metal. The M-gopher wore a harness. It was artificial, of course. The harness fitted snugly around the animal's thick neck. Almost invisible, hair-like wires passed from the harness and disappeared into the scalp of the gopher near the front of the skull. "Lord," Tony Costner said, picking the gopher and its harness up and standing in futile anxiety, wondering what to do. Right away he connected this with the carnival dolls. They had gone off and done this, made this. The settlement, as Hoagland had said, was under attack. He wondered what the gopher would have done had he not killed it. The gopher had been up to something, tunneling toward his house. Later, he sat beside Hoagland Ray in the workshop. Ray, with care, had opened the harness, inspected its interior.
"A transmitter," Hoagland said, and breathed out noisily, as if his childhood asthma had returned. "Short range, maybe half a mile. The gopher was directed by it, maybe gave back a signal that told where it was and what it was doing. The electrodes to the brain probably connect with pleasure and pain areas. That way the gopher could be controlled."
He glanced at Tony Costner.
"How'd you like to have a harness like that on you?"
"I wouldn't," Tony said, shivering. He wished all at once that he was back on Terra, overcrowded as it was. He longed for the press of the crowd, the smells and sounds of great throngs of men and women moving along the hard sidewalks, among the lights. It occurred to him then, in a flash, that he had never really enjoyed it here on Mars. Far too lonely, he realized. I made a mistake. My wife, she made me come here. It was a trifle late, however, to think that now.
"I guess," Hoagland said stonily, "that we'd better notify the UN military police."
He went with dragging steps to the wall phone, cranked it, then dialed the emergency number. To Tony, he said, half in apology, half in anger,
"I can't take responsibility for handling this, Costner. It's too difficult."
"It's my fault, too," Tony said. "When I saw that girl, she had taken off the upper part of her garment and—" "UN Regional Security Office," the phone declared, loudly enough for Tony Costner to hear it.
"We're in trouble," Hoagland said,
and explained then about the Falling Star Entertainment Enterprises ship and what had happened. As he talked, he wiped his streaming forehead with his handkerchief. He looked old and tired, and very much in need of a rest. An hour later, the military police landed in the middle of the settlement's sole street. A uniformed UN officer, middle-aged, with a briefcase, stepped out, glanced around in the yellow late-afternoon light, made out the side of the crowd with Hoagland Ray placed officially in front.
"You are General Mozart?"
Hoagland said tentatively, holding his hand out.
"That's correct,"
the heavy-set UN officer said, as they shook briefly.
"May I see the construct, please?"
He seemed a trifle disdainful of the somewhat grimy settlement people. Hoagland felt that acutely, and his sense of failure and depression burgeoned.
"Sure, General."
Hoagland led the way to his store and the workshop in the rear. After he had examined the dead M-gopher with its electrodes and harness, General Mozart said,
"You may have won artifacts they did not want to give up, Mr. Ray. Their final, in other words, actual, destination was probably not this settlement."
Again his distaste showed, ill-disguised. Who would want to bother this area?
"But, and this is a guess, eventually Earth and the more populated regions. However, by your employment of a parapsychological bias on the ball-throwing game—"
He broke off, glanced at his wristwatch.
"We'll treat the fields in this vicinity with arsine gas, I think. You and your people will have to evacuate this whole region, as a matter of fact, tonight. We'll provide a transport. May I use your phone? I'll order the transport. You assemble all your people."
He smiled reflexively at Hoagland and then went to the telephone to place his call back to his office in M City.
"Livestock, too?" Ray said. "We can't sacrifice them."
He wondered just how he was supposed to get their sheep, dogs, and cattle into the UN transport in the middle of the night. What a mess, he thought dully.
"Of course, livestock,"
General Mozart said unsympathetically, as if Ray were some sort of idiot. The third steer driven aboard the UN transport carried a harness at its neck. The UN military policeman at the entrance hatch spotted it, shot the steer at once, summoned Hoagland to dispose of the carcass. Squatting by the dead steer, Hoagland Ray examined the harness and its wiring. As with the M-gopher, the harness connected by delicate leads the brain of the animal to the sentient organism, whatever it was, which had installed the apparatus, located, he assumed, no farther than a mile from the settlement. What was this animal supposed to do, he wondered as he disconnected the harness. Gore one of us? Or eavesdrop? More likely that. The transmitter within the harness hummed audibly. It was perpetually on, picking up all sounds in the vicinity. So they know we've brought in the military, Hoagland realized, and that we've detected 2 of these constructs now. He had a deep intuition that this meant the abolition of the settlement. This area would soon be a battleground between the UN military and the... whatever they were. Falling Star Entertainment Enterprises. He wondered where they were from. Outside the Sol system, evidently. Kneeling momentarily beside him, a blackjack, a black-clad UN secret police officer, said,
"Cheer up. This tipped their hand. We could never prove those carnivals were hostile before. Because of you, they never made it to Terra. You'll be reinforced, don't give up."
He grinned at Hoagland, then hurried off, disappearing into the darkness where a UN tank sat parked. Yes, Hoagland thought, we did the authorities a favor, and they'll reward us by moving massively into this area. He had a feeling that the settlement would never be quite the same again, no matter what the authorities did. Because if nothing else, the settlement had failed to solve its own problems. It had been forced to call for outside help, for the big boys. Tony Costner gave him a hand with the dead steer. Together they dragged it to one side, gasping for breath as they grappled with the still warm body. "I feel responsible," Tony said when they had set it down.
"Don't."
Hoagland shook his head.
"And tell your boy not to feel bad."
"I haven't seen Fred since this first came out," Tony said miserably. "He took off, terribly disturbed. I guess the UN MPs will find him. They're on the outskirts rounding everybody up." He sounded numb, as if he could not quite take in what was happening. "An MP told me that by morning we could come back. The arsine gas would have taken care of everything. You think they've run into this before? They're not saying, but they seem so efficient. They seem so sure of what they're doing."
"Lord knows,"
Hoagland said. He lit a genuine Earth-made Optimo cigar and smoked in glum silence, watching a flock of black-faced sheep being driven into the transport. Who would have thought the legendary classic invasion of Earth would take this form? He asked himself. Starting here at our meager settlement, in terms of small wired figurines, a little over a dozen in all, which we labored to win from Falling Star Entertainment Enterprises. As General Mozart said, the invaders didn't even want to give them up. Ironic. Bob Turk, coming up beside him, said quietly, "You realize we're going to be sacrificed. That's obvious. Arsine will kill all the gophers and rats, but it won't kill the micro-robs because they don't breathe. The UN will have to keep blackjack squads operating in this region for weeks, maybe months. This gas attack is just the beginning." He turned accusingly to Tony Costner. "If your kid—"
"All right,"
Hoagland said in a sharp voice.
"That's enough. If I hadn't taken that one apart, closed the circuit, you can blame me, Turk. In fact, I'll be glad to resign. You can run the settlement without me."
Through a battery-driven loudspeaker, a vast UN voice boomed, "All persons within sound of my voice prepare to board. This area will be flooded with poisonous gas at 1400. I repeat." It repeated, as the loudspeakers turned in first one direction and then another. The noise echoed in the night darkness. Stumbling, Fred Costner made his way over the unfamiliar rough terrain, wheezing in sorrow and weariness. He paid no attention to his location, made no effort to see where he was going. All he wanted to do was get away. He had destroyed the settlement, and everyone from Hoagland Ray on down knew it. Because of him— Far away, behind him, an amplified voice boomed, "All persons within sound of my voice prepare to board. This area will be flooded with poisonous gas at 1400. I repeat, all persons within sound of my voice—" It dinned on and on. Fred continued to stumble along, trying to shut out the racket of the voice, hurrying away from it. The night smelled of spiders and dry weeds. He sensed the desolation of the landscape around him. Already he was beyond the final perimeter of cultivation. He had left the settlement's fields, and now he stumbled over unplowed ground where no fences or even surveyor's stakes existed. But they would probably flood this area too, however. The UN ships would coast back and forth, spraying the arsine gas, and then after that Special Forces troops would come in, wearing gas masks, carrying flamethrowers with metal-sensitive detectors on their backs, to roust out the 15 micro-robs which had taken refuge underground in the burrows of rats and vermin. Where they belong, Fred Costner said to himself, and to think I wanted them for the settlement. I thought, because the carnival wanted to keep them, that they must be valuable. He wondered dimly if there was any way he could undo what he had done, find the 15 micro-robs plus the activated one which had almost killed Hoagland Ray, and he had to laugh. It was absurd. Even if he found their hideout, assuming that all of them had taken refuge together in one spot, how could he destroy them? And they were armed. Hoagland Ray had barely escaped, and that had been from one acting alone. A light glowed ahead. In the darkness he could not make out the shapes which moved at the edge of the light. He halted, waited, trying to orient himself. Persons came and went, and he heard the voices, muted, both men's and women's, and the sound of machinery in motion. The UN would not be sending out women, he realized. This was not the authorities. A portion of the sky, the stars and faint nocturnal swath of haze, had been blotted out, and he realized all at once that he was seeing the outline of a large, stationary object. It could be a ship, parked on its tail, awaiting takeoff. The shape seemed roughly that. He seated himself, shivering in the cold of the Martian night, scowling in an attempt to trace the passage of the indistinct forms busy with their activity. Had the carnival returned? Was this once more the Falling Star Entertainment Enterprise's vehicle? Eerily, the thought came to him, the booths and banners and tents and platforms, the magic shows and girl platforms and freaks and games of chance were being erected here in the middle of the night, in this barren area lost in the emptiness between settlements. A hollow enactment of the festivity of the carny life, for no one to see or experience, except, by chance, himself. And to him it was revolting. He had seen all he wanted of the carnival, its people and things. Something ran across his foot. With his psychokinetic faculty, he snared it, drew it back. Reaching, he grabbed with both hands until all at once he had snatched out of the darkness a thrashing, hard shape. He held it, and saw with fright one of the micro-robs. It struggled to escape, and yet, reflexively, he held onto it. The micro-rob had been scurrying toward the parked ship, and, he thought, the ship's picking them up. So they won't be found by the UN. They're getting away. Then the carnival can go on with its plans. A calm voice, a woman's, said from close by, "Put it down, please. It wants to go." Jumping with shock, he released the micro-rob, and it scuttled off, rustling in the weeds, gone at once. Standing before Fred, the thin girl, still wearing slacks and a sweater, faced him placidly, a flashlight in her hand. By its circle of illumination, he made out her sharply traced features, her colorless jaw and intense clear eyes. "Hi," Fred said, stammeringly. He stood up, defensively, facing the girl. She was slightly taller than he, and he felt afraid of her. But he did not catch the stench of psi about her, and he realized that it had definitely not been she there in the booth who had struggled against his own faculty during the game. So he had an advantage over her, and perhaps one she did not know about. "You better get away from here," he said. "Did you hear the loudspeaker? They're going to gas this area." "I heard." The girl surveyed him. "You're the big winner, aren't you, Sonny? The master game player. You dunked our anti-Ceph 16 times in a row." She laughed merrily. "Simon was furious. He caught cold from that and blames you, so I hope you don't run into him." "Don't call me Sonny," he said. His fear began to leave him. "Douglas, our PK, says you're strong. You wrestled him down every time. Congratulations. Well, how pleased are you with your take?" Silently, she once more laughed. Her small, sharp teeth shone in the meager light. "You feel you got your produce's worth?" "Your PK isn't much good," Fred said. "I didn't have any trouble, and I'm really not experienced. You could do a lot better." "With you, possibly. Are you asking to join us? Is this a proposition from you to me, little boy?" "No," he said, startled and repelled. "There was a rat," the girl said, "in the wall of your Mr. Ray's workshop. It had a transmitter on it, and so we knew about your call to the UN as soon as you made it. So we've had plenty of time to regain our—" She paused a moment. "Our merchandise. If we cared to. Nobody meant to hurt you. It isn't our fault that busybody Ray stuck the tip of his screwdriver into the control circuit of that one micro-rob. Is it?" "He started the cycle prematurely. It would have done that eventually anyhow." He refused to believe otherwise. He knew the settlement was in the right. "And it's not going to do you any good to collect all those micro-robs because the UN knows and—" "Collect?" The girl rocked with amusement. We're not collecting the 16 micro-robs you poor little people won. We're going ahead. You forced us to. The ship is unloading the rest of them." She pointed with the flashlight, and he saw in that brief instant the horde of micro-robs disgorged, spreading out, seeking shelter like so many photophobic insects. He shut his eyes and moaned. "Are you still sure," the girl said purringly, "that you don't want to come with us? It'll ensure your future, Sonny. And otherwise," she gestured, "who knows? Who really can guess what'll become of your tiny settlement and you poor tiny people?" "No," he said, "I'm still not coming." When he opened his eyes again, the girl had gone off. She stood with the no-head, Simon, examining a clipboard which the no-head held. Turning, Fred Costner ran back the way he had come, toward the UN military police. The lean, tall, black-uniformed UN secret police general said, "I have replaced General Mozart, who is unfortunately ill-equipped to deal with domestic subversion. He is a military man exclusively." He did not extend his hand to Hoagland Ray. Instead, he began to pace about the workshop, frowning. "I wish I had been called in last night. For example, I could have told you one thing immediately, which General Mozart did not understand." He halted, glanced searchingly at Hoagland. "You realize, of course, that you did not beat the Carnival people. They wanted to lose those 16 micro-robs." Hoagland Ray nodded silently. There was nothing to say. It now did appear obvious, as the Blackjack General had pointed out. "Prior appearances of the Carnival," General Wolfe said, "in former years, was to set you up, to set each settlement up in turn. They knew you'd have to plan to win this time, so this time they brought their micro-robs, and had their weak Psi ready to engage in an ersatz battle for supremacy." "All I want to know," Hoagland said, "is whether we're going to get protection." The hills and plains surrounding the settlement, as Fred had told them, were now swarming with the micro-robs. It was unsafe to leave the downtown buildings. "We'll do what we can," General Wolfe resumed pacing, "but obviously we're not primarily concerned with you, or with any other particular settlement or locale that's been infested. It's the overall situation that we have to deal with. That ship has been 40 places in the last 24 hours. How they've moved so swiftly—" He broke off. "They had every step prepared, and you thought you conned them." He glowered at Hoagland Ray. "Every settlement along the line thought that as they won their boxload of micro-robs." "I guess," Hoagland said presently, "that's what we get for cheating." He did not meet the Blackjack General's gaze. "That's what you get for pitting your wits against an adversary from another system," General Wolfe said bitingly. "Better look at it that way. And the next time a vehicle not from Terra shows up, don't try to mastermind a strategy to defeat them. Call us." Hoagland Ray nodded. "Okay, I understand." He felt only dull pain, not indignation. He deserved, they all deserved, this chewing out. If they were lucky, their reprimand would end at this. It was hardly the settlement's greatest problem. "What do they want?" he asked General Wolfe. "Are they after this area for colonization? Or is this an economic—" "Don't try," General Wolfe said. Pardon? "It's not something you can understand, now or at any other time. We know what they're after, and they know what they're after. Is it important that you know too? Your job is to try to resume your farming as before, or if you can't do that, pull back and return to Earth." "I see," Hoagland said, feeling trivial. "Your kids can read about it in the history books," General Wolfe said. "That ought to be good enough for you." "It's just fine," Hoagland Ray said, miserably. He seated himself half-heartedly at his workbench, picked up a screwdriver, and began to tinker with a malfunctioning autonomic tractor guidance turret. "Look," General Wolfe said, and pointed. In a corner of the workshop, almost invisible against the dusty wall, a micro-rob crouched, watching them. "Geez," Hoagland wailed, groping around on his workbench for the old .32 revolver which he had gotten out and loaded. Long before his fingers found the revolver, the micro-rob had vanished. General Wolfe had not even moved. He seemed, in fact, somewhat amused. He stood with his arms folded, watching Hoagland fumbling with the antiquated sidearm. "We're working on a central device," General Wolfe said, "which would cripple all of them simultaneously, by interrupting the flow of current from their portable power packs. Obviously, to destroy them one by one is absurd. We never even considered it. However," he paused thoughtfully, his forehead wrinkling, "there's reason to believe they, the outspacers, have anticipated us and have diversified the power sources in such a way that—" He shrugged philosophically. "Well, perhaps something else will come to mind. In time." "I hope so," Hoagland said, and tried to resume his repair of the defective tractor turret. "We've pretty much given up the hope of holding Mars," General Wolfe said, half to himself. Hoagland slowly set down his screwdriver, stared at the secret policeman. "What we're going to concentrate on is Terra," General Wolfe said, and scratched his nose reflectively. "Then," Hoagland said after a pause, "there's really no hope for us here. That's what you're saying." The blackjack general did not answer. He did not need to. As he bent over the faintly greenish, scummy surface of the canal where botflies and shiny black beetles buzzed, Bob Turk saw, from the corner of his vision, a small shape scuttle. Swiftly he spun, reached for his laser cane. He brought it up, fired it, and destroyed, oh happy day, a heap of rusted, discarded fuel drums. Nothing more. The micro-rob had already departed. Shakily he returned the laser cane to his belt and again bent over the bug-infested water. As usual, the robs had been active here during the night. His wife had seen them, heard their rat-like scratchings. What the hell had they done? Bob Turk wondered dismally, and sniffed long and hard at the water. It seemed to him that the customary odor of the stagnant water was somehow subtly changed. "Damn," he said, and stood up, feeling futile. The robs had put some contaminator in the water, that was obvious. Now it would have to be given a thorough chemical analysis, and that would take days. Meanwhile, what would keep his potato crop alive? Good question. Raging in baffled helplessness, he pawed the laser cane, wishing for a target, and knowing he could never, not in a million years, have one. As always, the robs did their work at night, steadily, surely. They pushed the settlement back. Already 10 families had packed up and taken passage for Terra, to resume, if they could, the old lives which they had abandoned. And soon it would be his turn. If only there was something they could do, some way they could fight back. He thought, I'd do anything, give anything for a chance to get those robs. I swear it. I'd go into debt or bondage or servitude or anything just for a chance of freeing the area of them. He was shuffling morosely away from the canal, hands thrust deep in the pockets of his jacket, when he heard the booming roar of the intersystem ship overhead. Calcified, he stood peering up, his heart collapsing inside him. Them back, he asked himself. The Falling Star Entertainment Enterprises ship. Are they going to hit us all over again, finish us off finally? Shielding his eyes, he peered frantically, not able even to run, his body not knowing its way even to instinctive animal panic. The ship, like a gigantic orange, lowered. Shaped like an orange, colored like an orange. It was not the blue tubular ship of the Falling Star people. He could see that. But also it was not from Terra. It was not UN. He had never seen a ship exactly like it before, and he knew that he was definitely seeing another vehicle from beyond the Sol system, much more blatantly so than the blue ship of the Falling Star creatures. Not even a cursory attempt had been made to make it appear Terran. And yet, on its sides, it had huge letters which spelled out words in English. His lips moving, he read the words as the ship settled to a landing northeast of the spot at which he stood. 6 System Educational Playtime Associates, in a riot of fun and frolic for all. It was, God in heaven, another itinerant carnival company. He wanted to look away, to turn and hurry off, and yet he could not. The old familiar drive within him, the craving, the fixated curiosity, was too strong. So he continued to watch. He could see several hatches open and autonomic mechanisms beginning to nose, like flattened donuts, out onto the sand. They were pitching camp. Coming up beside him, his neighbor Vince Guest said hoarsely, "Now what?" "You can see," Turk gestured frantically. "Use your eyes." Already the automechs were erecting a central tent. Colored streamers hurled themselves upward into the air and then rained down on the still two-dimensional booths. And the first humans, or humanoids, were emerging. Vince and Bob saw men wearing bright clothing and then women in tights, or rather something considerably less than tights.
"Wow,"
Vince managed to say, swallowing.
"You see those ladies? You ever seen women with such—"
"I see them," Turk said, "but I'm never going back to one of those non-Terran carnivals from beyond the system, and neither is Hoagland. I know that as well as I know my own name." How rapidly they were going to work. No time wasted. Already faint, tinny music of a carousel nature filtered to Bob Turk, and the smells, cotton candy, roasting peanuts, and with those the subtle smell of adventure and exciting sights, of the illicit. One woman with long braided red hair had hopped lithely up onto a platform. She wore a meager bra and wisp of silk at her waist, and as he watched fixedly, she began to practice her dance. Faster and faster she spun, until at last, carried away by the rhythm, she discarded entirely what little she wore. And the funny thing about it all was that it seemed to him real art. It was not the usual carny shimmying at the midsection. There was something beautiful and alive about her movements. He found himself spellbound.
"I better go get Hoagland,"
Vince managed to say, finally. Already a few settlers, including a number of children, were moving as if hypnotized toward the lines of booths and the gaudy streamers that fluttered and shone in the otherwise drab Martian air. "I'll go over and get a closer look," Bob Turk said, "while you're locating him." He started toward the carnival on a gradually accelerated run, scuffling sand as he hurried. To Hoagland, Tony Costner said, "At least let's see what they have to offer. You know they're not the same people. It wasn't them who dumped those horrible damn micro-robs off here. You can see that."
"Maybe it's something worse,"
Hoagland said, but he turned to the boy, Fred.
"What do you say?"
he demanded. "I want to look," Fred Costner said. He had made up his mind.
"Okay," Hoagland said, nodding. "That's good enough for me. It won't hurt us to look. As long as we remember what the UN Secret Police General told us. Let's not kid ourselves into imagining we can outsmart them."
He put down his wrench, rose from his workbench, and walked to the closet to get his fur-lined outdoor coat. When they reached the carnival, they found that the games of chance had been placed, conveniently, ahead of even the girly shows and the freaks. Fred Costner rushed forward, leaving the group of adults behind. He sniffed the air, took in the scents, heard the music, saw past the games of chance the first freak platform. It was his favorite abomination, one he remembered from previous carnivals, only this one was superior. It was a nobody. In the midday Martian sunlight, it reposed quietly, a bodiless head complete with hair, ears, intelligent eyes. Heaven only knew what kept it alive. In any case, he knew intuitively that it was genuine. "Come and see Orpheus, the head without a visible body," the pitchman called through his megaphone, and a group, mostly children, had gathered in awe to gape. "How does it stay alive? How does it propel itself? Show them, Orpheus." The pitchman tossed a handful of food pellets, Fred Costner could not see precisely what, at the head. It opened its mouth to enormous, frightening proportions, managed to snare most of what landed near it. The pitchman laughed and continued with his spiel. The nobody was now rolling industriously after the bits of food which it had missed. Gee, Fred thought.
Well,
Hoagland said, coming up beside him,
do you see any games we might profit from?
His tone was drenched with bitterness.
Care to throw a baseball at anything?
He started away then, not waiting, a tired little fat man who had been defeated too much, who had already lost too many times.
Let's go,
he said to the other adults of the settlement.
Let's get out of here before we get into another—
Wait, Fred said. He had caught it, the familiar, pleasing stench. It came from a booth on his right, and he turned at once in that direction. A plump, gray-colored, middle-aged woman stood in a ring-toss booth, her hands full of the light wicker rings. Behind Fred, his father said to Hoagland Ray, "You get the rings over the merchandise. You win whatever you manage to toss the ring onto so that it stays." With Fred, he walked slowly in that direction. "It would be a natural," he murmured, "for a psychokinetic, I would think."
"I suggest," Hoagland said, speaking to Fred, "that you look more closely this time at the prizes, at the merchandise."
However, he came along too. At first, Fred could not make out what the neat stacks were, each of them exactly alike, intricate and metallic. He came up to the edge of the booth, and the middle-aged woman began her chant-like litany, offering him a handful of rings, for $1 or whatever of equal value the settlement had to offer.
"What are they?" Hoagland said, peering. "I think they're some kind of machines."
Fred said, "I know what they are." And we've got to play, he realized. We must round up every item in the settlement that we can possibly trade these people, every cabbage and rooster and sheep and wool blanket. Because, he realized, this is our chance, whether General Wolfe knows about it or likes it.
"My God," Hoagland said quietly, "those are traps."
"That's right, mister," the middle-aged woman chanted. "Homeostatic traps. They do all the work, think for themselves. You just let them go, and they travel and travel, and they never give up until they catch." She winked. "You know what." "Yes, you know what they catch, mister. Those little pesky things you can't ever possibly catch by yourselves, that are poisoning your water and killing your steers and ruining your settlement. Win a trap, a valuable, useful trap, and you'll see, you'll see." She tossed a wicker ring, and it nearly settled over one of the complex, sleek metal traps. It might very well have if she had thrown it just a little more carefully. At least that was the impression given. They all felt this. Hoagland said to Tony Costner and Bob Turk,
"We'll need a couple hundred of them at least."
"And for that," Tony said, "we'll have to hawk everything we own. But it's worth it. At least we won't be completely wiped out." His eyes gleamed. "Let's get started." To Fred, he said, "Can you play this game? Can you win?" "I think so," Fred said. Although somewhere nearby, someone in the carnival was ready with a contrary power of psychokinesis. But not enough, he decided. Not quite enough. It was almost as if they worked it that way on purpose. Not by its cover. The elderly, cross-tempered president of Obelisk Books said irritably,
"I don't want to see him, Miss Handy. The item is already in print. If there's an error in the text, we can't do anything about it now."
"But, Mr. Masters," Miss Handy said, "it's such an important error, sir. If he's right, Mr. Brandis claims that the entire chapter—"
"I read his letter. I also talked to him on the vidphone. I know what he claims."
Masters walked to the window of his office, gazed moodily out at the arid, crater-marred surface of Mars, which he had witnessed so many decades. 5,000 copies printed and bound, he thought, and of that half in gold-stamped Martian wub fur, the most elegant, expensive material we could locate. We were already losing money on the edition, and now this. On his desk lay a copy of the book, Lucretius de Rerum Natura, in the lofty, noble John Dryden translation. Angrily, Barney Masters turned the crisp white pages. Who would expect anyone on Mars to know such an ancient text that well, he reflected. And the man waiting in the outer office consisted of only 1 out of 8 who had written or called obelisk books about a disputed passage. Disputed? There was no contest. The 8 local Latin scholars were right. It was simply a question of getting them to depart quietly, to forget they had ever read through the obelisk edition and found the fumbled-up passage in question. Touching the button of his desk intercom, Masters said to his receptionist, "Okay, send him." Otherwise, the man would never leave. His type would stay parked outside. Scholars were generally like that. They seemed to have infinite patience. The door opened and a tall, gray-haired man, wearing old-fashioned Terra-style glasses, loomed, briefcase in hand. "Thank you, Mr. Masters," he said, entering. "Let me explain, sir, why my organization considers an error such as this so important." He seated himself by the desk, unzipped his briefcase briskly. "We are, after all, a colony planet. All our values, mores, artifacts, and customs come to us from Terra. Waterfag considers your printing of this book—" "Waterfag?" Masters interrupted. He had never heard of it, but even so he groaned. Obviously one of the many vigilant crank outfits who scanned everything printed, either emanating locally here on Mars or arriving from Terra. "Watchmen over distortion and forged artifacts generally," Brandis explained. "I have with me an authentic, correct Terran edition of De Rerum Natura, the Dryden translation, as is your local edition." His emphasis on local made it sound slimy and second-rate, as if, Masters brooded, Obelisk Books was doing something unsavory in printing books at all. "Let us consider the inauthentic interpolations. You are urged to study first my copy." He laid a battered, elderly, Terran-printed book open on Master's desk, "in which it appears correctly, and then, sir, a copy of your own edition, the same passage." Beside the little ancient blue book he laid one of the handsome, large wub-fur-bound copies which Obelisk Books had turned out. "Let me get my copy editor in here," Masters said. Pressing the intercom button, he said to Miss Handy, "Ask Jack Sneed to step in here, please."
"Yes, Mr. Masters."
"To quote from the authentic edition," Brandis said, "we obtain a metric rendering of the Latin as follows. Ahem." He cleared his throat self-consciously, then began to read aloud. "From sense of grief and pain we shall be free. We shall not feel because we shall not be. Though earth in seas and seas in heaven were lost, we should not move. We only should be tossed." "I know the passage," Masters said sharply, feeling needled. The man was lecturing him as if he were a child. "This quatrain," Brandis said, "is absent from your edition, and the following spurious quatrain, of God knows what origin, appears in its place. Allow me." Taking the sumptuous wub-fur-bound obelisk copy, he thumbed through, found the place, then read, "From sense of grief and pain we shall be free, which earthbound man can neither qualify nor see. Once dead we fathom seas cast up from this, our stint on earth doth herald an unstopping bliss." Glaring at Masters, Brandis closed the wub-fur-bound copy noisily. "What is most annoying," Brandis said, "is that this quatrain preaches a message diametric to that of the entire book. Where did it come from? Somebody had to write it. Dryden didn't write it. Lucretius didn't." He eyed Masters as if he thought Masters personally had done it. The office door opened and the firm's copy editor, Jack Sneed, entered. "He's right," he said resignedly to his employer, "and it's only one alteration in the text out of 30 or so. I've been plowing through the whole thing since the letters started arriving, and now I'm starting in on the other recent catalog items in our fall list." He added, grunting, "I found alterations in several of them, too." Masters said, "You were the last editor to proofread the copy before it went to the typesetters. Were these errors in it then?" "Absolutely not," Sneed said, "and I proofread the galleys personally. The changes weren't in the galleys either. The changes don't appear until the final bound copies come into existence, if that makes any sense. Or more specifically, the ones bound in gold and wubfur. The regular bound-in-board copies, they're okay." Masters blinked. "But they're all the same edition. They ran through the presses together. In fact, we didn't originally plan an exclusive higher-priced binding. It was only at the last minute that we talked it over and the business office suggested half the edition be offered in wubfur." "I think," Jack Sneed said, "we're going to have to do some close scrutiny work on the subject of Martian wubfur." An hour later, aging, tottering Masters, accompanied by copy editor Jack Sneed, sat facing Luther Saperstein, business agent for the pelt-procuring firm of Flawless Incorporated. From them, Obelisk Books had obtained the wubfur with which their books had been bound. "First of all," Masters said in a brisk professional tone, "what is wubfur?" "Basically," Saperstein said, "in the sense in which you're asking the question, it is fur from the Martian wub. I know this doesn't tell you much, gentlemen, but at least it's a reference point, a postulate on which we can all agree, where we can start and build something more imposing. To be more helpful, let me fill you in on the nature of the wub itself. The fur is prized because, among other reasons, it is rare. Wub fur is rare because a wub very seldom dies. By that I mean it is next to impossible to slay a wub, even a sick or old wub. And even though a wub is killed, the hide lives on. That quality imparts its unique value to home decoration, or, as in your case, in the binding of lifetime treasured books meant to endure." Masters sighed, dully gazed out the window as Saperstein droned on. Beside him, his copy editor made brief cryptic notes, a dark expression on his youthful, energetic face. "What we supplied you," Saperstein said, "when you came to us, and remember, you came to us, we didn't seek you out, consisted of the most select, perfect hides in our giant inventory. These living hides shine with a unique luster all their own. Nothing else, either on Mars or back home on Terra, resembles them. If torn or scratched, the hide repairs itself. It grows over the months, a more and more lush pile, so that the covers of your volumes become progressively luxurious, and hence highly sought after. 10 years from now, the deep pile quality of these wub-fur-bound books—" Interrupting, Sneed said, "So the hide is still alive. Interesting. And the wub, as you say, is so deft as to be virtually impossible to kill." He shot a swift glance at Masters. "Every single one of the 30-odd alterations made in the texts in our books deals with immortality. The Lucretius revision is typical. The original text teaches that man is temporary, that even if he survives after death, it doesn't matter because he won't have any memory of his existence here. In place of that, the spurious new passage comes out and flatly talks about a future of life predicated on this one. As you say, at complete variance with Lucretius's entire philosophy. You realize what we're seeing, don't you? The damn wub's philosophy superimposed on that of the various authors. That's it. Beginning and end." He broke off, resumed his note-scratching, silently.
How can a hide, Masters demanded, even a perpetually living one, exert influence on the contents of a book? A text already printed, pages cut, folios glued and sewed? It's against reason. Even if the binding, the damn hide, is really alive, and I can hardly believe that. He glared at Saperstein. If it's alive, what does it live on?
Minute particles of foodstuffs in suspension in the atmosphere, Saperstein said blandly. Rising to his feet, Masters said,
Let's go. This is ridiculous.
It inhales the particles, Saperstein said, through its pores. His tone was dignified, even reproving. Studying his notes, not rising along with his employer, Jack Sneed said thoughtfully, Some of the amended texts are fascinating. They vary from a complete reversal of the original passage and the author's meaning, as in the case of Lucretius, to very subtle, almost invisible corrections, if that's the word, to texts more in accord with the doctrine of eternal life. The real question is this: are we faced merely with the opinion of one particular life form, or does the wub know what it's talking about? Lucretius's poem, for instance, it's very great, very beautiful, very interesting as poetry, but as philosophy, maybe it's wrong. I don't know. It's not my job. I simply edit books. I don't write them. The last thing a good copy editor does is editorialize on his own in the author's text. But that is what the wub, or anyhow the post-wub pelt, is doing. He was silent then. Saperstein said, I'd be interested to know if it added anything of value. Poetically? Or do you mean philosophically? From a poetic or literary stylistic point of view, its interpolations are no better and no worse than the originals. It manages to blend in with the author well enough so that if you didn't know the text already, you'd never notice. He added broodingly, You'd never know it was a pelt talking. I meant from a philosophical point of view. Well, it's always the same message, monotonously ground out. There is no death. We go to sleep. We wake up to a better life. What it did to De Rerum Natura, that's typical. If you've read that, you've read them all.
It would be an interesting experiment, Masters said thoughtfully, to bind a copy of the Bible in wub fur.
I had that done, Sneed said.
And?
Of course I couldn't take time to read it all, but I did glance over Paul's letters to the Corinthians. It made only one change. The passage that begins, Behold, I tell you a mystery, it set all of that in caps, and it repeated the lines, Death, where is thy sting? Grave, where is thy victory? 10 times straight. 10 whole times, all in caps. Obviously, the wub agreed. That's its own philosophy, or rather theology, he said then, weighing each word. This basically is a theological dispute between the reading public and the hide of a Martian animal that looks like a fusion between a hog and a cow. Strange. Again, he returned to his notes. After a solemn pause, Masters said,
You think the wub has inside information, or don't you? As you said, this may not be just the opinion of one particular animal that's been successful in avoiding death. It may be the truth.
What occurs to me, Sneed said, is this. The wub hasn't merely learned to avoid death, it's actually done what it preaches. By getting killed, skinned, and its hide still alive, made into book covers, it has conquered death. It lives on, in what it appears to regard as a better life. We're not just dealing with an opinionated local life form, we're dealing with an organism that has already done what we're still in doubt about. Sure it knows. It's a living confirmation of its own doctrine. The facts speak for themselves. I tend to believe it.
Maybe continual life for it, Masters disagreed, but that doesn't mean necessarily for the rest of us. The wub, as Mr. Saperstein points out, is unique. The hide of no other life form either on Mars or on Luna or Terra lives on, imbibing life from microscopic particles in suspension in the atmosphere. Just because it can do it.
Too bad we can't communicate with a wub hide, Saperstein said. We've tried, here at Flawless, ever since we first noted the fact of its post-mortem survival, but we never found a way.
But we at Obelisk, Sneed pointed out, have. As a matter of fact, I've already tried an experiment. I had a one-sentence text printed up, a single line reading, "The wub, unlike every other living creature, is immortal." I then had it bound in wub fur. Then I read it again. It had been changed. Here. He passed a slim book, handsomely appointed to Masters. Read it as it is now. Masters read aloud.
The wub, like every other living creature, is immortal.
Returning the copy to Sneed, he said,
Well, all it did was drop out the un. That's not much of a change, 2 letters.
But from the standpoint of meaning, Sneed said, it constitutes a bombshell. We're getting feedback from beyond the grave, so to speak. I mean, let's face it, wub fur is technically dead because the wub that grew it is dead. This is awfully damn close to providing an indisputable verification of the survival of sentient life after death.
Of course there is one thing, Saperstein said hesitantly. I hate to bring it up. I don't know what bearing it has on all this, but the Martian wub, for all its uncanny, even miraculous ability to preserve itself, is, from a mentational standpoint, a stupid creature. A Terran opossum, for example, has a brain 1/3 that of a cat. The wub has a brain 1/5 that of an opossum.
He looked gloomy. Well, Sneed said, the Bible says, the last shall be the first. Possibly the lowly wub is included under this rubric. Let's hope so. Glancing at him, Masters said,
You want eternal life?
Certainly, Sneed said. Everybody does.
Not I,
Masters said with decisiveness.
I have enough troubles now. The last thing I want is to live on as the binding of a book, or in any fashion whatsoever.
But inside, he had begun silently to muse. Differently. Very differently, in fact.
It sounds like something a wub would like, Saperstein agreed, being the binding of a book, just lying there supine on a shelf year after year, inhaling minute particles from the air, and presumably meditating or whatever wubs do after they're dead.
They think theology, Sneed said. They preach. To his boss, he said, I assume we won't be binding any more books in wub fur.
Not for trade purposes, Masters agreed. Not to sell, but...
He could not rid himself of the conviction that some use lay here.
I wonder, he said, if it would impart the same high level of survival factor to anything it was made into, such as window drapes, or upholstery in a float car. Maybe it would eliminate death on the commuter paths, or helmet liners for combat troops, and for baseball players.
The possibilities, to him, seemed enormous, but vague. He would have to think this out, give it a good deal of time.
Anyhow, Saperstein said, my firm declines to give you a refund. The characteristics of wub fur were known publicly in a brochure which we published earlier this year. We categorically stated,
Okay, it's our loss,
Masters said, irritably, with a wave of his hand.
Let it go.
To Sneed he said,
and it definitely says, in the 30-odd passages it's interpolated, that life after death is pleasant.
Absolutely. Our stint on earth doth herald an unstopping bliss. That sums it up, that line it stuck into De Rerum Natura. It's all right there.
Bliss,
Masters echoed, nodding.
Of course, we're actually not on Earth, we're on Mars. But I suppose it's the same thing. It just means life, wherever it's lived.
Again, even more gravely, he pondered.
What occurs to me, he said thoughtfully, is it's one thing to talk abstractly about life after death. People have been doing that for 50,000 years. Lucretius was 2,000 years ago. What interests me more is not the big overall philosophical picture, but the concrete fact of the wub pelt, the immortality which it carried around with it. To Sneed, he said, "What other books did you bind in it?"
"Tom Paine's Age of Reason," Sneed said, consulting his list.
"What were the results?"
267 blank pages, except right in the middle the one word, bleh.
"Continue."
The Britannica, it didn't precisely change anything, but it added whole articles. On the soul, on transmigration, on hell, damnation, sin, or immortality, the whole 24-volume set became religiously oriented. He glanced up. "Should I go on?"
"Sure,"
Masters said, listening and meditating simultaneously. The Summa Theologica of Thomas Aquinas. It left the text intact, but it periodically inserted the biblical line, "The letter killeth, but the Spirit giveth life," over and over again. James Hilton's Lost Horizon, Shangri-La, turns out to be a vision of the afterlife, which—
"Okay," Masters said, "we get the idea. The question is, what can we do with this? Obviously, we can't bind books with it, at least books which it disagrees with."
But he was beginning to see another use, a much more personal one, and it far outweighed anything which the wub-fur might do for or to books. In fact, for any inanimate object. As soon as he got to a phone. "Of special interest," Sneed was saying, "is its reaction to a volume of collected papers on psychoanalysis by some of the greatest living Freudian analysts of our time. It allowed each article to remain intact, but at the end of each it added the same phrase." He chuckled. "Physician, heal thyself." Bit of a sense of humor there.
"Yeah,"
Masters said, thinking unceasingly of the phone and the one vital call which he would make. Back in his own office at Obelisk Books, Masters tried out a preliminary experiment to see if this idea would work. Carefully, he wrapped a Royal Albert yellow bone china cup and saucer in wub fur, a favorite from his own collection. Then, after much soul-searching and trepidation, he placed the bundle on the floor of his office and, with all his declining might, stepped on it. The cup did not break. At least it did not seem to. He unwrapped the package, then, and inspected the cup. He had been right. Wrapped in living wub fur, it could not be destroyed. Satisfied, he seated himself at his desk, pondered one last time. The wrapper of wub fur had made a temporary, fragile object imperishable. So the wub's doctrine of external survival had worked itself out in practice, exactly as he had expected. He picked up the phone, dialed his lawyer's number.
"This is about my will,"
he said to his lawyer when he had him on the other end of the line.
"You know, the latest one I made out a few months ago. I have an additional clause to insert."
"Yes, Mr. Masters," his lawyer said briskly. "Shoot."
"A small item," Masters purred. "Has to do with my coffin. I want it mandatory on my heirs. My coffin is to be lined throughout, top, bottom, and sides, with wub fur, from Flawless Incorporated. I want to go to my maker clothed, so to speak, in wub fur. Makes a better impression that way."
He laughed nonchalantly, but his tone was deadly serious, and his attorney caught it. "If that's what you want," the attorney said.
"And I suggest you do the same," Masters said.
"Why?"
Masters said, "Consult the complete home medical reference library we're going to issue next month, and make certain you get a copy that's bound in wub fur. It'll be different from the others."
He thought then about his wub fur-lined coffin once again. Far underground, with him inside it, with the living wub fur growing. It would be interesting to see the version of himself which a choice wub fur binding produced, especially after several centuries. Return match. It was not an ordinary gambling casino, and this, for the police of SLA, posed a special problem. The outspacers who had set up the casino had placed their massive ship directly above the tables, so that in the event of a raid the jets would destroy the tables. Efficient, Officer Joseph Tinbane thought to himself morosely. With one blast, the outspacers left Terra and simultaneously destroyed all evidence of their illegal activity. And what was more, killed each and every human game player who might otherwise have lived to give testimony. He sat now in his parked air car, taking pinch after pinch of fine imported Dean Swift Inch Kenneth snuff, then switched to the yellow tin which contained Wren's relish. The snuff cheered him, but not very much. To his left, in the evening darkness, he could make out the shape of the outspacer's upended ship, black and silent, with the enlarged walled space beneath it, equally dark and silent, but deceptively so. "We can go in there," he said to his less experienced companion, "but it'll just mean getting killed." We'll have to trust the robots, he realized, even if they are clumsy, prone to error. Anyhow, they're not alive. And not being alive, in a project as this, constituted an advantage. "The third one has gone in," Officer Fawkes beside him said quietly. The slim shape, in human clothing, stopped before the door of the casino, rapped, waited. Presently the door opened. The robot gave the proper code word and was admitted. "You think they'll survive the takeoff blast?" Tinbane asked. Fawkes was an expert in robotics. "Possibly one might. Not all, though, but one will be enough." Hot for the kill, Officer Fawkes leaned to peer past Tinbane. His youthful face was fixed in concentration. "Use the bullhorn now. Tell them they're under arrest. I see no point in waiting." "The point I see," Tinbane said, "is that it's more comforting to see the ship inert and the action going on underneath. We'll wait." "But no more robots are coming." "Wait for them to send back their vid transmissions," Tinbane said. After all, that comprised evidence, of a sort, and at Police HQ it was now being recorded in permanent form. Still, his companion officer assigned to this project did have a point. Since the last of the 3 humanoid plants had gone in, nothing more would take place now. Until the outspacers realized they had been infiltrated and put their typical planned pattern of withdrawal into action. "All right," he said, and pushed down on the button which activated the bullhorn. Leaning, Fawkes spoke into the bullhorn. At once the bullhorn said, "As order representatives of Superior Los Angeles, I and the men with me instruct everyone inside to come out onto the street collectively. I further instruct—" His voice, from the bullhorn, disappeared as the initial takeoff surge roared through the primary jets of the outspacer's ship. Fawkes shrugged, grinned starkly at Tinbane. It didn't take them long, his mouth formed silently. As expected, no one came out. No one in the casino escaped. Even when the structure which composed the building melted, the ship detached itself, leaving a soggy, puddled mass of wax-like matter behind it. And still no one emerged. All dead, Tinbane realized with mute shock. "Time to go in," Fawkes said stoically. He began to crawl into his neo-asbestos suit, and after a pause, so did Tinbane. Together, the 2 officers entered the hot, dripping puddle which had been the casino. In the center, forming a mound, lay 2 of the 3 humanoid robots. They had managed at the last moment to cover something with their bodies. Of the 3rd, Tinbane saw no sign. Evidently, it had been demolished along with everything else, everything organic. I wonder what they thought, in their own dim way, to be worth preserving, Tinbane thought as he surveyed the distorted remnants of the 2 robots. Something alive? One of the snail-like outspacers? Probably not. A gaming table, then. "They acted fast," Fawkes said, impressed. "For robots." "Well, we got something," Tinbane pointed out. Gingerly, he poked at the hot-fused metal which had been the 2 robots. A section, most likely a torso, slid aside, revealing what the robots had preserved. A pinball machine. Tinbane wondered why. What was this worth? Anything? Personally, he doubted it. In the police lab on Sunset Avenue in downtown Old Los Angeles, a technician presented a long written analysis to Tinbane. "Tell me orally," Tinbane said, annoyed. He had been too many years on the force to suffer through such stuff. He returned the clipboard and report to the tall, lean police technician. "Actually, it's not an ordinary construct," the technician said, glancing over his own report, as if he had already forgotten it. His tone, like the report itself, was dry, dull. This for him was obviously routine. He too agreed that the pinball machine salvaged by the humanoid robots was worthless, or so Tinbane guessed. "By that I mean it's not like any they've brought to Terra in the past. You can probably get more of an idea directly from the thing. I suggest you put a quarter in it and play through a game." He added, "The lab budget will provide you with a quarter which we'll retrieve from the machine later." "I've got my own quarter," Tinbane said irritably. He followed the technician through the large, overworked lab, past the elaborate and in many cases obsolete assortment of analytical devices and partly broken-apart constructs, to the work area in the rear. There, cleaned up, the damage done to it now repaired, stood the pinball machine which the robots had protected. Tinbane inserted a coin. 5 metal balls at once spilled into the reservoir, and the board at the far end of the machine lit up in a variety of shifting colors. "Before you shoot the first ball," the technician said to him, standing beside him so that he too could watch, "I advise you to take a careful look at the terrain of the machine, the components among which the ball will pass. The horizontal area beneath the protective glass is somewhat interesting. A miniature village, complete with houses, lighted streets, major public buildings, overhead sprint ship runnels. Not a Terran village, of course. An Ionian village, of the sort they're used to. The detail work is superb." Bending, Tinbane peered. The technician was right. The detail work on the scale model structures astounded him. "Tests that measure wear on the moving parts of this machine," the technician informed him, "indicate that it saw a great deal of use. There is considerable tolerance. We estimate that before another 1,000 games could be completed, the machine would have to go to the shop, their shop, back on Io, which is where we understand they build and maintain equipment of this variety." He explained, "By that I mean gambling layouts in general." "What's the object of the game?" Tinbane asked. "We have here," the technician explained, "what we call a full shift set variable. In other words, the terrain through which the steel ball moves is never the same. The number of possible combinations is—" He leafed through his report but was unable to find the exact figure. "Anyhow, quite great. In the millions. It's excessively intricate, in our opinion. Anyhow, if you'll release the first ball, you'll see." Depressing the plunger, Tinbane allowed the first ball to roll from the reservoir and against the impulse shaft. He then drew back the spring-loaded shaft and snapped it into release. The ball shot up the channel and bounced free against a pressure cushion which imparted swift additional velocity to it. The ball now dribbled in descent toward the upper perimeter of the village. "The initial defense line," the technician said from behind him, "which protects the village proper, is a series of mounds colored, shaped, and surfaced to resemble the Ionian landscape. The fidelity is quite obviously painstaking, probably made from satellites in orbit around Io. You can easily imagine you're seeing an actual piece of that moon from a distance of 10 or more miles up." The steel ball encountered the perimeter of rough terrain. Its trajectory altered, and the ball wobbled uncertainly, no longer going in any particular direction. "Deflected," Tinbane said, noting how satisfactorily the contours of the terrain acted to deprive the ball of its descending forward motion. "It's going to bypass the village entirely." The ball, with severely decreased momentum, wandered into a side crease, followed the crease listlessly, and then, just as it appeared to be drifting into the lower take-up slot, abruptly hurtled from a pressure cushion and back into play. On the illuminated background, a score registered. Victory of a momentary sort for the player. The ball once again menaced the village. Once again it dribbled through the rough terrain, following virtually the same path as before. "Now you'll notice something moderately important," the technician said, "as it heads toward that same pressure cushion which it just now hit. Don't watch the ball, watch the cushion." Tinbane watched, and saw from the cushion a tiny wisp of gray smoke. He turned inquiringly toward the technician. "Now watch the ball," the technician said sharply. Again the ball struck the pressure cushion mounted slightly before the lower take-up slot. This time, however, the cushion failed to react to the ball's impact. Tinbane blinked as the ball rolled harmlessly on, into the take-up slot, and out of play. "Nothing happened," he said presently. "That smoke that you saw, emerging from the wiring of the cushion, an electrical short, because a rebound from that spot placed the ball in a menacing position, menacing to the village." "In other words," Tinbane said, "something took note of the effect the cushion was having on the ball. The assembly operates so as to protect itself from the ball's activity." He had seen this before, in other outspacer gambling gear, sophisticated circuitry which kept the game board constantly shifting in such a way as to seem alive, in such a way as to reduce the chances of a player winning. On this particular construct, the player obtained a winning score by inducing the 5 steel balls to pass into the central layout, the replica of the Ionian hamlet. Hence, the hamlet had to be protected. Hence, this particular strategically located pressure cushion required elimination, at least for the time being, until the overall configurations of topography altered decidedly. "Nothing new there," the technician said. "You've seen it a dozen times before. I've seen it 100 times before. Let's say that this pinball machine has seen 10,000 separate games, and each time there's been a careful readjustment of the circuitry directed toward rendering the steel balls neutralized. Let's say that the alterations are cumulative. So by now any given player's score is probably no more than a fraction of early scores, before the circuits had a chance to react. The direction of alteration, as in all outspacer gambling mechanisms, has a 0 win factor as the limit toward which it's moving. Just try to hit the village, Tinbane. We set up a constantly repeating mechanical ball release and played 140 games. At no time did a ball ever get near enough to do the village any harm. We kept a record of the scores obtained. A slight but significant drop was registered each time." He grinned. "So?" Tinbane said. "So nothing, as I told you and as my report says." The technician paused then. "Except for one thing. Look at this." Bending, he traced his thin finger across the protective glass of the layout, toward a construct near the center of the replica village. "A photographic record shows that with each game, that particular component becomes more articulated. It's being erected by circuitry underneath, obviously, as is every other change. But this configuration, doesn't it remind you of something?" "Looks like a Roman catapult," Tinbane said, "but with a vertical rather than a horizontal axis." "That's our reaction too. And look at the sling. In terms of the scale of the village, it's inordinately large. Immense, in fact. Specifically, it's not to scale." "It looks as if it would almost hold—" "Not almost," the technician said. "We measured it. The size of the sling is exact. One of those steel balls would fit perfectly into it." "And then?" Tinbane said, feeling chill. "And then it would hurl the ball back at the player," the lab technician said calmly. "It's aimed directly toward the front of the machine, front and upward." He added, "And it's been virtually completed." The best defense, Tinbane thought to himself as he studied the outspacer's illegal pinball machine, is offense. But whoever heard of it in this context? 0, he realized, isn't a low enough score to suit the defensive circuitry of the thing. 0 won't do. It's got to strive for less than 0. Why? Because, he decided, it's not really moving toward 0 as a limit. It's moving instead toward the best defensive pattern. It's too well designed. Or is it? "You think," he asked the lean, tall lab technician, "that the outspacers intended this?" "That doesn't matter, at least not from the immediate standpoint. What matters is 2 factors, The machine was exported, in violation of Terran law, to Terra, and it's been played by Terrans. Intentionally or not, this could be, in fact will soon be, a lethal weapon. He added, "We calculate within the next 20 games. Every time a coin is inserted, the building resumes, whether a ball gets near the village or not. All it requires is a flow of power from the device's central helium battery, and that's automatic once play begins." He added, "It's at work building the catapult right now, as we stand here. You better release the remaining 4 balls so it'll shut itself off, or give us permission to dismantle it, to at least take the power supply out of the circuit." The outspacers don't have a very high regard for human life, Tinbane reflected. He was thinking of the carnage created by the ship taking off, and that, for them, was routine. But in view of that wholesale destruction of human life, this seemed unnecessary. What more did this accomplish? Pondering, he said, "This is selective. This would eliminate only the game player." The technician said, "This would eliminate every game player, one after another." "But who would play the thing?" Tinbane said, "after the first fatality? People go there knowing that if there's a raid, the outspacers will burn up everyone and everything," the technician pointed out. "The urge to gamble is an addictive compulsion. A certain type of person gambles no matter what the risk is. You ever hear of Russian roulette?" Tinbane released the second steel ball, watched it bounce and wander toward the replica village. This one managed to pass through the rough terrain. It approached the first house comprising the village proper. "Maybe I'll get it," he thought savagely, "before it gets me." A strange, novel excitement filled him as he watched the ball thud against the tiny house, flatten the structure, and roll on. The ball, although small to him, towered over every building, every structure that made up the village. Every structure except the central catapult. He watched avidly as the ball moved dangerously close to the catapult, then, deflected by a major public building, rolled on and disappeared into the take-up slot. Immediately he sent the third ball hurtling up its channel. "The stakes," the technician said softly, "are high, aren't they? Your life against its. Must be exceptionally appealing to someone with the right kind of temperament." "I think," Tinbane said, "I can get the catapult before it's in action. Maybe. Maybe not. I'm getting the ball closer to it each time." The technician said, "For the catapult to work, it requires one of the steel balls. That's its load. You're making it increasingly likely that it'll acquire use of one of the balls. You're actually helping it." He added somberly, "In fact, it can't function without you. The game player is not only the enemy, he's also essential. Better quit, Tinbane. The thing is using you." "I'll quit," Tinbane said, "when I've gotten the catapult." "You're damn right you will. You'll be dead." He eyed Tinbane narrowly. "Possibly this is why the outspacers built it, to get back at us for our raids. This very likely is what it's for." "Got another quarter?" Tinbane said. In the middle of his 10th game, a surprising, unexpected alteration in the machine's strategy manifested itself. All at once it ceased routing the steel balls entirely to one side, away from the replica village. Watching, Tinbane saw the steel ball roll directly, for the first time, through the center, straight toward the proportionally massive catapult. Obviously, the catapult had been completed. "I outrank you, Tinbane," the lab technician said tautly, "and I'm ordering you to quit playing." "Any order from you to me," Tinbane said, "has to be in writing and has to be approved by someone in the department at inspector level." But reluctantly he halted play. "I can get it," he said reflectively, "but not standing here. I have to be away, far enough back so that it can't pick me off. So it can't distinguish me and aim," he realized. Already he had noted its swivel slightly. Through some lens system it had detected him. Or possibly it was thermotropic, had sensed him by his body heat. If the latter, then defensive action for him would be relatively simple, a resistance coil suspended at another locus. On the other hand, it might be utilizing a cephalic index of some sort, recording all nearby brain emanations. But the police lab would know that already. "What's its tropism?" he asked. The technician said, "That assembly hadn't been built up at the time we inspected it. It's undoubtedly coming into existence now in concert with the completion of the weapon." Tinbane said thoughtfully, "I hope it doesn't possess equipment to record a cephalic index." Because, he thought, if it did, storing the pattern would be no trouble at all. It could retain a memory of its adversary for use in the event of future encounters. Something about that notion frightened him, over and above the immediate menace of the situation. "I'll make a deal," the technician said. "You continue to operate it until it fires its initial shot at you. Then step aside and let us tear it down. We need to know its tropism. This may turn up again in a more complex fashion. You agree? You'll be taking a calculated risk, but I believe its initial shot will be aimed with the idea of use as feedback. It'll correct for a second shot, which will never take place." Should he tell the technician his fear? "What bothers me," he said, "is the possibility that it'll retain a specific memory of me, for future purposes." "What future purposes? It'll be completely torn down as soon as it fires." Reluctantly, Tinbane said, "I think I'd better make the deal." I may already have gone too far, he thought. You may have been right. The next steel ball missed the catapult by only a matter of a fraction of an inch. But what unnerved him was not the closeness. It was the quick, subtle attempt on the part of the catapult to snare the ball as it passed, a motion so rapid that he might easily have overlooked it. "It wants the ball," the technician observed. "It wants you." He, too, had seen. With hesitation, Tinbane touched the plunger which would release the next, and for him, possibly the last, steel ball. "Back out," the technician advised nervously. "Forget the deal. Stop playing. We'll tear it down as it is." "We need the tropism," Tinbane said, and depressed the plunger. The steel ball, suddenly seeming to him huge and hard and heavy, rolled unhesitatingly into the waiting catapult. Every contour of the machine's topography collaborated. The acquisition of the load took place before he even understood what had happened. He stood staring. "Run!" The technician leaped back, bolted. Crashing against Tinbane, he threw him bodily away from the machine. With a clatter of broken glass, the steel ball shot by Tinbane's right temple, bounced against the far wall of the lab, came to rest under a work table. Silence. After a time, the technician said shakily, "It had plenty of velocity, plenty of mass, plenty of what it needed." Haltingly, Tinbane stood up, took a step toward the machine. "Don't release another ball," the technician said warningly. Tinbane said, "I don't have to." He turned then, sprinted away. The machine had released the ball itself. In the outer office, Tinbane sat smoking, seated across from Ted Donovan, the lab chief. The door to the lab had been shut, and every one of the several lab technicians had been bullhorned to safety. Beyond the closed door, the lab was silent. Inert, Tinbane thought, and waiting. He wondered if it was waiting for anyone, any human, any Terran to come within reach, or just him. The latter thought amused him even less than it had originally. Even seated out here, he felt himself cringe. A machine built on another world, sent to Terra empty of direction, merely capable of sorting among all its defensive possibilities until at last it stumbled onto the key. Randomness at work, through hundreds, even thousands of games. Through person after person, player after player, until at last it reached critical direction, and the last person to play it, also selected by the process of randomness, became welded to it in a contract of death. In this case, himself. Unfortunately. Ted Donovan said, "We'll spear its power source from a distance. That shouldn't be hard. You go on home, forget about it. When we have its tropic circuit laid out, we'll notify you. Unless, of course, it's late at night, in which case—" "Notify me," Tinbane said, "whatever time it is, if you will." He did not have to explain. The lab chief understood. "Obviously,"
Donovan said. "This construct is aimed at the police teams raiding the casinos. How they steered our robots onto it, we don't, of course, know. Yet. We may find that circuit, too."
He picked up the already extant lab report, eyed it with hostility.
"This was far too cursory, it would now appear. Just another outspacer gambling device. The hell it is."
He tossed the report away, disgusted.
"If that's what they had in mind," Tinbane said, "they got what they wanted. They got me completely."
At least in terms of hooking him, of snaring his attention, and his cooperation.
"You're a gambler. You've got the streak. But you didn't know it. Possibly it wouldn't have worked otherwise," Donovan added. "But it is interesting. A pinball machine that fights back. That gets fed up with steel balls rolling over it. I hope they don't build a skeet chute. This is bad enough."
"Dreamlike," Tinbane murmured.
"Pardon? Not really real."
But, he thought, it is real. He rose then to his feet.
"I'll do what you say. I'll go on home to my conapt. You have the vidphone number?"
He felt tired and afraid.
"You look terrible," Donovan said, scrutinizing him. "It shouldn't get you to this extent. This is a relatively benign construct, isn't it? You have to attack it to set it in motion. If left alone—"
"I'm leaving it alone," Tinbane said.
"But I feel it's waiting. It wants me to come back."
He felt it expecting him, anticipating his return. The machine was capable of learning, and he had taught it about himself, taught it that he existed, that there was such a person on Terra as Joseph Tinbane. And that was too much. When he unlocked the door of his conapt, the phone was already ringing. Leadenly, he picked up the receiver.
"Hello," he said. "Tinbane?"
It was Donovan's voice.
"It's encephalotropic, all right. We found a pattern print of your brain configuration, and of course we destroyed it, but—"
Donovan hesitated.
"We also found something else it had constructed since the initial analysis."
"A transmitter," Tinbane said hoarsely.
"Afraid so. Half-mile of broadcast. 2 miles if beamed. And it was cupped to beams, so we have to assume the 2-mile transmission. We have absolutely no idea what the receiver consists of, naturally, whether it's even on the surface or not. Probably is, in an office somewhere, or a hover car such as they use. Anyhow, now you know. So it's decidedly a vengeance weapon. Your emotional response was unfortunately correct. When our double dome experts looked this over, they drew the conclusion that you were waited for, so to speak. It saw you coming. The instrument may never have functioned as an authentic gambling device in the first place. The tolerances which we noted may have been built in rather than the result of wear. So, that's about it."
Tinbane said, "What do you suggest I do?"
"Do?"
A pause.
"Not much. Stay in your conapt. Don't report for work, not for a while."
So if they nail me, Tinbane thought, no one else in the department will get hit at the same time. More advantageous for the rest of you, hardly for me, though.
"I think I'll get out of the area," he said aloud. "The structure may be limited in space, confined to SLA or just one part of the city. If you don't veto it—"
He had a girlfriend, Nancy Hackett, in La Jolla. He could go there.
"Suit yourself," he said.
"You can't do anything to help me, though."
"I'll tell you what," Donovan said. "We'll allocate some funds, a moderate sum, best we can, on which you can function, until we track down the damn receiver and find out what it's tied to. For us, the main headache is that word of this matter has begun to filter through the department. It's going to be hard getting crackdown teams to tackle future outspacer gambling operations, which, of course, is specifically what they had in mind. One more thing we can do. We can have the lab build you a brain shield so you no longer emanate a recognizable template. But you'd have to pay for it out of your own pocket. Possibly it could be debited against your salary, payments divided over several months. If you're interested. Frankly, if you want my personal opinion, I'd advise it."
"All right," Tinbane said. He felt dull, dead, tired, and resigned. All of those at once. And he had the deep and acute intuition that his reaction was rational. "Anything else you suggest?" he asked. "Stay armed, even when you're asleep." "What sleep?" he said. "You think I'm going to get any sleep? Maybe I will after that machine is totally destroyed." But that won't make any difference, he realized. Not now. Not after it's dispatched my brainwave pattern to something else, something we know nothing about. God knows what equipment it might turn out to be. Outspacers show up with all kinds of convoluted things. He hung up the phone, walked into his kitchen, and, getting down a half-empty fifth of antique bourbon, fixed himself a whiskey sour. What a mess, he said to himself. Pursued by a pinball machine from another world. He almost, but not quite, had to laugh. What do you use, he asked himself, to catch an angry pinball machine? One that has your number and is out to get you. Or, more specifically, a pinball machine's nebulous friend. Something went tap-tap against the kitchen window. Reaching into his pocket, he brought out his regulation-issue laser pistol. Walking along the kitchen wall, he approached the window from an unseen side, peered out into the night. Darkness. He could make nothing out. Flashlight? He had one in the glove compartment of his air car, parked on the roof of the Connacht building. Time to get it. A moment later, flashlight in hand, he raced downstairs, back to his kitchen. The beam of the flashlight showed, pressed against the outer surface of the window, a bug-like entity with projecting elongated pseudopodia. The two feelers had tapped against the glass of the window, evidently exploring in their blind mechanical way. The bug thing had ascended the side of the building. He could perceive the suction tread by which it clung. His curiosity at this point became greater than his fear. With care, he opened the window, no need of having to pay the building repair committee for it, and cautiously took aim with his laser pistol. The bug thing did not stir. Evidently, it had stalled in mid-cycle. Probably its responses, he guessed, were relatively slow, much more so than a comparable organic equivalent. Unless, of course, it was set to detonate, in which case he had no time to ponder. He fired a narrow beam into the underside of the bug thing. Maimed, the bug thing settled backward, its many little cups releasing their hold. As it fell away, Tinbane caught hold of it, lifted it swiftly into the room, dropped it onto the floor, meantime keeping his pistol pointed at it. But it was finished functionally. It did not stir. Laying it on the small kitchen table, he got a screwdriver from the tool drawer beside the sink, seated himself, examined the object. He felt now that he could take his time. The pressure, momentarily at least, had abated. It took him 40 minutes to get the thing open. None of the holding screws fitted an ordinary screwdriver, and he found himself at last using a common kitchen knife. But finally he had it open before him on the table, its shell divided into two parts, one hollow and empty, the other crammed with components. A bomb? He tinkered with exceeding care, inspecting each assembly bit by bit. No bomb, at least none which he could identify. Then a murder tool? No blade, no toxins or microorganisms, no tube capable of expelling a lethal charge, explosive or otherwise. So then what in God's name did it do? He recognized the motor which had driven it up the side of the building, then the photoelectric steering turret by which it oriented itself. But that was all. Absolutely all. From the standpoint of use, it was a fraud. Or was it? He examined his watch. Now he had spent an entire hour on it. His attention had been diverted from everything else, and who knew what that else might be? Nervously, he slid stiffly to his feet, collected his laser pistol, and prowled throughout the apartment, listening, wondering, trying to sense something, however small, that was out of its usual order. It's giving them time, he realized. 1 entire hour, for whatever it is they're really up to. Time, he thought, for me to leave the apartment, to get to La Jolla, and the hell out of here, until this is all over with. His vidphone rang. When he answered it, Ted Donovan's face clicked grayly into view.
"We've got a department air car monitoring your Connapt building," Donovan said, "and it picked up some activity. I thought you'd want to know."
"Okay," he said tensely.
"A vehicle, airborne, landed briefly on your roof parking lot. Not a standard air car, but something larger. Nothing we could recognize. It took right off again at great speed, but I think this is it."
"Did it deposit anything?" he asked.
"Yes, afraid so."
Tight-lipped, he said, "Can you do anything for me at this late point? It would be appreciated very much."
"What do you suggest? We don't know what it is. You certainly don't know either. We're open to ideas, but I think we'll have to wait until you know the nature of the hostile artifact."
Something bumped against his door, something in the hall. "I'll leave the line open," Tinbane said. "Don't leave. I think it's happening now." He felt panic at this stage, overt, childish panic. Carrying his laser pistol in a numb, loose grip, he made his way step by step to the locked front door of his Connapt, halted, then unlocked the door and opened it, slightly, as little as he could manage. An enormous, unchecked force pushed the door farther. The knob left his hand, and, soundlessly, the vast steel ball resting against the half-opened door rolled forward. He stepped aside. He had to, knowing that this was the adversary. The dummy wall-climbing gadget had deflected his attention from this. He could not get out. He would not be going to La Jolla now. The great massed sphere totally blocked the way. Returning to the vidphone, he said to Donovan, "I'm encapsulated, here in my own Connapt." At the outer perimeter, he realized, equal to the rough terrain of the pinball machine's shifting landscape. The first ball has been blocked there, has lodged in the doorway. But what about the second? The third? Each would be closer. "Can you build something for me?" he asked huskily. "Can the lab start working this late at night?"
"We can try," Donovan said. "It depends entirely on what you want. What do you have in mind?
What do you think would help?" He hated to ask for it, but he had to. The next one might burst in through a window or crash onto him from the roof. "I want," he said, "some form of catapult, big enough, tough enough to handle a spherical load with a diameter of between 4.5 and 5 feet. You think you can manage it?" He prayed to God they could.
"Is that what you're facing?"
Donovan said harshly. "Unless it's an hallucination," Tinbane said. "A deliberate, artificially induced terror projection designed specifically to demoralize me."
"The department air car saw something," Donovan said, "and it wasn't an hallucination. It had measurable mass, and—"
He hesitated.
"It did leave off something big. Its departing mass was considerably diminished. So it's real, Tinbane."
"That's what I thought," Tinbane said.
"We'll get the catapult to you as soon as we possibly can," Donovan said. "Let's hope there's an adequate interval between each attack. And you better figure on 5 at least."
Tinbane, nodding, lit a cigarette, or at least tried to, but his hands were shaking too badly to get the lighter into place. He then got out a yellow lacquered tin of Dean's own snuff, but found himself unable to force open the tight tin. The tin hopped from his fingers and fell to the floor.
5,
he said. "Per game."
"Yes," Donovan said reluctantly. "There's that."
The wall of the living room shuddered. The next one was coming at him from the adjoining apartment.